The Wars of the Lord. The Puritan Conquest of America's First People. Matthew J. Tuininga. To Elizabeth, the love of my life. Dramatis Personae. Indian communities. English towns. Note on terms. List of abbreviations. Introduction, the first encounter, 1620. Part I Settlement. 1. The Pilgrims, 1620 to 1623. 2. The Puritans, 1629 to 1633. 3. The Lord has cleared our title, 1633 to 1636. 4. War with the Pequots, 1636 to 1637. 5. Massacre at Mystic, April 1637 to October 1637. 6. My Antonimo, 1637 to 1644. Part 2. Mission. 7. The Conquests and Triumphs of Christ, 1640 to 1648. 8. Reparations, 1644 to 1650. 9. Natick, 1649 to 1662. 10. The Pecumtuck War, 1652 to 1661. 11. God, King, and Land, 1660 to 1666. 12. Praying Towns, 1665 to 1675. 13. The Wampanoags, 1665 to 1675. Part 3. War. 14. Who are friends and who are foes? June 1675 to August 1675. 15. God does not go forth with our armies, August 1675 to September 1675. 16. No Indians can be trusted, September 1675 to December 1675. 17. The Narragansetts, November 1675 to February 1676. 18. New England in Flames, February 1676 to March 1676. 19. Negotiations, March 1676 to May 1676. 20. New England's Reckoning, May 1676. 21. Turning Point, May 1676 to July 1676. 22. Algonquian Defeat, June 1676 to October 1676. Epilogue. Notes. Index. Acknowledgements. When I began researching Puritan political theology, I thought I was going to write a journal article. I gradually became convinced that a much larger story needed to be told. I am grateful to George Marsden, James Bratt, Harry Stout, and others for encouraging me in this regard. My manuscript gradually evolved to the size and scope that my wife, Elizabeth, joked that I would have to write a trilogy. Thankfully, prospective publishers and agents persuaded me to reduce the story to a more manageable size, though, like any author, I can only lament the precious detail that was lost along the way. I am deeply grateful to Cynthia Redd from Oxford University Press, who not only accepted my proposal on behalf of OUP but enthusiastically encouraged me, sure that I had an important story to tell. Many people have assisted me along the way, beginning with several diligent research assistants at Calvin Theological Seminary. Hyun Kwan Kim and Ruan Bessa compiled secondary and primary sources for me. Charlie Weinman tracked down documents and spent countless painstaking hours poring over nearly illegible 17th-century handwriting to produce draft transcripts. Zachary Keim fulfilled numerous tasks and offered advice on the manuscript. Many librarians, archivists, and other library staff were generous with their assistance, especially Beth Steele of Hickman Library at Calvin University and Hannah Elder of the Massachusetts Historical Society. Much of this research was made possible by a generous grant from the Heritage Fund at Calvin Theological Seminary. I am grateful to the excellent scholars who offered advice or provided feedback on chapter drafts, including David Silverman, John Turner, Daniel Mandel, Harry Stout, George Marsden, and Kristen Copes-Dumay. John Turner and Jenny Pulsifer generously provided me with their own transcriptions of some difficult-to-read handwritten documents. Jason Van Horn from Calvin University spent many hours making the maps for this book and was enthusiastic in doing so. My Calvin Seminary colleagues Jule Medenbleek and Yudhathayan to generously read the entire manuscript. Karen Maag and Lyle Birma provided helpful feedback on individual chapters. Others who read part or all of the manuscript include Peter Rockhold, Joseph Despy, Kevin Zabahi, and the students in my Puritans and Colonialism seminars. I must thank several family members for reading some of the earliest and worst drafts: Calvin and Ellen Tuininga, Elisa and Aaron Gabler, and Eric Tuininga. My editor, Theo Calderera, offered invaluable advice on many aspects of the book and made sure the manuscript read well. I am also grateful to Rachel Rosard and other staff from Oxford University Press for making publication possible. I am thankful to Joshua Carter, Executive Director of the Pequot Museum, and his team for providing photos of their displays for publication in this book. I truly hope that this book honors their ancestors. My wife and children have lived with this book for years. Joel, Catherine, and Sarah, ages 9 to 13 at the time, were profoundly inspired by their visit to the Pequot Museum, the highlight of many historic sites to which I dragged them. They listened as I read the narrative to them and let me know when the story didn't make sense. None of this would have been possible without the steadfast support of my wife and best friend, Elizabeth, who made it possible for me to spend countless hours researching and writing. She also read the earliest drafts and endured lengthy conversations about what the book might look like and how it could be better. Words cannot express how much I owe her. I dedicate this book to her. Dramatis Personae. Ahoughton, William. Massachusetts Praying Indian, minister at Punkapoag. Alexander. Also known as Wamsuta, Pakanakat Sachem, Hi Wampanoag Sachem, son of Usamakan and brother of Philip, married to Weetamua. Anthony. Natick Praying Indian, missionary. Appleton, Samuel. Massachusetts military officer. Atherton, Humphrey. Massachusetts military officer, Indian superintendent, leader of the Atherton Company. Awas Honks. Female Sakonnet Sachem. Black James. Nipmuc Praying Indian, constable of newer praying towns. Bradford, William. Separatist, early governor of Plymouth, United Colonies Commissioner. Bradford, William, Jr. Plymouth military officer. Bradstreet, Simon. United Colonies Commissioner for Massachusetts, Atherton Company shareholder. Brewster, Jonathan. Trader and agent from Plymouth, later Connecticut. Canonchet. Narragansett Sachem, son of Myantonimo. Canonicus. Narragansett High Sachem, uncle of Myantonimo and father of Mixino. Cassasinnamon, Robin. Pequot Sachem. Chickatawbut. Massachusetts Sachem. Church, Benjamin. Plymouth entrepreneur and military officer. Coddington, William. Exile from Massachusetts, later Rhode Island governor. Cojonaquant. Narragansett Sachem, brother to Pesicus and father of Quinnapan. Corman. Narragansett councillor to Ninigrid. Cotton, John. Prominent Puritan minister and theologian in England and later Boston. Cotton, John, Jr. Puritan minister and missionary to Wampanoags in Plymouth Colony. Curtis, Ephraim. Massachusetts trader and agent. Cutchamkin. Massachusetts sachem at Neponset, later praying Indian ruler at Natick. Danforth, Thomas. Massachusetts magistrate. Denison, Daniel. United Colonies Commissioner for Massachusetts, Atherton Company shareholder, later General. Dennison, George. Connecticut military officer. Dudley, Thomas. Governor and later Deputy Governor of Massachusetts. Easton, John. Quaker and Deputy Governor of Rhode Island. Eliot, John. Puritan minister at Roxbury, Massachusetts, and missionary to the Indians. Endicott, John. Governor of Massachusetts, later military officer, United Colonies Commissioner. Fitch, James. Puritan minister at Norwich, Connecticut, missionary to Mohegans, son-in-law of John Mason. Gardner, Lyon. Military commander at Fort Saybrook. Gookin, Daniel. Massachusetts magistrate, superintendent of praying Indians, military officer. Gorton, Samuel. Religious leader expelled from Plymouth, founder of Warwick, Rhode Island. Harris, William. Wealthy landholder and later Rhode Island magistrate. Henchman, Daniel. Massachusetts military officer. Hinckley, Thomas. Plymouth magistrate. Hoare, John. Supervisor of the Nashoba praying Indians at Concord, Massachusetts, father of Daniel Hoare. Hooker, Thomas. Prominent Puritan minister in England, Massachusetts, and later Connecticut. Hubbard, William. Puritan minister at Ipswich, Massachusetts, historian of King Philip's War. Hutchinson, Anne. Informal teacher in Boston, later exiled to Rhode Island and New Netherland, mother of Edward Hutchinson. Hutchinson, Edward. Leader of Atherton Company, later Massachusetts agent, son of Anne Hutchinson. Jethro, Peter. Praying Indian teacher, son of old Jethro. John, Sagamore. Pennacook Sachem. John, Sagamore. Nipmuc Sachem at praying town of Pakachug. Catananit, Job. Nipmuc pastor at Megancogue, later spy and soldier for Massachusetts, brother of James Printer and Joseph Tuckaw-Lippin. Leet, William. Deputy Governor of Connecticut. Leverett, John. Governor of Massachusetts. Ludlow, Roger. Colonist in Massachusetts, Connecticut, and New Haven. Mason, John. Connecticut military officer, magistrate, patron to Uncas. Mather, Increase. Puritan minister in Boston, historian of King Philip's War, son-in-law of John Cotton. Mayhew, Thomas. Founder of colonies on Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket, lay missionary to island Wampanoags. Mayhew, Thomas, Jr. Minister on Martha's Vineyard and missionary to island Wampanoags. Myantonimo. Narragansett High Sachem, nephew of Canonicus and father of Canonchet. Mixino. Narragansett Sachem, son of Canonicus and father of Scutup, husband of Caapin. Minocco. Nipmuc leader from Nashaway. Mosley, Samuel. Massachusetts military officer. Mutomp. Nipmuc Sachem at Quaboag. Newman, Noah. Minister at Rehoboth, Plymouth Colony. Ninigrid. Eastern Niantic Sachem, later de facto Narragansett High Sachem, nephew of Canonicus and cousin of Myantonimo and Pesicus. Numphau, Samuel. Pennacook praying Indian, teacher at Wamasett, son of Numphau. Oldham, John. Massachusetts trader. Oliver, James. Massachusetts magistrate and military officer. Usamakin. Pecanicut Sachem, High Wampanoag Sachem, father of Alexander and Philip. Oaneko. Mohegan Sachem, son of Uncas. Passaconaway. Pennacook Sachem at Pawtucket, father of Wanalancet. Pesicus. High Narragansett Sachem, nephew of Canonicus and brother of Myantonimo, cousin of Ninigrid. Petavit, Joseph. Nipmuc praying Indian, teacher at Hassanamsit, brother of Samson Petavit. Petavit, Samson. Nipmuc Praying Indian, teacher at Wabquiset, brother of Joseph Petavit. Philip, also known as Metacom, Pekanikat Sachem, Wampanoag High Sachem, son of Usamakan and brother of Alexander. Pomum. Shawimit Sachem. Potuk. Narragansett Counselor to Kayapin. Prince, Thomas. Governor of Plymouth. Printer, James. Nipmuc Praying Indian, assistant to John Eliot, minister at Wiantug, brother of Job Catananit and Joseph Tuckahalipin. Pynchon, John. Wealthy trader, magistrate, and later military officer at Springfield, Massachusetts, son of William Pynchon. Kayapin. Female Narragansett Sachem, wife of Mixino, and mother of Scutup. Quinapohit, James. Nashaway Praying Indian, spy and soldier for Massachusetts. Quinapin. Narragansett Sachem, cousin of Canonchit and later husband of Weetamua. Roland's son, Joseph. Puritan minister at Lancaster, Massachusetts. Roland's son, Mary. Wife of Joseph Roland's son. Russell, John. Puritan minister at Hadley, Massachusetts. Sassacus. High Pequot Sachem. Sassamon, John. Praying Indian interpreter, missionary assistant to John Eliot, and later teacher to the Wampanoags, married to Philip's niece. Savage, Thomas. Massachusetts military officer, son-in-law of Anne Hutchinson. Scutup. Narragansett Sachem, son of Mixino and Kayapin. Shoshanim. Nipmuc Sachem at Nashaway. Smith, Richard, Jr. Trader at Wickford, in Narragansett Country. Standish, Miles. Pilgrim leader, Plymouth military officer. Stanton, Thomas. Trader and interpreter at Fort Saybrook and later Connecticut. Stonewall John. Prominent Narragansett. Treat, Robert. Connecticut magistrate and military officer. Tuckahalipin, Joseph. Nipmuc Praying Indian, teacher at Hassanamsit, brother of James Printer and Job Catananit. Turner, William. Baptist, Massachusetts military officer. Tusbacken. Sachem at Nemusket, brother-in-law of Philip. Uncas. Mohegan Sachem, brother-in-law of Sassacus. Underhill, John. Massachusetts military officer, later military officer for New Netherland. Vane, Henry, Jr. Governor of Massachusetts. Waban. Massachusetts Sachem at Nanantum, later Praying Indian ruler at Natick. Waldron, Richard. Massachusetts trader and military officer. Wally, Thomas. Minister at Barnstable, Plymouth Colony. Wampatuck, Josias. Massachusetts Sachem, nephew of Cutchamkin. Wamsuta. C. Alexander. Wanalancet. Pennacook Sachem at Pawtucket, son of Passaconaway. Weetamua. Female Pecasset Sachem, daughter of Corbiton, wife of Alexander, and sister-in-law of Philip, later wife of Quinapin. Weequash. Pequot scout for the English. Willard, Simon. Massachusetts trader, magistrate, and military officer. Williams, Roger. Puritan and Separatist minister, exile from Massachusetts, founder of Providence and of Rhode Island, trader, magistrate. Wilson, John. Puritan minister in Boston. Winslow, Edward. Pilgrim, governor of Plymouth, United Colonies Commissioner, Massachusetts agent to England, father of Josiah Winslow. Winslow, Josiah. United Colonies Commissioner for Plymouth, magistrate, governor, later general, son of Edward Winslow. Winthrop, John. Puritan lay leader in England, governor of Massachusetts, United Colonies Commissioner. Winthrop, John, Jr. Explorer and entrepreneur, governor of Saybrook Colony, founder of Namiag, later governor of Connecticut, United Colonies Commissioner. Winthrop, Wait. Connecticut military officer, son of John Winthrop Jr. Wutasakampanam, Captain Tom. Nipmuc Praying Indian, ruler of the newer praying towns. Wyandanch. Montauk Sachem. Indian communities. Wampanoags. Massachusetts. Penacooks. Narragansetts. Nipmucs. Pequots. Mohegans. Connecticut Valley Indians. Long Island Indians. Outside Lower New England. Kohanat Manomet Mishpi Matapoisit Monomoy Island Mount Hope Nantucket Nausets Nemisket Noep Patuxets Pacasets Pacanicets Sakonets Sawams Titicut Waypoiset. Nadak Naponsit Nanantum Punkapo Agwesagusit. Nashoba Naumkeeg Pawtucket Falls Wamasit. Aquidneck Island Kawesit Eastern Niantics Manisas Pawtuxet Petaquamskutchawimit Niantic. Chabanak Honkamun Hassanamsit Monexit Magankog Monchij Mount Wachusat Manamset Nashaway Okam Makamizit Pakachug Quabog Quantisit Quinnabog Valley Quinsigamand Lake Tantiasqui Wab Quiset Tug. Causatuk Mash Nantucket Mystic Namiag Noanquines Hawks Western Niantics. Shantuk. Agawam Norwutuks Pesky Ompskut Falls Pecumtuk Podunks Pikig Sakokis Squakig Wangunks. Montauk's Chinnacox. Abenakis Kofna Wagami Kamax Mohawks Pakiag Quinnipiak Sasquas Monakamik Swamp Wabanakis. English towns. Asterisks refer to towns that were not always part of Connecticut or were contested. Plymouth. Massachusetts. Connecticut. Rhode Island. Barnstable. Andover. Hartford. Providence. Bridgewater. Billerica. Farmington. Newport. Dartmouth. Boston. New Haven *. Portsmouth. Middleborough. Braintree. New London. Warwick. Plymouth. Brookfield. Norwich. Westerly. Rehoboth. Cambridge. Saybrook *. Sandwich. Chelmsford. Stonington. Scituate. Concord. Wethersfield. Swansea. Dedham. Wickford *. Taunton. Deerfield. Windsor. Dorchester. Dover. Groton. Hadley. Hatfield. Hingham. Lancaster. Lynn. Marlborough. Medfield. Medford. Mendon. Northampton. Quinsigamond. Roxbury. Salem. Springfield. Squakeag. Sudbury. Watertown. Westfield. Weymouth. Woburn. Introduction, the first encounter. 1620. On a cold November day in 1620, 16 heavily armored Englishmen stepped out of a rowboat and onto the beach of Cape Cod. Their ship, the Mayflower, lay at anchor just offshore. Wearing breastplates and helmets and carrying muskets, the men were prepared for a confrontation. But for 4 days they did not see a single human being. 1. Finally, on November 15, they spotted some 5 or 6 natives walking with a dog. As soon as the natives noticed the intruders, they took off into the woods. The Englishmen pursued, eager to make contact, but they could not catch up. The next day, they discovered some graves and an underground stockpile of corn. A few dug up the corn while the rest stood guard. After much consultation, they decided to take as much corn as they could carry, planning to pay the natives later. They were desperate for food and needed seed for spring planting. Was this not God's provision, too? A couple of weeks later, the English were back for more. They raided one of the native stockpiles, taking more corn, 2 or 3 baskets of wheat, and a bag of beans. The next day they went even further. The men happened upon a large grave and decided to dig it up. Inside were bowls, trays, dishes, bracelets, weapons, and other tools, typical of the Algonquian practice of burying valued possessions with the remains of prominent men. Opening a large bundle, they discovered a corpse whose skull had fine yellow hair still on it and a smaller bundle with the bones and head of a little child. They stole some of the prettiest things and reburied the bodies. 3. The natives from whom they stole lived nearby in wetas, or wigwams, which the English soon located. They were made with long young sapling trees bended, and both ends stuck into the ground, and covered with thick mats. Each had a door about 3 feet high and a large hole at the ceiling for smoke ventilation, with removable coverings. Pots hung over fireplaces, and along the walls were beds made of mats and furs. Finding the dwellings empty, the Englishmen stole what they considered valuable. They had intended to bring some beads and other things and leave them behind as a sign of peace and an invitation to trade, but did not have the time. Again they told themselves they would make amends later. 4. The people who owned these homes were Nausets, part of a larger group later known as the Wampanoags, who like all New England natives belonged to a language group called the Algonquians. But they would simply refer to themselves as the people. The armored strangers plundering their possessions were not the first Europeans they had met. Traders and explorers had been coming for 2 decades now, and many of them proved more than willing to steal, kill, and kidnap. Now these men were ransacking the graves of their dead, looting their homes, and plundering their precious food supply. 5. At first the Nausets kept their distance. But soon they struck back. One night, a group of Englishmen lay sleeping on the beach behind a 6-foot barricade of logs and pine boughs. Among them were William Bradford, his friend Edward Winslow, and their short military officer Miles Standish. Suddenly the sleeping men were jolted awake by a hideous and great cry, followed by an alarm from the guard. They took up positions and fired their muskets into the darkness. Then all fell silent. Believing that they must have heard a wolf or fox, they returned to sleep. The next morning they heard the cry again. Arrows began flying. Captain Standish and a few others had their muskets nearby, but others had moved their weapons closer to the water's edge. As they raced across the sand to retrieve them, they were terrified by the Nauset war cry, "Woach, woach, ha ha hatch woach." Standish fired his flintlock. Another man fired as well. Standish ordered them to take their time and aim carefully. They did not know what they were up against and needed to make every shot count. Some of the men had taken refuge in their shallop, a small boat anchored just offshore, and needed to light the wicks of their matchlocks. A man grabbed a burning log and dashed bravely to their relief. A Nauset hiding behind a tree unleashed arrow after arrow, but each time the English were able to dodge the projectiles. Arrows from 30 or 40 Nausets came close by them and on every side, but the English kept the warriors at bay. 3 times they fired in return, and 3 times they missed before a musket ball slammed into the tree, sending bark and splinters flying. The stunned warrior fled into the woods, followed by his companions. Standish's band pursued them for a quarter of a mile, but the Nausets escaped. The Nausets were defending their home from pillaging Englishmen. But the English saw it differently. To Bradford the attack was proof that the Nausets were the enemies of God's people. Thankfully, in his view, God had fought for his people, and no English were harmed. As he later explained, it pleased God to vanquish their enemies and give them deliverance, and by his special providence so to dispose that not any one of them were either hurt or hit. The English named the clash the First Encounter 6. This first encounter offered a glimpse of the tragedy to come. Over the next few decades, tens of thousands of devout English colonists known as Puritans came to America. They believed that bringing Christ's kingdom to the natives would liberate them from darkness. But their understanding of Christianity also spurred them to dominate the natives. A conquest they believed would be spiritual, peaceable, and benevolent devolved into a conquest that was virtually genocidal. This book tells the story of how this happened. As much as possible, it does so from the perspective of those who lived it, both English and Indians. It shows the central role that Christianity played in the conquest of America's first people, and thus in the birth of America as we know it. Its central theme is that Puritan Christianity, including the impulse to establish the kingdom of God and evangelize Native Americans, shaped this conquest from beginning to end. It is not only that the people who did these things happened to be Christians. It is that Christianity was the framework they used to guide, interpret, and defend everything they did. They made sincere efforts to treat Indians according to Christian principles as they understood them, and their sustained missionary efforts, unparalleled among English colonies, demonstrate how serious some of them were about saving native souls. Yet they appealed to Christianity just as confidently when they subjugated, enslaved, or killed native people. Christianity gave Puritans the conviction that they had far more to offer Indians than what Indians could give them in return, imbuing the Puritans with a sense of moral and cultural superiority that led them to dominate the natives. How the natives responded to Christianity, in turn, shaped the way they experienced colonization, whether they resisted it, accepted it, or something in between. Puritans believed they were engaged in a war against the devil for the soul of humanity. Their task was to advance, preserve, and defend Christ's kingdom, which required evangelizing non-Christian people. Massachusetts missionary superintendent Daniel Gookin referred to such efforts as a war of the Lord in which Christ was liberating souls from Satan's bondage. But that was only half the battle. Puritans believed God had chosen England to advance true Christianity in a hostile world. And so it was not enough to convert the natives to Christianity, they had to be converted to Englishness. When Indians resisted such efforts, the Puritans believed, they were resisting Christ's kingdom. And when their resistance took the form of violence, it had to be crushed. Thus Boston minister Increase Mather referred to King Philip's War as a war of the Lord in which God was leading his people in triumph over their enemies. The spiritual and military wars of the Lord were therefore inseparable. In both, Puritans identified victory with the cause of Christ's kingdom, and in both, they sought a conquest of America's first people. In the process, many natives experienced the Puritan dream of liberation as a nightmare of domination. It is all too easy to turn the story of colonialism into a simple morality tale. Earlier generations often thought of colonists as honest folk who fled tyranny in the Old World to establish religious liberty and democracy in the New. They concluded that conflict with Native Americans was tragic yet inevitable, and ultimately essential for progress. America, in this myth, is and always has been the land of the dream. More recently it has become common to go to the opposite extreme, offering a narrative in which greedy and racist Europeans intentionally used Christianity as a tool to justify the enslavement and genocide of innocent Native Americans. The American dream, in this version, has always been a nightmare, especially for persons of color. The reality is more complicated and disturbing. The Puritans did not separate the spiritual and the secular. When they thought about colonialism, land, trade, or war, they thought in religious terms. They believed their society had a covenant with God like that of Old Testament Israel. As long as they kept that covenant, God would bless them, but when they broke it, He would punish them. Their theology was not mere window dressing, it was the source of their most basic convictions. Christianity accounts for much of what was laudable and what was lamentable about the Puritans. We often assume the Puritans came to America with racist attitudes toward Native Americans. But racism as we know it emerged over the course of the colonial period. Puritans were certainly prejudiced, but initially their prejudice was religious and cultural, not racial. They did not think in terms of white and red. They thought in terms of Christian and heathen, English and Indian. 7 They had complex motives, but they genuinely believed they had more to offer Native Americans than they took from them. Their ministers preached the need to treat Indians as human beings made in God's image, with love and justice. They imagined a future in which Indians and English lived side by side as civilized Christians. Their political leaders recognized that Christians had no right to steal native territory and insisted that they occupy only land that was vacant or had been properly purchased. They denounced aggressive war and passed laws recognizing Indian rights to land, material resources, and equal treatment under the law. When colonists exploited natives, missionaries often advocated on the Indians' behalf. To a certain extent, the Puritans were successful. Initially, the colony expanded in a way that, for all its frustrations, most Algonquians found it possible to live with. Between 1620 and 1675, there were only 2 years of war. Time and again, crises were defused because Puritan or Algonquian leaders pursued diplomacy. Puritan Christianity had a lot to do with that. At the same time, Puritan leaders could be unscrupulous, aggressively expansionist, and ruthlessly brutal. Christianity had a lot to do with that too. It was not that the Puritans were hypocrites who did not believe what they preached. By and large they did. Nor was it simply that they were flawed human beings, inclined to pursue their own interests. They were that, and thanks to their theology, they were the first to admit this. They did not hesitate to condemn covetousness or prejudice when they saw it, and there was more than enough to go around. The problem was that some of their ideals, including the way they understood Christian theology, fostered prejudice, arrogance, greed, violence, and domination. Missionary efforts devolved into military conquest because Puritans conflated the spiritual and the political. Believing their society to be the embodiment of Christianity, they interpreted cultural differences as religious differences. They assumed that if Indians were to become Christian, they first had to be civilized, which required living like the English and submitting to English government. They equated the advance of English law, justice, and political dominion with Christian progress, even when it happened violently. And that led them to justify behavior that was self-serving, manipulative, unscrupulous, and harmful. When Indians resisted, Puritan soldiers fought back, certain that they were defending the kingdom of God and that military service was as much God's work as missionary service. They justified Indian suffering on the grounds that Indians would be saved through the process. 8. Such conflict proved the forge out of which the ideology of racism emerged. Prejudice rooted in a sense of Christian superiority evolved into white supremacy. Some leading Puritans resisted this shift, but with limited success. Some Puritans recognized the contradiction between the gospel they professed and the imperious ways colonists often acted. They denounced the most egregious abuses and advocated for peace. But when war did break out, they remained loyal to their countrymen. It would have been surprising had they done anything else, for they believed everyone's ultimate interests depended on the flourishing of English society. A surprising number of Indians came to share that vision. New England was not simply a battlefield with Indians on one side and English on the other. If it had been, the Algonquians might have driven the English out long before they solidified their position in America. But Native Americans did not view themselves as one people. They had kinship and linguistic and sometimes political ties, but each community had its own identity. Nausets, Pakanakets, Narragansetts, Pequots. Uniting against the English would have required setting aside their own conflicting interests. For a long time, most Algonquians viewed the English as one power among many that could be managed and manipulated. And the English had much they desired: high-quality tools, clothing, guns, and ammunition, alcohol, and, yes, spiritual power and the promise of salvation. Natives welcomed them as trading partners and as potential allies against rival tribes. Many worked for the English, wore English clothes, and adopted English customs, although in other respects they maintained Algonquian ways. A substantial number accepted Christianity. Natives became preachers, teachers, and effective missionaries. Many decided their future lay with the English, even when the English did not treat them as equals. They had a stake in Puritan society they were willing to defend with their lives. Some even came to see the struggle for New England's future as a war of the Lord. Others became convinced of the need to resist. They discerned that the colonial hunger for land was insatiable. They resented efforts to usurp their sovereignty. They despised Christianity because it demanded the rejection of traditional ways and submission to colonial authority. As colonists occupied nearly all the best land, subjected natives to their government, and sought to erase native culture. These Indians resisted with every tool at their disposal. Some advocated attacks against the English, but they were never able to persuade all their fellow Algonquians to support them. There were always plenty of Indians, not all Christian, who worked hard to maintain peace with the English or actively supported them, believing it in the best interests of their people. Ultimately, it is less important to judge the dead than to discern why they did what they did. Our noblest dreams and grandest projects are often inextricably intertwined with our darkest atrocities. Puritan New England was arguably the most democratic, educated, religious, and idealistic society in the 17th century world. Yet it was also where Puritans dominated, conquered, and enslaved native peoples in some of the most brutal episodes in American history, forging patterns of oppression that endure to this day. The story of that paradox is the story of this book. Part I. Settlement. 1. The Pilgrims. 1620 to 1623. The colonists who met the Nausets in the first encounter are known to history as the Pilgrims, but their contemporaries called them separatists because they had separated from the Church of England. They shared many convictions with a much larger group that remained in the Church of England and were derided as Puritans because they sought to purify it of practices they considered superstitious and unbiblical. But the separatists thought the Church of England was beyond saving, so they left it. All English Protestants viewed the Roman Catholic Church as a false church and its leader, the Pope, as the Antichrist prophesied in Scripture. They also believed that God stood in a covenant relationship with Christian nations much like the one he had established with his chosen people, Israel, long ago. The covenant stipulated that when they served God faithfully, he would bless them, but when they strayed from his will, he would punish them. When the Protestant Queen Elizabeth led England to victory over the powerful Catholic Spanish Armada in 1588, therefore, many interpreted it as a sign that God not only looked with favor on England but had great purposes for it. The Spanish had been colonizing North and South America for decades. Their priests spread the Roman Catholic religion, while their soldiers and colonists treated natives brutally, sending thousands to their deaths. Surely, Protestants reasoned, it was God's will for England to bring true Christianity to America. The English would treat the natives justly, the natives would welcome them gratefully, and the kingdom of Christ would be established in regions long ruled by the devil, securing salvation for people who desperately needed it. The Puritan movement emerged because many Protestants believed the Church of England needed to become more like Reformed churches in Europe that followed the teachings of John Calvin. Reformed churches preached, worshipped, and governed themselves strictly in accord with Scripture, Puritans believed, untrammeled by superstitious human traditions or the tyranny of bishops. The Church of England, by contrast, maintained many ancient traditions derived from the Roman Catholic Church. It failed to teach the people adequately, leaving them ignorant and their faith impoverished. Many were Christians in name only, having never experienced the transforming power of God's grace. Puritans found ways to advance their cause, preaching, teaching, and meeting in voluntary associations. But the situation deteriorated when James I became king in 1603. "I shall make conform themselves," he declared, "or I will harry them out of the land." His policies, though poorly enforced, drove some Puritans to become separatists. Separatists formed illegal congregations, modeling them as closely as possible on the teachings of the Bible as they understood them. Viewed as extremists, they were harassed, fined, imprisoned, and occasionally executed. 1. One of these separatists was William Bradford, who later found himself under fire from the Nausets on Cape Cod Beach. A native of Yorkshire, by the time he was 12 Bradford had lost his parents, a sister, and the grandfather who raised him. Then he came down with a severe illness that left him incapable of physical labor. As a teenager, he poured his energy into studying the Bible. Troubled by the practices of his local church, he joined a congregation of separatists in Screwby, Nottinghamshire. 2. He later recalled that after James came to the throne, separatists were hunted and persecuted on every side, so as their former afflictions were as flea-bitings in comparison with these that now came upon them. Some were taken and clapped up in prison, others had their houses beset and watched night and day and hardly escaped their hands. Many were forced to flee their homes and lost their livelihoods. In 1608 the Scribi congregation fled to the Netherlands, which had just won a tenuous independence from Spain and which offered a greater degree of religious freedom. They eventually found their way to the city of Leiden. 3. Bradford purchased a home, secured citizenship, married, and became a father. But other separatists struggled, working long hours for low wages in the cloth industry. Parents bemoaned their inability to provide their children with a quality English education. And they feared their children would be seduced by the country's manifold temptations. To make matters worse, the 12 years' truce between the Netherlands and Spain would expire in 1621, war seemed imminent, and the Spanish were notorious for their brutality. John Robinson, the congregation's pastor, and William Brewster, its elder, proposed a novel solution. In 1607, English colonists had established a plantation at Jamestown in Virginia. Why should they not do the same? America was fruitful and fit for habitation, they argued, being devoid of all civil inhabitants. The only natives were savage and brutish men which range up and down, little otherwise than the wild beasts. The idea was not immediately embraced by the congregation. Colonization was expensive and involved unconceivable perils and dangers. They would be liable to famine and nakedness and the want of all things. The change of air, diet, and drinking of water would infect their bodies with sore sickness and grievous diseases. At Jamestown 70 of 108 settlers had died in the first year and 440 of 500 the following winter. Even if they survived, they would be in continual danger of the savage people, who are cruel, barbarous, and most treacherous. They had heard tales of natives flaying living captives and dismembering them, broiling their flesh and eating it before their eyes. Others countered that while the risks were great, God would bless them because they had the noblest of purposes, including laying some good foundation for the propagating and advancing the gospel of the kingdom of Christ in those remote parts of the world. Even if they lost their lives, it would be for an honorable cause. After much prayer and fasting, the congregation reached the consensus that God was calling them to America. They petitioned King James, who had laid claim to the region by right of discovery, for permission to establish a colony where freedom of conscience would prevail and colonists would work for the advancement of His Majesty's dominions and the enlargement of the gospel. The king was pleased, especially by their plan to secure profit by fishing. "So God have my soul, 'tis an honest trade, 'twas the apostles' own calling," he said. 4. They obtained a patent from the Virginia Company and investments from adventurers sympathetic to separatism and willing to accompany them. For military leadership they hired Miles Standish, a 36-year-old veteran of the Dutch War for Independence. Including servants and about 50 members of the congregation, there would be 102 passengers, plus the crew, when the Mayflower set sail in 1620. Their beloved pastor, John Robinson, remained behind in hopes of following later. Many tears were shed when they bade farewell. Bradford and his wife, Dorothy, were especially sorrowful, having decided to leave their 3-year-old son until they were established in America. All knew how much they were giving up, but as Bradford famously wrote, they knew they were pilgrims, and looked not much on those things, but lift up their eyes to the heavens, their dearest country, and quieted their spirits. 5. It was as the pilgrims that they would be known to history. They intended to settle near the Hudson River, but winds and currents forced them to Cape Cod, north of the bounds of their patent. Before heading ashore, 41 leading men signed a covenant, since known as the Mayflower Compact. In it, they established a civil body politic to which they promised due submission and obedience and reaffirmed their several purposes: the glory of God and advancement of the Christian faith and honor of our King and country. 6. The English view of Native Americans as savage and brutish predisposed them to fear Indians, raising the likelihood of conflict. But it bore no resemblance to reality. For all its foreignness to Europeans, Algonquian culture was civil, humane, and orderly. If the Nausets proved hostile when the Pilgrims arrived on Cape Cod, it was not because they were barbarians. It was because decades of experience taught them to view Europeans as barbarians. Algonquians had been interacting with Europeans for nearly a century. In 1524, the explorer Giovanni de Verrazzano, working for France, arrived at Narragansett Bay in what is now Rhode Island. "This is the finest looking tribe, the handsomest in their costumes that we have found in our voyage," he wrote. "They exceed us in size, and they are of a very fair complexion, some of them incline more to a white, and others to a tawny color. Their faces are sharp, and their hair long and black, upon the adorning of which they bestow great pains. Their eyes are black and sharp, their expression mild and pleasant." Europeans did not yet think of themselves as white or Indians as red. Over the following decades, coastal Algonquians had many encounters with European explorers, fishermen, and traders. Information about the foreigners was passed along trade routes from village to village. Each community was led by a sachem, typically a man but sometimes a woman, who was advised by counselors. Sachems were responsible for their people's material welfare and protection and the administration of justice. They had authority over the possession and use of land. They cared for widows, orphans, and the needy when their families could not, hosted guests and travelers, and conducted trade, diplomacy, and war. In return, their people paid them tribute. Lesser sachems, sometimes called sagamores, submitted and paid tribute to a greater sachem who ruled over a larger group or confederation. But groups were often in flux, for lesser sachems were known to shift their loyalties amid competition over land, trade, and influence. 8. With a population of about 40,000, the Narragansetts were New England's most powerful confederation. They inhabited the islands of Narragansett Bay and land to the west, which Verrazzano claimed was so fertile that any kind of seed would produce excellent crops. Led by a sachem named Canonicus, they included groups like the Eastern Nyantics and Chewimes and received tribute from many others. 9. The Wampanoags inhabited the region from Narragansett Bay to Cape Cod, including the islands of Nantucket and Noep. Their population was at least 20,000, and many followed a sachem named Usamakan, often known as Massasoit, whose people, the Pecanicots, lived on the northeast side of Narragansett Bay. Groups with at least some allegiance to Usamakan included the Nausets, Pecasets, Sakonets, Nemaskets, and Patuxets. By the 1600s, Wampanoag encounters with Europeans had become an annual occurrence. Many ended violently. In 1602, an English trader clashed with Wampanoags on Noep. A few years later, French traders battled them on Cape Cod and nearby Monomoy Island. By 1608, an Englishman named Captain Edward Harlow had kidnapped several Wampanoags, displaying a young man named Epinau before the fascinated English public. But Epinau persuaded Englishmen to take him to Noep by regaling them with tales of gold. When the ship neared shore, he jumped overboard and escaped. His would be a leading voice urging resistance to the English. In 1612, French traders clashed with Massachusetts Indians living around Massachusetts Bay, whose population totaled more than 20,000. A French captive learned Algonquian and attempted to evangelize them, and when they mocked him, he warned that God might destroy them. A skeptical sachem gathered his people and asked if his God had so many people and able to kill all those. God surely would, the Frenchman replied, and would bring in strangers to possess their land. His prophecy would haunt natives in years to come. 10. 2 years later, the Englishman Thomas Hunt kidnapped 24 Algonquians, carried them across the Atlantic, and sold them into slavery. One was a Wampanoag named Tisquantum, or Squanto, from Patuxet on Cape Cod Bay. Eventually freed by friars in Spain, he found his way to England, where in 1619 he joined an expedition led by Captain Thomas Dermer and headed for home. At the time of Squanto's capture, Patuxet had been a flourishing community of 2,000 inhabitants, with many little houses, scattered over the fields, and a great many cabins and gardens 11. But when he returned, it had been abandoned and was overgrown and littered with bones. Disease, unintentionally carried by European traders, had swept through the area in the ensuing years, killing natives by the thousands, in some places wiping out as much as 90% of the population. Years later, colonists commented on still unburied bones and skulls that made one forest seem like a newfound Golgotha. The Wampanoags were reduced to a few thousand and the Massachusetts to a few hundred. Land that had been farmed for generations was abandoned. A region that once pulsed with life seemed vacant. 12. Like Christians, Algonquians believed such disasters were not mere accidents but were caused by spirits who needed to be honored and appeased. Sickness meant the spirits were angry. People sought help from shamans known as powwows, who were believed to have special access to the spirit world and skill in healing, among other powers. Powwows practiced various rituals, chanting, bellowing and groaning, antic and laborious gestures to induce a trance that would enable them to importune spirits. But they proved powerless against the epidemic. Traumatized survivors questioned the teachings of their elders, especially when they discovered that the English did not suffer from the disease. Although coastal tribes were devastated, others, such as the Narragansetts, were spared. Some believed the Narragansetts were rewarded for their faithfulness to Puritan, the chief power and creator of the world, for they maintained a large temple where they regularly offered kettles, pelts, hatchets, beads, knives, and other valued possessions as sacrifices. Now they took advantage of their weakened rivals, seizing land north of Narragansett Bay from the Wampanoags and subjugating the Massachusetts. 13. Meanwhile, Wampanoag hostility toward the English grew, especially following an ugly incident in which some English traders shot several Wampanoags on board their ship. When Captain Dermer returned to the region with Squanto in 1620, his ship was attacked by Wampanoags led by Apinau, the young man who had been displayed before the English public. They mortally wounded Dermer, killed most of his men, and captured Squanto, sending him to Osamecan, the great Pecanicat sachem. When the Pilgrims arrived on Cape Cod, therefore, they were entering a war zone. By ransacking graves and stealing food, they confirmed their reputation for viciousness. The Nausets who attacked them were defending their homes. But the Pilgrims did not see it that way. They considered themselves God's people, which meant that those who attacked them were God's enemies. It followed that God would fight for them when they defended themselves. They took it as a sign of God's blessing when they discovered abandoned Patuxet. Here was a great deal of land already cleared and planted with corn just 3 or 4 years ago. Its woods had been cleared of underbrush to facilitate hunting, and a high hill commanded the area, ideal for a fort. A very sweet brook ran below, and there were many delicate springs of as good water as can be drunk. On December 23, 1620, a work party began chopping down trees and assembling lumber to begin building the town they would call Plymouth. Twice over the next few days men sounded the alarm that Indians were near, but no one actually spotted any. The leading Wampanoag sachem, Osamecan, whose home was 40 miles west at Soums, was biding his time. Some Wampanoags, recalling the Frenchman's prophecy, wanted to destroy the fledgling settlement. But others counseled patience. They feared the colonists' guns, which some suspected the English used to spread disease. They also realized these foreigners were different from the violent men who had come before, for they included women and children and evidently planned to stay. Osamecan considered them potential allies against the domineering Narragansetts. 14. The Pilgrims barely survived these first months. Bradford's wife, Dorothy, suffered the first blow when she fell off the Mayflower and drowned. Then a spate of illnesses began striking down colonists. The first victim was just 7 years old. At one point, 2 or 3 people were dying each day, and the sick lay side by side, wall to wall, in the recently constructed common house. 6 or 7 who were healthy enough spared no pains night nor day, but with abundance of toil and hazard of their own health, fetched them wood, made them fires, dressed them meat, made their beds, washed their loathsome clothes, clothed and unclothed them. 15. In mid-February, some of their tools were stolen. The next day, Wampanoags on a far hill beckoned them, only to withdraw when the Pilgrims' military commander Miles Standish began to approach. Hearing a great many Indians, he braced the colony for an attack, but it never came. The alarm sounded again on March 16 when a tall Indian with long black hair boldly strolled into the settlement, stark naked except for a leather about his waist with a fringe about a span long. Carrying a bow and 2 arrows, the one headed and the other unheaded, he walked down the dirt street with its few crude houses and headed for the common building. Colonists blocked him. Then, much to their surprise, he greeted them in English, "Welcome." His name was Samoset, and he was a visiting Wabanaki sachem from Maine. Having learned a smattering of English from some fishermen, he had agreed to initiate contact on Osamekon's behalf. He told them what had happened to the people of Patuxet, which assured the Pilgrims that there is none to hinder our possession, or to lay claim unto it. He explained that the Nausets were hostile. They had killed 3 Englishmen the year before because of the kidnappings perpetrated by Captain Hunt. Osamekon, however, was open to trade, and Samoset's arrows symbolized the choice he was offering, peace or war. 16. The Pilgrims wisely offered him gifts, and he soon returned with warriors bearing pelts and the stolen tools. On March 22, he brought Squanto, the former English captive, who spoke better English, and Osamekon appeared on the hill with 60 warriors. Colonist Edward Winslow gave Osamekon and his brother knives, jewelry, biscuits with butter, and alcohol. He informed the sachem that King James saluted him with words of love and peace, and did accept of him as his friend and ally. He added that John Carver, Plymouth's governor, wanted to trade and confirm a peace. To prove their good intentions, Winslow would remain with the Pecanacots as a hostage while Osamekon went to meet Carver. Osamekon descended the hill with 20 warriors. He was in the prime of life, and the English thought him grave of countenance and spare of speech. He wore a great chain of white bone beads about his neck and carried a pouch of tobacco. His face was painted a sad red, his head oiled and greasy. His warriors' faces were painted in part or in whole. Some black, some red, some yellow, and some white, some with crosses and other antique works. Some wore large skins. Others were partially naked. All were strong and tall. Standish and half a dozen men carrying muskets led the Pecanacots to an unfinished building, sparsely decorated with a green rug and some cushions. Governor Carver arrived to the beating of a drum and the blowing of trumpets. The 2 leaders kissed each other and sat down to eat and drink, Osamekon taking a great draught of alcohol that made him sweat all the while after. The English thought he trembled for fear, but it may have been an effect of the alcohol, to which he was unaccustomed. 17. The leaders proceeded to negotiate a treaty. The English drew up a written version, but given Squanto's limited English, some scholars question how well Osamekon understood it. The fact that Osamekon agreed that Wampanoags who harmed colonists would be turned over to Plymouth for punishment suggests that he might not have known what he was consenting to. But there is another possible interpretation, that the powerful Osamekon was granting a favor to a vulnerable community unable to protect its own people. Aside from that provision, the treaty was eminently fair. Plymouth promised Osamekon, if any did unjustly war against him, we would aid him, and the Pecanacots promised the reverse. Plymouth declared that King James esteemed Osamekon his friend and ally. 18. When Osamekon departed, he left Squanto behind. Over the following months, Squanto showed the English how to plant, fertilize, and tend corn, catch fish during their spawning runs, and procure other necessary resources. To Bradford, he was a special instrument sent of God for their good. 19. The Pilgrims had reason to be grateful. Although they had plundered, vandalized, and occupied land without permission, Usamakin's generosity saved them from destruction. He was taking a tremendous risk, since many sachems staunchly opposed such accommodation and might turn against him. He had no idea how many English were coming, no grasp of how the tsunami of colonization would destroy his people's way of life. One day, Usamakin's son would regret his father's favor toward Plymouth. 20. By spring, half the colonists were dead, including Governor Carver. But warmer weather brought a merciful end to the misery. Much to the pilgrims' delight, the region produced herbs, grapes, strawberries, gooseberries, raspberries, and plums. During summer, they caught cod, bass, lobsters, and later eels. They collected mussels and shellfish and purchased oysters from Wampanoags. Natives streamed to the bay to fish and catch seafood as they had done for generations. Many visited Plymouth, where colonists tried to be hospitable despite their tenuous food supply and their discomfort at seeing men and women walking about with only a skin about their middles. 21. Bradford, who succeeded Carver as governor, sent Edward Winslow, Stephen Hopkins, and Squanto to visit Usamakin at Soams. Among other things, he wanted Usamakin's help making amends with the Nausets. They also needed corn seed for planting. The men set out on July 2, reaching Nemisket, about 15 miles from Plymouth, that afternoon. Nemiskets hosted them generously, offering bread made from maize, boiled acorns, and herring eggs. Winslow and Hopkins thrilled them by shooting crows who had been devouring their corn. From there the party pushed on about 8 miles to Kohanut, on the Titicut River, where hundreds of Wampanoags gathered each spring to fish. The next day they followed the river toward Soams. Wampanoags offered to carry their belongings or hoist them on their backs when crossing streams. The colonists rewarded them with gifts. Winslow marveled at verdant forests watered by abundant springs and streams. There is much good timber, both oak, walnut tree, fir, beech, and exceeding great chestnut trees, he observed. There was so little underbrush that a horseman could ride easily among the trees. He marveled at signs of a once bustling civilization along the river. Upon it are and have been many towns. The ground is very good on both sides, it being for the most part cleared. But weeds taller than he betrayed the tragic reality. Thousands of men have lived there, which died in a great plague not long since, he reflected, and pity it was and is to see so many goodly fields, and so well seated, without men to dress and manure the same. Skulls and bones lay where their houses and dwellings had been, a very sad spectacle to behold. 22. Every once in a while they came upon a hole in the ground, about a foot deep and carefully maintained. Wampanoags explained that such holes marked places where notable events had occurred. When people passing by inquired about them, the stories were passed from person to person, ensuring that Wampanoags knew their land and history. 23. At last they reached Soams, where Usamakin welcomed them into his wigwam. They gave him a coat and chain, which he donned, not a little proud to behold himself, and his men also to see their king so bravely attired. After they discussed their concerns, Usamakin addressed his men, was not he, Usamakin, commander of the country about them? Was not such a town his, and the people of it? And should they not bring their skins unto us? He called the names of at least 30 places, and each time the men applauded in agreement, promising to maintain peace and trade with Plymouth. Turning to his guests, he declared that this was King James's country, and he was also King James's man. Although he did not have any food, having just returned home, he gave them tobacco. That night, much to their chagrin, he invited them to share a bed with him and his wife, they at the one end and we at the other. 2 warriors slept alongside, singing themselves to sleep. Along with the lice and fleas infesting the wigwam and the mosquitoes outside, the barbarous singing kept the discomfited Englishmen wide awake. By morning they felt more weary of our lodging than of our journey. That day many sachems and their men arrived. They gambled for pelts and knives, and the English impressed them by riddling a target with hail shot. The colonists returned to Plymouth the next day, leaving Usamakin grieved and ashamed that he could not feed so many guests. 24. Osamecan persuaded many Wampanoag communities to welcome Plymouth into their network of friendship, but the Nausets were an exception. Plymouth had to send Winslow and 10 men to Cape Cod to make amends with the Nauset sachem, Aspinet. On the way, they met an old woman who fell weeping and crying excessively whenever she saw them. All 3 of her sons had been kidnapped by Captain Hunt and sold into slavery 7 years earlier. Winslow and his men offered her some small trifles and assured her they were sorry. All Englishmen condemned Hunt's actions, they claimed. Eventually they met Aspinet, who affirmed his friendship after they paid for the goods they had stolen. While they were there, however, disgruntled Wampanoags, led by the Pocasset sachem Puritan, rebelled against Osamecan. The Narragansetts supported them, driving Osamecan from Soums, while Puritan marched to Nemisket and seized Squanto, Plymouth's interpreter, and Hobbamock, an esteemed member of Osamecan's council. Hobbamock escaped to Plymouth and reported what had happened. 25. Plymouth realized that if it did not protect its Wampanoag allies, its treaties would be meaningless, so it dispatched Captain Standish with 12 men to take Puritan's head. Arriving at Nemisket during the night, Standish's men opened fire on a wigwam full of sleeping Indians. Boys cried out, "Neen-squeeze," in hopes their lives would be spared, while women desperately clung to Hobbamock. 3 were wounded. Puritan was not even there, but Squanto was found safe, so Standish offered a defensive apology and promised to treat the wounded. Clumsy as it was, the show of force helped persuade Osamecan's opponents to cease their resistance. On September 13, 1621, Puritan, Epinau, and several other sachems acknowledged themselves royal subjects of King James. The Narragansetts withdrew, and Osamecan returned to Soums. 26. Standish and Winslow also led an expedition to secure the allegiance of the Massachusetts people. The islands of Massachusetts Bay had recently been inhabited, some being cleared from end to end, Winslow observed, but now the people are all dead or removed. They met a sachem who agreed to a treaty in exchange for protection from the Mi'kamacs, feared Indians from the north. But other Massachusetts fled as the men approached. Time and again the colonists came across dismantled wigwams and abandoned stockpiles of corn, until they finally encountered a band of terrified women and a man shaking and trembling with fear. Although the women offered them boiled cod and drink, Squanto urged the colonists to steal what they wanted, claiming they are a bad people and have oft threatened you. The colonists warned the Massachusetts that if they proved treacherous, Plymouth would do far worse than Squanto desired. The women sold their coats from their backs and tied boughs about them, Winslow reported, with great shamefacedness, for indeed they are more modest than some of our English women. 27 Their people would not forget the insult. By the time of the 1621 harvest, Plymouth consisted of 7 houses and 4 common buildings. Their pea crop failed, and their barley was indifferent, but their corn flourished, fertilized with herring or aloes as the natives had taught them. The colonists also shot deer, ducks, geese, and turkeys. Afterward, they hosted Osamecan and 90 warriors for a 3-day celebration, romanticized by history as the first Thanksgiving. Goodness of God, Winslow wrote a friend in England, we are so far from want, that we often wish you partakers of our plenty. The Pilgrims owed their survival to Osamecan, but they credited God. We have found the Indians very faithful in their covenant of peace with us, very loving, and ready to pleasure us, Winslow admitted. Yea, it hath pleased God so to possess the Indians with a fear of us and love unto us, that all the princes and peoples round about us have either made suit unto us or been glad of any occasion to make peace. In fact, there is now great peace amongst the Indians themselves, which was not formerly, neither would have been but for us, he claimed. We entertain them familiarly in our houses, and they as friendly bestowing their venison on us. They are a people without any religion or knowledge of any God, yet very trusty, quick of apprehension, ripe-witted, just. The part about religion was false, but Winslow's point was that aspiring colonists need not fear Indians. America's nearly boundless land was theirs for the taking, and all they needed was to cross the Atlantic and claim it. 28. Colonists believed Indians had everything to gain from colonization. That November, Robert Cushman, a respected member of the Leiden congregation, briefly visited the settlement, whose numbers had been bolstered by a second wave of migrants. He urged colonists to offer a good example to the poor heathens, whose eyes are upon you, by bearing each other's burdens and sharing with the needy. Christian love would preach louder to them than if you could cry in their barbarous language, he exhorted. 29. Returning to England, Cushman urged supporters to send more colonists. He speculated that God was preparing to punish his English people. If so, might God be sending his people amongst the heathens that so a light may rise up in the dark, and the kingdom of heaven be taken from them which now have it and given to a people that shall bring forth the fruit of it. The Indians might become God's new chosen people. The colonists' arrival had already improved the natives' lives substantially, he argued. They were wont to be the most cruel and treacherous people in all these parts, even like lions, but to us they have been like lambs, so kind, so submissive, so trusty, as a man may truly say, many Christians are not so kind nor sincere. This was partly because disease and war with the Narragansetts had left them dejected. Although they could have easily destroyed Plymouth, such a fear was upon them as that they never offered us the least injury in word or deed. The Pilgrims had treated them with equity, justice, and compassion, Cushman maintained. They have received much favor, help, and aid from us, but never the least injury or wrong. Colonists welcomed them into their homes, eating and drinking and warming themselves. It was only a matter of time before they embraced Christianity and civilization. 30. Cushman knew that some people questioned the morality of colonization, so he wrote a tract to set their minds at ease. God had not given America to the English the way he gave Canaan to Israel in Old Testament times, he admitted. God commanded Israel to conquer Canaan and destroy its people so that Canaan might become a type or symbol of eternal rest in heaven. Now that Christ had come, no land can be said to be given of God to any nation, as was Canaan. But God wanted his people to go where they could do the most good for others. That was America, where a drop of the knowledge of Christ is most precious. It was not enough to pray for the conversion of the heathens. Christians had to take action. To us they cannot come. Our land is full. To them we may go. Their land is empty. What right did colonists have to occupy the land? Cushman had no doubt that discoveries, contracts, and agreements gave England full rights with respect to other Christian monarchs. As for the natives, America was spacious and void, and there are few, and do but run over the grass, as do also the foxes and wild beasts. They are not industrious, neither have art, science, skill, or faculty to use either the land or the commodities of it, but all spoils, rots, and is marred for want of manuring, gathering, ordering. Colonists had every right to occupy unused land, just like the Old Testament patriarchs. What about land that Indians did claim? Cushman claimed that Usamakon loved the English so much that he not only acknowledged King James as his master and commander, but permitted them to settle in all his dominions, taking what place we will, and as much land as we will, and bringing as many people as we will. Thus the English were eminently justified in coming to America, both to enlarge the king's dominion and to proclaim the gospel to poor blind infidels. By contrast, to remain in England was to be consigned to religious conflict, suffocating economic competition, overcrowding, unemployment, and poverty. If Indians had but a drop of that knowledge of Christianity that flieth about the streets in England, he predicted, they would be filled with exceeding great joy and gladness. 31 All they needed was godly men and women to bring it to them. Cushman's rosy rhetoric bore little resemblance to reality. Wampanoag sachems did not believe they had surrendered their sovereignty or land. Rather, they considered the English to be trading partners, friends, and allies. Other sachems resented the English presence. Canonicus, the Narragansett sachem, was vexed at Plymouth for undermining his domination over the Pecanicots, and Indians talked openly of his preparations for war. In early 1622, Canonicus sent Plymouth a bundle of arrows wrapped in a rattlesnake skin. It was a symbolic assertion of his dominance, backed by the threat of attack. The Pilgrims were in no position to fight the Narragansetts, but they were unwilling to kowtow to a native sachem. So they returned the snakeskin with a symbol of their own, a bundle of powder and shot. It was a bluff, and a dangerous one at that. Edward Winslow admitted, God had let them loose, they might easily have swallowed us up, scarce being a handful in comparison of those forces they might have gathered together against us. Plymouth spent the next month building a fort, but Canonicus allegedly refused to accept the bundle of ammunition, resulting in an uneasy standoff. 32. Later that year, Osamekon's councillor Hobbamock warned that the Massachusetts and Narragansetts were conspiring against Plymouth and that Squanto, Plymouth's Wampanoag interpreter, was part of the plot. Then a member of Squanto's family reported that Osamekon, the Pecasset sachem Corbiton, and many Narragansetts and Wampanoags were preparing to attack Plymouth. An investigation revealed that Squanto, who shared his name with an Indian god, was posturing himself as Osamekon's rival. He was telling Wampanoags that the English kept the plague buried in the ground and could send it amongst whom they would. Squanto promised to protect anyone who submitted to him. An enraged Osamekon demanded Squanto's death. Governor Bradford refused, declaring that Plymouth needed him. Relations quickly soured. When news arrived that Indians had massacred hundreds of colonists in Virginia, Wampanoags spoke of how easy it would be to destroy Plymouth. Nor did Plymouth benefit from Bradford's stubbornness. A few months later, Squanto developed a fever, bleeding profusely from his nose. Some thought he was poisoned. He asked Bradford to pray that he might go to the Englishman's God in heaven. Within days, he was dead. 33. The situation worsened that winter. Thomas Weston, a leading merchant who had financed the Pilgrims' migration, had given up his interest in the colony and sent 60 men to establish a new colony at Wessagusset, more than 20 miles north, on Massachusetts Bay. Weston's men arrived too late to plant corn, though they did build a fort. By February they were on the brink of starvation. Some began working for the Massachusetts, fetching them wood and water in exchange for food. But others stole the Indians' corn, and Wessagusset's leaders sent Plymouth a letter suggesting they attack the Massachusetts to seize more food. Aghast, Plymouth protested that an unprovoked attack would alienate all Indians, violated the law of God and nature, and would incite God's wrath. 34. Around the same time, Plymouth learned that Osamekon was dying. It was Algonquian custom to visit a prominent man when he was sick. If he died, his guests would perform the most doleful rites. If he recovered, he would host a great dance and shower them with gifts. Although Bradford was not on good terms with Osamekon, he dutifully sent Winslow and Hobbamock to Soames. A few miles from their destination, they were informed that Osamekon had died. My loving sachem, my loving sachem. Many have I known, but never any like thee. Hobbamock lamented. He told Winslow that Osamekon was an honest, reasonable, and loving sachem, not bloody and cruel like other Indians. Now that he was dead, the Wampanoags would surely turn against Plymouth, which had not a faithful friend left among the Indians. They pushed on to Soames, arriving well after dark. Much to their relief, it was a false report, but Osamekon did appear to be dying. The town was full of Indians, and Osamekon's wigwam was so crowded they could hardly get in. Powwows were in the midst of their charms for him, making such a hellish noise as it distempered us that were well, and therefore unlike to ease him that was sick, Winslow observed. Women rubbed the sachem's arms and legs to keep him warm. Osamekon permitted Winslow to treat him. Winslow discovered that Osamekon's tongue was exceedingly furred and so swollen he had not swallowed anything in 2 days. Winslow fed him some comfortable conserves on the tip of his knife, scraped an abundance of corruption from his tongue, and washed his mouth. That enabled Usamakan to drink and swallow more conserves. Within half an hour his condition had improved noticeably. Never did I see a man so low recover in that measure in so short a time, Winslow marveled. The grateful sachem asked Winslow to clean the mouths of other Wampanoags too. Winslow humbly acquiesced, though he admitted that it were much offensive to me, not being accustomed with such poisonous savors. Winslow's medical diplomacy changed everything. Before he arrived, a sachem had been urging Usamakan to attack the English. Now that Winslow had saved his life, I see the English are my friends and love me, Usamakan declared, sitting up in bed. Whilst I live, I will never forget this kindness they have showed me. 35. Among those who changed their minds was Corbiton, the Pocasset sachem, whom Winslow visited on his way back to Plymouth. Corbiton was full of merry jests and squibs, Winslow recalled, and never better pleased than when the like are returned again upon him. He asked if Winslow would care for him if he were sick. Winslow said he would. He asked how Winslow dared travel without an escort. Winslow replied that where was true love, there was no fear. If they loved Indians, Corbiton countered, why did they post men with muskets and cannons when Indians came to Plymouth? When Winslow explained that this was the honorable way to greet friends, Corbiton shook his head, declaring that he liked not such salutations. The conversation turned to religion. Corbiton asked why the English prayed before meals. Winslow recalled, I took occasion to tell them of God's works of creation and preservation, of his laws and ordinances, especially of the 10 Commandments, all of which they hearkened unto with great attention and liked well. Since all good things came from God, he explained, it was important to thank him and ask for his continued blessing. The Pocassets affirmed that they believed almost all the same things about Puritan. However, they did not like the command against adultery, thinking there were many inconveniences in it, that a man should be tied to one woman. They talked well into the night, and Winslow believed the conversation no less delightful to them than comfortable to us. The next day, Hobbamock revealed that Usamakan had warned him that Massachusetts and Wampanoags from Cape Cod and Noep were conspiring to attack Wessagusset, Thomas Weston's struggling colony on Massachusetts Bay. Usamakan urged a preemptive strike, for if Wessagusset were destroyed, Algonquians would be emboldened against Plymouth. Why Hobbamock waited so long to relay this intelligence is unclear, but the men hastened to Plymouth. 36. A Massachusetts sachem had sent Plymouth a similar warning, so Plymouth ordered Captain Standish to take 8 men to Wessagusset. His pretense would be trade, but his orders were to take the head of a Massachusetts sachem named Wichawamut, thought to be the plot's ringleader. Before they set sail, Wessagusset colonist Phinehas Pratt arrived with a dire report. Wessagusset had executed a colonist for stealing from the Massachusetts, he explained, but the Massachusetts still refused to sell them food. Several colonists had died. Others wandered around looking for food. The savages seemed to be good friends with us while they feared us, he later wrote, but when they see famine prevail, they begun to insult us. Armed natives lurked about the fort, and an attack seemed imminent. Wessagusset implored Plymouth's aid. 37. When Standish arrived at Wessagusset, he was shocked to discover colonists gathering food on the shore. They told him they feared not the Indians, but lived and suffered them to lodge with them, not having sword or gun, or needing the same. Baffled, he met the fort's leaders, who claimed the Massachusetts were hostile and urged Standish to attack. If the Massachusetts were planning an attack, their coming and going was surprisingly casual. Wichawamut boasted of having killed Europeans, while a warrior named Pexuot mocked that though Standish were a great captain, yet he was but a little man. But they were sufficiently trusting to meet Standish and his men in a room with the door fast shut. Suddenly Standish seized the knife hanging from Pexuot's neck and began stabbing him repeatedly. Others attacked Wichawamut. It is incredible how many wounds these two received before they died, Winslow later wrote, not making any fearful noise, but catching at their weapons and striving to the last. It was an assassination, plain and simple. Standish then ordered his men to kill every Massachusetts man they could find. The soldiers returned to an enthusiastic welcome in Plymouth, leaving 7 more dead Massachusetts in their wake. They hung Wichawamit's head on a pike, a fate reserved for rebels and traitors. The Massachusetts retaliated by killing 3 Wessagusset colonists who had been working for them. 38. According to Winslow, Standish's sudden and unexpected execution, together with the just judgment of God upon their guilty consciences, terrified the Massachusetts and Cape Cod Wampanoags. They abandoned their villages for swamps and forests, where many died of hunger and disease. It was said that one sachem, before he died, exclaimed that the God of the English was offended with them and would destroy them. Usamakin's pro-English policy would not be seriously challenged again during his lifetime. He was at the height of his power. 39. Winslow admitted that the Massachusetts had been provoked by seeming Christians whose conduct made Christ and Christianity stink in the nostrils of the poor infidels, but he never doubted that Standish's preemptive strike was justified or that God favored Plymouth's endeavors. When I seriously consider, he wrote, I cannot but think that God hath a purpose to give that land as an inheritance to our nation. Surely every honest man should support the colonial enterprise, he thought, where religion and profit jump together in so honorable an action. 40. The Pilgrim's pastor, John Robinson, thought differently. Oh, how happy a thing had it been, if you had converted some before you had killed any, he wrote from Leyden. True, some Massachusetts deserved death, but had their plot not been provoked by heathenish Christians? And what right did Plymouth have to kill so many? The English were no magistrates with authority to judge Indians and should have considered not what they deserved, but what you were by necessity constrained to inflict. Standish had gone far beyond that. He was a gifted soldier, but he lacked Christian tenderness toward human beings made in God's image. Men might think it glorious to terrorize poor barbarous people, but God did not. Standish had set a terrible precedent. 41. The Pilgrims had come to America with peaceful intentions and hopes that the natives would embrace Christianity. They intended to fight a spiritual war whose weapons were truth and love, but ended up waging war with knives and muskets. 2. The Puritans. 1629 to 1633. A wave of Puritan migration hit New England a decade after the Pilgrims founded Plymouth. It engulfed the region around Massachusetts Bay, homeland of the Massachusetts people and their northern neighbors, the Penacooks. Devastated by disease, these Indians lacked the power to negotiate with the English, who dominated them from the beginning. Puritan leaders defended colonialism on theological grounds, and they were emphatic that their goal was to convert the natives to Christianity. But other concerns proved more urgent: settlement, agriculture, trade, government, church, and security. The experiences of other colonies demonstrated that the first years of a new settlement were crucial. Their chief priority was establishing Christ's kingdom in the form of a stable English commonwealth. The natives would be converted in God's good time. Puritan visionaries began exploring the possibility of a colony during the mid-1620s. John White, minister of the prosperous commercial town of Dorchester, England, organized a company known as the Dorchester Adventurers in 1623. Its goal was to establish agricultural communities that could serve fishermen working off New England's coast, evangelize Indians, and raise money for Puritan causes. The project failed, but about 50 hard-working colonists remained near Naumkeag, a Penacook town on Massachusetts Bay. In 1628, White and other investors formed the New England Company. They received a patent from the Council for New England to establish a colony extending from 3 miles south of the Charles River to 3 miles north of the Merrimack River. They sent 40-year-old John Endicott and about 50 others to join the struggling community at Naumkeag, which would form the nucleus of the new colony. Colonists named the settlement Salem, the Hebrew word for peace one. Endicott was a zealous Puritan who would prove to be a force in colonial affairs for decades to come. He established ties with Plymouth, concluding that the Pilgrims and Puritans shared one and the same heart, guided by one and the same spirit of truth. That winter, Salem suffered from conflict, cold, hunger, and sickness that claimed the life of Endicott's wife. Plymouth did its best to aid the new settlement. Point 2. Salem might have remained insignificant had conditions for Puritans in England not deteriorated during the 1620s. King James appointed anti-Puritan bishops, refused to intervene on the Protestant side in the 30 Years' War raging in Europe, and married his son Charles, heir to the throne, to Henrietta Maria, Catholic sister of Louis XIII of France. He also soured against the Reformed doctrine of predestination, supporting an alternative view known as Arminianism. After Charles became king in 1625, he appointed anti-Puritan bishops and advisers and attempted to raise revenue without Parliament's consent, a violation of ancient English liberties. Members of Parliament and other prominent resistors found themselves imprisoned. "God is departing from us," a Puritan clergyman warned Parliament. The House of Commons struck back, declaring that anyone who promoted Catholicism or Arminianism was a capital enemy to this kingdom. The king's bishops, for their part, declared that the church's worship and government were of divine origin and essential to Christian obedience. Charles finally dissolved Parliament in 1629, resolved to rule without it, while his bishops harassed Puritan ministers and summoned them before ecclesiastical courts. Point 3. Puritans began to consider seeking a better future in America. By 1629, so many had decided to emigrate that the New England Company was preparing an expedition of 6 ships to carry 400 colonists and 3 ministers. These Puritans were emigrating to protect their form of Christianity, not to evangelize foreign peoples, but the company's governor, Matthew Craddock, reminded John Endicott in Salem that the colony's main end was to bring the Indians to the knowledge of the gospel. They were to demean themselves justly and courteous towards the Indians, feeling compassion for their woeful state and condition, for only God's grace made the English better off. Once Indians discerned the superiority of English culture, they might be persuaded to let their children receive instruction from the colonists, and the mission would take off from there. Preserving the Puritan way of life and evangelizing natives thus fulfilled the same basic mission, the enlargement of the kingdom of Jesus Christ. Time would show that these goals were less compatible than the Puritans imagined. Since preservation was their primary goal, security took priority over evangelism. Craddock warned Endicott not to be too confident of the fidelity of the savages. After all, in 1622 natives in Virginia, taking advantage of their freedom to come and go among English settlements, had massacred hundreds of colonists. Craddock admonished the settlers to be innocent as doves and wise as serpents, as Jesus commanded his disciples. Point 4. The Puritans hoped for peace, but if violence proved to be unavoidable, they were determined to have the upper hand. The company undertook numerous measures in order to avoid conflict. Colonists who sold guns and ammunition to Indians or harmed them in the least kind were to be punished severely. Since familiarity would multiply opportunities for conflict, Indians should be admitted to Salem only at specified times and places. The company implored Endicott to make sure colonists did not steal native land. "If any of the savages pretend right of inheritance to all or any part of the lands granted in our patent, we pray you endeavor to purchase their title, that we may avoid the least scruple of intrusion." 5. They had no desire to conquer New England by force. They saw themselves as liberators. If they were loving and just, surely Indians would welcome them with open arms. It was a hopeful vision, but it was tragically naive. By the spring of 1629, Salem consisted of about 10 houses, including a fair house newly built for the governor. In his inaugural oath, Governor Endicott swore to draw on the natives of this country, called New England, to the knowledge of the true God, and to conserve the planters and others coming hither, in the same knowledge and fear of God. 6. About 300 immigrants arrived that spring, some of whom founded Charlestown on the north bank of the Charles River, about 15 miles southwest of Salem. Those in Salem organized the colony's first church. In the absence of bishops, they followed a procedure developed by separatists, which would have been scandalous in England but set a precedent for New England. They formed a congregation and elected and ordained ministers. Governor Bradford and a delegation from Plymouth attended the service. The new church disregarded the Church of England's Book of Common Prayer, and when two colonists hosted gatherings that involved readings from the prayer book, Endicott sent them back to England. This too was an important precedent. Point 7. Colonists understood little about native culture, and what they did not understand, they despised. Pastor Francis Higginson thought Indians had no concept of land ownership. The Indians are not able to make use of the 1/4 part of the land, neither have they any settled places as towns to dwell in, nor any ground as they challenge for their own possession, but change their habitation from place to place, he wrote. But Algonquians did have a strong sense of land ownership, albeit one quite different from English conceptions of property rights. Sachems owned land on behalf of their people and assigned agricultural plots based on social status and need. Their way of life also required seasonal access to vast areas of woodland, streams, and, for some communities, the coast. They traveled to waterfalls to catch salmon, shad, and alewives during spring and to coastal areas to gather lobsters, clams, and oysters during summer. They burned forest underbrush to create ideal conditions for deer, bear, moose, fowl, and other game, and for wild berries and nuts, relocating to such areas to gather and hunt during fall and winter. Each community possessed such lands, for without them, their way of life was doomed. Communal ownership reflected a culture of hospitality, generosity, and reciprocity. The English ideal of acquiring, dividing, clearing, and developing as much land as possible to maximize economic productivity, regardless of the impact on its inhabitants, would provoke untold surprise and frustration. Colonists despised Algonquian men for spending so much time hunting and fishing while leaving agriculture and other food-gathering activities to women. Since hunting and fishing were recreational activities in England and prosperous English women did not work in the fields, they concluded that Indian men were lazy and exploiting their women. This was unfair, for hunting and fishing in America required considerable skill and labor and was essential to the Algonquian diet. Here, too, cultural misunderstanding bred prejudice. Colonists assured themselves that the Indians wanted them there. The natives generally profess to like well of our coming and planting here, partly because there is abundance of ground that they cannot possess nor make use of, and partly because our being here will be a means both of relief to them when they want, and also a defense from their enemies, Pastor Higginson claimed. But he admitted that colonists did not trust them. Point 8. In April 1630, a Pennacook sachem named Sagamore John warned that a coalition of Narragansett and Massachusetts Indians was planning to attack English settlements. Terrified, Charlestown's residents got busy digging and building a palisade with flankers on the town hill. They breathed a sigh of relief when they were told that the Indians had been frightened off by a cannon shot at Salem. Point 9. Clearly, colonists were more afraid than Higginson let on. Despite the king's hostility toward Puritanism, the New England Company somehow managed to obtain a royal charter for the colony, now known as Massachusetts Bay. The charter completely disregarded Indian sovereignty, presupposing that the king had authority over land in America by right of discovery. It declared that the principal end of the colony was to win and incite the natives of country to the knowledge and obedience of the only true God and Savior of mankind, and the Christian faith. 10. The colony's seal revealed much about Puritan preconceptions of Native Americans. It exhibited an Indian imploring the English with words from Scripture, "Come over and help us." He held a bow and arrow but stood vulnerably, in a posture of peace. It was pure fiction, but it reflected the English belief that colonization was an act of benevolence from which Indians had everything to gain. Such idealized portrayals did not prepare colonists to engage the actual human beings they met in America. Unrealistic expectations were sure to breed disappointment, resentment, and anger. To prevent the king from interfering with the colony's government, the company, renamed the Massachusetts Bay Company, voted to transfer its charter and seat of government to America. Worried that Governor Endicott's Puritan zeal might alienate the king, they elected one of their most energetic and conscientious members to replace him, a man whose name and family would tower over New England's history, John Winthrop. 11. Born to an English gentry family in 1588, Winthrop grew up keenly aware of his disposition toward lewdness and all kind of wickedness. When he was barely 17, he dropped out of Trinity College, Cambridge, and married Mary Forth, but their marriage was difficult. He lacked substantial career prospects and struggled through cycles of guilt, confession, assurance of forgiveness, and pride. "I desired no other happiness but to be embraced," he wrote. "I held nothing so dear that I was not willing to part with for him." Finally, he felt a sense of Jesus's love, far exceeding the affection of the kindest husband. His career prospects improved markedly when he acquired Groton Manor from his uncle and became a magistrate. Like most Christians, he believed magistrates were responsible for promoting true Christianity and punishing idolatry and blasphemy. He knew that rulers who took such tasks seriously were despised and reviled as Puritans, but he was determined to fulfill his calling rather than pursue worldly honor and pleasure. Tragedy struck when Mary died, leaving him with 4 children. His second wife died too. He eventually married Margaret Tyndall, a well-educated, pious woman with whom he raised 7 children. They watched anxiously as Puritan fortunes deteriorated. John feared that God was about to judge England and discussed going to America, where God might provide a shelter and a hiding place. Friends sought to dissuade him. "To adventure your whole family upon so many manifest uncertainties standeth not with your wisdom and long experience," one protested. Winthrop was well aware of the risks. His son Henry had gone to Barbados to plant tobacco in 1626, where he was one of 70 of Christians and 40 slaves of Negroes and Indians. The enterprise failed miserably, and Henry was fortunate to have survived. 12. Nevertheless, Winthrop decided to go. He drew up what he called general observations to justify the colonial enterprise, which he shared with friends and prospective colonists and revised repeatedly based on their feedback. Like most migrants, he emphasized the spiritual and economic welfare of the English, but he considered Native American interests too. As long as Indians remained ignorant of the gospel, Christians believed, they were under Satan's domination and destined for hell. Nor was their fate improved by Jesuit missionaries who converted thousands to Catholicism, the religion of Antichrist. Winthrop argued that the English needed to raise a bulwark against the Jesuits, establishing Christ's kingdom, saving native souls, and speeding the coming of the fullness of the Gentiles into Christianity. There were many good reasons to leave England. Protestants across the English Channel were suffering war and persecution, and he feared like judgment is coming upon us. Might God be preparing New England as a refuge for many whom he meaneth to save in the general destruction? Besides, England's future looked gloomy. It was overpopulated, land was scarce, and social competition spawned materialism and moral compromise. It was almost impossible for a good, upright man to maintain his charge and to live comfortably in his profession. America, by contrast, contained vast lands that lie waste without inhabitant. The earth belonged to God, and God had commanded human beings to be fruitful and multiply, filling the earth and subduing it. Colonizing the land was a religious duty. Some Puritans accused colonists of abandoning England, making God's judgment upon it more likely. Winthrop replied that many godly people remained, and that in any case, God wanted the gospel preached to all nations. Others urged potential colonists to wait to see whether conditions in England improved. But Winthrop countered that complacency was foolhardy. Better to flee while they had the chance. True, they might face hunger, starvation, and war. Loved ones would die. But surely God would provide for his people, sustaining them until they reached heaven, their ultimate reward. They would be careful to avoid the mistakes of previous colonies, which aimed chiefly at profit and not the propagation of religion, involved a multitude of rude and misgoverned persons, the very scum of the land, and did not establish a right form of government. Winthrop's colonists were people of the best quality. They would advance Christ's kingdom and foster good government. What about the natives? What warrant have we to take the land which is and hath been so long time possessed by other sons of Adam? Winthrop was confident in his answer, invoking the well-known legal doctrine of vacuum domicilium. God made the world for all human beings in common, and no one had the right to hoard land they were not using, especially when other regions were overcrowded. Property rights had to be respected, but these savage people ramble over much land without title or property. There was more than enough for them and us. Over time he sharpened this argument into a refined legal case. God hath given to the sons of men a double right to the earth. There is a natural right and a civil right. The first right was natural when men held the earth in common, every man sowing and feeding where he pleased. Then as men and their cattle increased, they appropriated certain parcels of ground by enclosing and peculiar monurants, and this in time gave them a civil right. The Indians had a natural right, but not a civil right. They enclose no land, neither have any settled habitation, nor any tame cattle to improve the land by. It followed that if we leave them sufficient for their use, we may lawfully take the rest. Winthrop believed God had already cleared space for his people by killing Indians. God hath consumed these nations in a miraculous plague whereby a great part of their country is left void without inhabitants. Those who were left would offer little trouble. We shall come in with good leave of these nations, he concluded. He was not concerned about preserving the native way of life. He did not believe the English should conquer America's first people, but by attributing the death of thousands to God's miraculous intervention, he showed that Indian flourishing played no necessary role in his vision for America. He hoped God would save many Indians, but he was confident Christ's kingdom would advance even if most of them died. 13. John White, the Massachusetts Bay Company's visionary founder, offered an equally passionate defense of colonialism in a tract titled The Planter's Plea. Like Winthrop, he drew on God's commands in Genesis 1:28 and 9:1 to fill the earth and subdue it. It was absurd to expect people in one part of the world to endure miserable, overcrowded conditions, while vast tracts elsewhere lay vacant and undeveloped. 14. White connected this argument with the Christian imperative to spread the gospel. Certain people remained under the devil's rule, but now Christ was using colonialism to claim them as his inheritance, in fulfillment of biblical prophecy. Just as the Romans had once conquered the barbarian Picts, ancestors of the English, eventually civilizing and evangelizing them, so now God was showing the same mercy to Native Americans. But the English had to hurry, for their efforts lagged far behind the Catholic Jesuits, who were busy advancing the devil's kingdom. 15. The coastal natives had everything to gain, he thought. Weakened by disease, they would welcome English protection from rivals like the Narragansetts and Mi'kamacs. Then, once the colony was established, the English would lift them from poverty by teaching providence and industry, commerce, discipline, and hard work. All this would breed civility, and Puritan godliness would attract natives to love of the truth, securing for them the most precious gift of all, salvation. They would be conquered for Christ, not by sword or cannon but by love and good works. 16. White viewed Indians as lazy and short-sighted, but his prejudice was religious and cultural, not racial. The two peoples were fundamentally equal, he insisted. There was only one reason natives were beasts and the English were not: God's grace. We are translated into the glorious liberty of the Son of God. They are bond slaves of Satan. Who hath made us to differ? How long shall we scorn what we should commiserate? What if God should show mercy unto them, erect a church among them, recover them out of the power of the devil? Could any conquest be so glorious? 17. White spoke of conquest, but he interpreted that conquest as a spiritual and benevolent struggle for liberation. He foresaw a future in Christ's kingdom that was glorious for English and Indian alike. But what if the Indians resisted? White did not say, but his reference to the Roman conquest of England implied the answer. Military conquest, if necessary, would be more than justified by the blessings Indians received from it. Winthrop's expedition was scheduled for March 1630. He ordered provisions, worked out governing arrangements, enlisted clergy, and recruited colonists. Large portions of churches and communities decided to move together. A majority would travel as families, but there were also many servants. Most colonists were middle class and well educated, though servants were poorer. Emigration required months of preparation as colonists settled their affairs and stockpiled supplies. They had to bring food, clothing, and shoes, bedding, and kitchenware. They needed tools to clear land, build houses, and ply their trades, as well as guns, ammunition, and fishing implements. The cost for a family might exceed £25, about a year's rent for a family farm. 18. People emigrated for many reasons. Some, especially servants, held little allegiance to Puritanism, but most understood what they were getting into. Necessity may press some, White admitted, novelty draw on others, hopes of gain in time to come may prevail with the third sort, but that the most, and most sincere and godly part, have the advancement of the gospel for their main scope, I am confident. 19. Their chief concerns were salvation and prosperity, not the welfare of Indians, but many hoped the natives would eventually share in these blessings. The plan, Winthrop informed his pregnant wife, was for 11 ships to carry 700 passengers, 240 cows, and about 60 horses. He had made the difficult decision to leave Margaret behind, but he brought 22-year-old Henry, with his Barbados experience, and his preteen boys, Stephen and Adam. He would travel on the Arbella, a 350-ton ship rechristened in honor of Lady Arbella Johnson, daughter of the Earl of Lincoln, who was on board. A few days before departure, Winthrop dined with friends who would remain behind. Breaking into a flood of tears himself, set them all a-weeping. While they thought of seeing the faces of each other no more in the land of the living. 20. Before the first ship set sail, John Cotton, a prominent Puritan minister from Lincolnshire, preached a farewell sermon, assuring the departing colonists that God went with them. Widely respected for his wisdom and moderation, Cotton had survived ecclesiastical scrutiny thanks to the protection of a sympathetic bishop. His preaching was brilliant yet plain and pastoral, attracting thousands of listeners from his and other parishes. It would not be long before he too was forced to seek refuge in America. 21. In typical Protestant fashion, he interpreted their endeavor in light of Scripture's story of salvation. Just as the Israelites were exiled from their homeland because they broke God's covenant, so now God's people faced exile because England had broken its covenant. But that did not mean God had abandoned them. On the contrary, God would bless them as long as they pursued his promises. In 2 Samuel 7:10, Cotton's sermon text, God declared to King David, I will appoint a place for my people Israel, and I will plant them, that they may dwell in a place of their own, and move no more. God's relationship with Israel was unique, Cotton admitted. Nevertheless, God's promise to David still applied to God's people. They would plainly see a providence of God leading them from one country to another, making room for them to dwell. 22. How could they know God was providing them a place in America? Cotton declared that if they sought God's presence through preaching, the sacraments, and church discipline, what Puritans called God's ordinances, God promised to give them the land they occupied. Others take the land by his providence, he preached, but God's people take the land by promise. The ordinances were the marks of Christ's kingdom, the heartbeat of Reformed Christianity, and the cause for which they were leaving England. By submitting to them, the colonists proved they were God's people, and if they were God's people, he would enable them to overcome all obstacles. As soon as God's ordinances cease, your security ceaseth, Cotton warned, no doubt thinking of the Church of England. But look into all the stories, whether divine or human, and you shall never find that God ever rooted out a people that had the ordinances planted amongst them, and themselves planted into the ordinances. 23. But what about the natives? Various propagandists argued that the English had the right to drive the natives out of America just as Israel had purged Canaanites from the Promised Land. But Cotton, like most theologians, rejected this abuse of Scripture. God had commanded Israel to slaughter the Canaanites and seize their land, but that was a special commission not given to any other nation. There were other ways to procure land, however. God sometimes gives a foreign people favor in the eyes of any native people to come and sit down with them, he said. This might happen by way of sale or a grant of friendship, as with the Old Testament patriarchs. Either way, they had to negotiate fairly. On the other hand, sometimes God gave his people land by making it, though not altogether void of inhabitants, yet void in that place where they reside, as he had done in America by decimating coastal natives with disease. If, therefore, any son of Adam come and find a place empty, he hath liberty to come and fill and subdue the earth there. It was a natural law confirmed in Scripture, that in a vacant soil, he that taketh possession of it and bestoweth culture and husbandry upon it, his right it is. Did Cotton consider that the natives might resist such claims? Was it this that led him to consider war as another means of gaining land? Indeed, he went on, no nation is to drive out another without special commission from heaven, such as the Israelites had, unless the natives do unjustly wrong them and will not recompense the wrongs done in peaceable sort, and then they may right themselves by lawful war and subdue the country unto themselves. 24 In other words, a just war would place the English in a position like that of Israel after all. If they were attacked, they had permission not only to defend themselves but to conquer. Cotton said nothing about limits or proportionality. He spoke of license. And the criteria he offered were the precise criteria Puritan leaders would later use to justify wars of conquest. But Cotton urged them to aim for something better. Offend not the poor natives, he exhorted, but as you partake in their land, so make them partakers of your precious faith. As you reap their temporals, so feed them with your spirituals. Win them to the love of Christ, for whom Christ died. Here was an argument to assuage the conscience of those who recognized that Indians would suffer from colonialism, one that seemed to echo biblical exhortations to give material aid to those who preached the gospel. The natives would give material wealth, but Cotton considered the gospel, which they would receive in return, a far superior treasure. Indians had as much right to God's love as the English, he said. They never yet refused the gospel, and therefore more hope they will now receive it. Who know it whether God have reared this whole plantation for such an end? 25. The sermon suggested two sharply contrasting possibilities, one promised salvation for America's first people, the other threatened domination. The first was preferable, but either would suffice to advance Christ's kingdom. Puritans paid close attention to preaching, and here were all the arguments they needed for an aggressive pursuit of native land alongside an aggressive pursuit of native souls. The model for the society they hoped to establish was old, gleaned from the pages of Scripture. Pastors would preach the word and congregations would guard the purity of God's ordinances, as in the New Testament church. The state would preserve justice and punish idolatry, false teaching, and immorality, as in Old Testament Israel. It would be a living testimony to the love, justice, and peace of Christ's kingdom. 26. That is, if they actually loved one another. Knowing human nature, Winthrop, the new governor, feared they might not. He addressed the matter in a document titled A Model of Christian Charity. In his most holy and wise providence, Winthrop began, God disposed of human affairs such that some were rich and others poor, some had power and dignity, while others were their subjects. God did this because he wanted human beings to need one another, being knit together in the bond of brotherly affection. All were obligated to use their gifts for the common good, practicing justice and mercy toward the weak and loving even their enemies as the same flesh and image of God. 27. Winthrop worried about how the colonists would treat each other amid the harsh realities of the American wilderness. Extraordinary circumstances required extraordinary generosity, even toward those who could not repay, but the bond of love among Christians, especially among those who had chosen to emigrate together, was stronger than any other. They needed to remember why they had come, that ourselves and posterity may be the better preserved from the common corruptions of this evil world, to serve the Lord and work out our salvation under the power and purity of His holy ordinances. He said little about evangelizing Indians. 28. They were entering a covenant with God, he reminded the colonists. They had promised that if God brought them safely to America, they would serve Him faithfully. Now if the Lord shall please to hear us and bring us in peace to the place we desire, then hath He ratified this covenant and sealed our commission. If so, God would expect a strict performance of the articles contained in it, which placed them in a situation like that of Israel. If they acted justly, loved mercy, and walked humbly with God, we shall find that the God of Israel is among us, when 10 of us shall be able to resist 1,000 of our enemies, when He shall make us a praise and glory, that men shall say of succeeding plantations, the Lord make it like that of New England. But if they fell short, we must consider that we shall be as a city upon a hill. The eyes of all people are upon us, so that if we shall deal falsely with our God in this work we have undertaken and so cause Him to withdraw His present help from us, we shall be made a story and a byword throughout the world. We shall open the mouths of enemies to speak evil of the ways of God. We shall shame the faces of many of God's worthy servants and cause their prayers to be turned into curses upon us, till we be consumed out of the good land whither we are going. He quoted Moses' final words to Israel from Deuteronomy 30. If they obeyed God's commands and kept His ordinances, they would prosper, but if they served pleasure and profit, we shall surely perish out of the good land whither we pass over this vast sea to possess it. Therefore let us choose life, that we and our seed may live by obeying His voice and cleaving to Him, for He is our life and our prosperity. 29. After a 10-week voyage, the Arbella signaled its approach to Salem early on the morning of June 12, 1630, by firing 2 cannons. After they landed, John Endicott gave Winthrop a discouraging briefing. 80 settlers had died over the winter, many were in poor health, and there was little food. Winthrop settled at Charlestown, where he and others formed a church pastored by John Wilson. Others established towns around the bay, Lynn, Medford, Watertown, Roxbury, and Dorchester. They established a general court to govern. Its members, known as assistants or magistrates, were elected by the colony's freemen. The death toll was staggering. On July 2, Winthrop's adult son, Henry, drowned while swimming across a river. my son Henry, a poor child," Winthrop lamented in a letter to his wife. Scurvy and other diseases claimed more victims, including the Lady Arbella and Salem minister Francis Higginson. "We may not look at great things here," Winthrop conceded to his wife. "It is enough that we shall have heaven, though we should pass through hell to it. We here enjoy God and Jesus Christ, is not this enough?" It was not enough for the 200 colonists who gave up and returned to England. Charlestown lacked sufficient fresh water, so in September Winthrop and others resettled on a peninsula across the river connected to the mainland by a narrow neck. They named the settlement Boston. Conditions deteriorated during the winter. Many poorer colonists still lived in tents and struggled to keep warm. Provisions ran dangerously low, reducing them to eating clams and mussels and ground nuts and acorns. Practicing what he preached, Winthrop dressed humbly and labored alongside his servants. He was so generous with his provisions that, according to an early historian, on February 5 he was distributing the last handful of the meal in the barrel unto a poor man when they spotted a ship, laden with provisions. By then another 200 people were dead. 30. Winthrop was encouraged to learn that Roger Williams, a godly minister, was on board. About 28 years old, Williams was winsome, ambitious, and incessantly thoughtful. But as Winthrop would learn, he was not one to compromise on religious matters. He would pursue his own understanding of Christianity, even when it led to radical conclusions that undermined the Puritan certainty that their colonial endeavors were blessed by God. he would play an outsized role in New England over the next half-century. 31. Williams grew up in the bustling Smithfield neighborhood of London. Refugee and separatist groups met nearby, and when he was around 8, a heretic was burned at the stake within sight of his home. Later he recalled that as a boy God touched my soul with a love to himself, to his only begotten, the true Lord Jesus, to his holy scriptures. As a teenager, he caught the eye of Sir Edward Coke, Chief Justice of the King's Bench and a hero to opponents of royal absolutism, who selected Williams as an apprentice. Coke's instruction and devotion to liberty left a profound mark on Williams. He went on to study at Pembroke College, Cambridge, and was ordained as a minister. He married Mary Bernard, a Puritan pastor's daughter, and soon decided that the Book of Common Prayer violated his conscience. John Cotton, the popular Puritan preacher, suggested he select faithful prayers from the Book of Common Prayer while ignoring the rest, but Williams declared this too great a compromise. 32. His reputation preceded him, so Boston's church voted unanimously to call him as a minister. Yet it bothered Williams that the congregation considered itself part of the Church of England. I conscientiously refused, he later recalled, because I durst not officiate to an unseparated people. 33. The people of Boston were irritated when he subsequently agreed to serve at Salem. But soon Williams moved on to join the separatist community at Plymouth. Plymouth Governor William Bradford wrote that his teaching was well approved, for the benefit of which I still bless God and am thankful to him, even for his sharpest admonitions and reproofs, so far as they agreed with the truth. 34. Williams had no intention of settling as a minister. He longed to be a missionary. 35. He began trading with Wampanoags and Narragansetts and tried to learn their language. God was pleased to give me a painful, patient spirit to lodge with them in their filthy, smoky hills, he later recalled. He gave gifts to Osamecan, the Wampanoag sachem, and befriended Canonicus, the Narragansett sachem most shy of all English. As he considered purchasing land for a trading post, he thought about colonization in a way few English did, from the Indian's perspective. He began to question the king's right to claim native land. 36. Massachusetts Governor Winthrop could not have been happier about the native response to English settlement. The Massachusetts and Penacooks were too weak to oppose the English and viewed them as potential protectors against the Mi'kmaq. On March 23, 1631, the wary Massachusetts sachem Chickatawbut, whose men Captain Standish's Plymouth forces had murdered 8 years earlier, presented Winthrop with a hogshead of corn. Winthrop responded with a night of hospitality and dinner the next day. A few weeks later, Chickatawbut traded 2 large beaver pelts for English clothes. 3 days after that, the handsome young Penacook Sagamore John and his brother Sagamore James, who together had 30 or 40 men, obtained Winthrop's aid in recovering beaver skins of which they had been cheated. By May, John and Chickatawbut had promised to make satisfaction whenever their men wronged colonists. 37. Larger, more distant tribes also reached out. On April 4, Sagamore John brought the sachem Waginakut from the distant Connecticut Valley. Waginakut's people had been defeated by the mighty Pequots, who lived in what is now southeastern Connecticut. Hoping an alliance might strengthen his hand, he described the fruitfulness of the valley and offered tribute if colonists settled there. But Winthrop declined, not wanting to see his godly society scattered. 3 months later, Sagamore John brought Canonicus's son to see Winthrop. The Narragansett gave Winthrop a pelt, and Winthrop reciprocated with dinner and a pewter pot. 38. Time and again Algonquians demonstrated goodwill, rescuing colonists who were shipwrecked and stranded, capturing a man wanted for bigamy. They welcomed travelers into their wigwams, fed them, and guided them through the woods. These Indians are of affable, courteous, and well-disposed natures, ready to communicate the best of their wealth to the mutual good of one another, praised colonist William Wood. They are as willing to part with their mite in poverty as treasure in plenty. Even so, there was conflict from the start. Colonists did not confine their cattle, which were invasive to America, so wandering animals trampled and devoured native crops, and Indians retaliated by harming the animals. The court attempted fair settlements, requiring each party to pay restitution, but instead of making colonists control their cattle, as in English law, it told sachems they had to fence their own fields. The court punished colonists for theft and other crimes against Indians. When an Indian couple complained that a young colonist solicited the woman for sex, the court had him whipped. It tried to forestall conflict by limiting trade to specified times and locations and forbidding the sale of guns, and it forbade settlers from employing natives without a license. Most important, it prohibited colonists from purchasing land directly from Indians or settling anywhere without court permission. All land transactions had to be processed by the court. This enabled the government to protect Indians from predatory colonists, but it also prevented competition, ensuring that land remained cheap. 39. It was clear that when push came to shove, the English held the upper hand. Unlike Plymouth, which had to treat the Wampanoags as allies, the Massachusetts Bay colonists heavily outnumbered the Massachusetts and Penacooks and treated them as subjects. Its court issued the final judgment in all disputes, holding sachems accountable for their people's behavior. While it tried to rule fairly, it was inevitably biased and followed English principles of justice, not Algonquian. Given that they regarded the natives as savages, colonists would not have had it any other way. Many believed it was only a matter of time before Indians recognized the superiority of English culture and embraced Christianity. Sagamore John wanted to learn English, dress in English clothes, and learn about Christianity, because, he said, much good men, much good God. One man urged John Winthrop Jr., Governor Winthrop's son, to win over the sachem by giving him a scarlet coat. The more love and respect you show to the sagamores and sachems, the more love and fear shall you gain from the common natives, he argued. If gifts could blind the wise, according to a proverb, how much more them that are ignorant and simple, as I think all the natives are 40. But although Sagamore John did resolve and promise to leave the Indians and come live with us, a colonist reported, he could not overcome his fear of the scoffs of the Indians. 41 Nor did other natives flock to Christianity. This was disappointing, but Puritans had a ready explanation: saving native souls meant driving the devil from his kingdom, which he was sure to resist. Boston pastor John Wilson found a metaphor for the struggle in a story about a mouse that killed a snake. The snake represented the devil, while the mouse represented the poor contemptible people which God had brought hither, which should overcome Satan here and dispossess him of his kingdom. 42. Puritans concluded that until Indians were converted, they remained servants of Satan who could not be trusted. This, in turn, bred fear of Indian attack. The smallest incident, such as a colonist firing his musket while searching for a lost calf, could send men scurrying for their guns. Algonquians remained far more likely to fight each other, however. In August 1631, Mi'kmaq warriors attacked a Penacook village, killing 7 men, wounding Sagamores John and James, and capturing James's wife. Not wanting to be drawn into an Indian war, the colony ransomed the woman for wampum and pelts. Winthrop also refused to retaliate when Mi'kmaq murdered a trader off the coast of Maine, noting the trader was a wicked fellow and had much wronged the Indians. Colonial authorities did respond when security demanded it. When Mi'kmaq captured a ship and murdered 5 colonists, the authorities hanged the perpetrators. When they learned that warriors were gathering nearby, they sent militia to disperse them. In April 1632, Narragansetts attacked Usamakan at Soams with a great army, forcing him to take refuge at a Plymouth trading post. Plymouth dispatched Captain Standish with soldiers and requested help from Massachusetts Bay. The Narragansetts withdrew, fearing an attack from the Pequots to the west, but 2 weeks later Winthrop learned that the Narragansetts and Pequots were making peace. This was distressing, for friendship between such professed enemies raised the specter of a pan-Algonquian alliance. For a while, tensions seemed to settle down. The Narragansett sachem Canonicus's nephew Miantonimo even attended church during a visit to Boston. But by September there were reports of large gatherings of Narragansetts and Penacooks, An English trader was murdered in a Pennacook wigwam, and Massachusetts Bay mobilized its militia again. 43. The dream of Indian conversion was fading in the face of tensions that threatened to burst into war at any moment. Harassment of Puritans in England intensified during the 1630s, leading thousands more to migrate to New England. By 1632 the population of Massachusetts had reached 2,000, dwarfing that of Plymouth. In 1634 it reached 4,000, and by 1637 it had doubled again, to 8,000.44 in 1633, John Cotton arrived along with his friend and fellow minister Thomas Hooker. It brought him immense grief to be cast out into a wilderness, Cotton admitted, but his success in evading the authorities had come to an end. They had to disguise themselves to avoid inspectors at their port of embarkation. Now they became New England's leading clergy. Cotton was installed alongside Wilson as pastor in Boston. Hooker became a minister in Newtown, later renamed Cambridge. 45. Puritans wanted Massachusetts to be a Christian commonwealth and developed a unique political system over the course of the 1630s. It was a creative reflection of Puritan ideals, combining an unprecedented measure of republican democracy with firm religious constraints. In 1631, the court extended voting rights to all male church members. In each new community, Puritans established covenants forming self-governing towns and churches. They tried to apportion land equitably, following a basic policy of equality while granting slightly larger tracts to men of higher social status. Based on the principle that people should not be taxed without their consent, the magistrates granted towns the right to send 2 deputies to meetings of the General Court. The government became bicameral, with a court of assistants that met regularly and a House of Deputies that assembled less often. Though Puritans agreed that government's power came from God, not the people, Massachusetts was the most democratic society in Christendom. An unprecedented proportion of men, women, and children were literate, since Puritans wanted everyone to read the Bible and other religious material. Harvard College was founded in 1636. 3 years later, Cambridge had a printing press. 46. The churches also evolved in a democratic direction. Nearly all followed Salem's example, in which members established a covenant forming a church, electing pastors and elders while maintaining congregational control of worship and discipline. The General Court approved these arrangements, occasionally intervening to mediate conflicts and ensure that churches' teachings and practices remained within acceptable bounds. During the following years, however, churches tightened qualifications for membership. Since they aspired to be a body of true believers, congregations required that individuals seeking full membership, which allowed participation in the Lord's Supper, offer a compelling testimony of God's work in their lives. Since only church members could vote, this development had political implications. Only men who could describe the Spirit's work in their lives to the satisfaction of their congregations could vote or hold political office. Massachusetts might be more democratic than any other society, but it was also determined to be governed by godly men. Furthermore, the General Court never adopted a significant policy without consulting the ministers. The clergy drafted a model of church and civil power, articulating the distinct yet complementary responsibilities of church and state. They also endorsed the republican principle that in a free state no magistrate hath power over the bodies, goods, lands, liberties of a free people, but by their free consent. 47. Cotton wrote an abstract of the laws of New England as a draft for the General Court, following the premise that while Massachusetts did not have to adopt the laws of Moses, which were designed for Israel, it should conform to their basic principles. Massachusetts never enacted Cotton's laws, but it did follow his basic approach. 48. For example, while England stipulated the death penalty for certain types of theft, there was no warrant for this in Scripture, so Massachusetts lightened the sentence. On the other hand, following the Old Testament, Massachusetts re-established the death penalty for adultery, which was not a capital crime in England. Puritan noblemen in England looked askance at these trends, which were both too democratic and too theocratic for their liking. When they lobbied for changes, Cotton responded. He conceded that democracy was illegitimate if it meant government by the people, for it was the people who needed to be governed. But he defended the people's right to elect their leaders, which had precedent in the Old Testament. Such a system was not properly identified as democracy, he insisted, because the government was administered, not by the people, but by the governors. Rather, it was a status popularis, or popular constitution, designed according to three fundamental principles: authority in magistrates, liberty in people, purity in the Church. 49. The Puritan dream was to establish a godly society, and Cotton was thrilled by what they had accomplished. According to a later source, he wrote a friend that the order of the churches and the Commonwealth was now so settled in New England, by common consent, that it brought into his mind the new heaven and the new earth, wherein dwells righteousness. 50. In time, Puritans hoped, the natives would embrace the gospel and civilization. The future had never seemed brighter. 3. The Lord has cleared our title. 1633 to 1636. It was only a matter of time before colonists from Plymouth and Massachusetts cast their vision toward the Connecticut Valley. The valley's rich soil beckoned to colonists seeking available farmland. And the Connecticut River offered direct access to native communities engaged in the lucrative fur trade. But the Dutch were already there, as were many Algonquian communities, and competition was turning the region into a powder keg. Dutch traders had established a post on the Hudson River, near present-day Albany, 6 years before the Pilgrims landed, and by 1624 were building New Amsterdam on Manhattan Island. Trade took off when they discovered the Indian fascination with wampum. Algonquians along Long Island Sound and Narragansett Bay produced wampum by stringing together white and purple beads made from the shells of whelks and clams. Prestigious individuals wore it as jewelry and exchanged it during political and social rituals. The Dutch began using wampum as currency, which was a boon for the powerful Pequots and Narragansetts. The Pequots, whose 13,000 people lived east of the Connecticut River, dominated wampum-producing communities on both sides of Long Island Sound as well as fur-trading communities in the lower valley. Through them, the Dutch obtained as many as 10,000 pelts a year. The Narragansetts, according to one colonist, emerged as New England's wealthiest and most industrious, trading wampum to both Indians and English. The Narragansetts and Pequots were rivals, but prosperity had produced a fragile peace. In 1633, the Dutch built a trading post known as the House of Good Hope 40 miles up the Connecticut River, enabling them to trade directly with Indians from the interior. The Pequots rightly saw this as a direct threat to their dominance of the fur trade, so they took action, attacking a party of Indians on their way to Good Hope. In retaliation, the Dutch seized the Pequot sachem Titobum while he was trading aboard a Dutch vessel, demanding wampum for his release. After the Pequots paid it, the Dutch killed him anyway. The enraged Pequots sought revenge, as demanded by Algonquian justice. Soon they were at war with both the Dutch and the Narragansetts and on a collision course with the English. 1. When Plymouth proposed a joint trading venture in the valley, therefore, Massachusetts Governor John Winthrop demurred, explaining that the place was not fit for plantation, there being 3,000 or 4,000 warlike Indians. So Plymouth acted on its own. It shrewdly undercut the Dutch, procuring land north of Good Hope from a sachem named Natawant in exchange for a promise to help him recover land taken from him by the Pequots. Plymouth built a fortified trading post on the newly acquired land. Winthrop did send envoys to inform New Netherland that the valley belonged to Massachusetts by charter from the king. The Dutch governor countered that his government had granted it to the Dutch West India Company. He also sent 70 soldiers to demonstrate against Plymouth's post, but without success. That winter, Dutch traders traveled upriver to an Indian fort to dissuade its inhabitants from trading with the English. While they were there, a force beyond anyone's control shattered the region's balance of power. Smallpox swept through the community, killing nearly all of its 1,000 people. The stunned Dutchmen fled to Good Hope, almost spent with hunger and cold too. the disease decimated native communities that had escaped the earlier epidemic. It claimed as many as 75% of the Pequots, reducing their population to around 3,000. Colonists reported that 700 Narragansetts died, but the actual toll was probably higher. 3 Plymouth Governor William Bradford described horrific conditions among Connecticut Valley Indians. For want of bedding and linen and other helps, they fall into a lamentable condition as they lie on their hard mats, the pox breaking and mattering and running one into another, their skin cleaving by reason thereof to the mats they lie on. When they turn them, a whole side will flay off at once, as it were, and they will be all of a gore blood, most fearful to behold. Desperate for warmth but unable to gather wood, Indians burned the possessions in their homes. Others crawled for water, only to die before they reached it. Seeing their woeful and sad condition and hearing their pitiful cries and lamentations, compassionate Plymouth traders daily gathered wood and made them fires, brought food and water while they lived, and buried them when they died. The natives were grateful, according to Bradford, though few survived to express it. 4. Smallpox also decimated the remaining Massachusetts and Penacooks. At one point, colonists entered a wigwam full of dead Indians and found a poor infant, which lay on the ground sucking the breast of its dead mother. 5 The Massachusetts Sachem Chickatawbut, the Penacook Sagamore James, and most of their people died. Indians observed that the plagues hardly touched the English. Some concluded that the Christian God was more powerful than their gods and vowed that if they recovered, they would serve him. The Penacook Sagamore John battled hard, expressing his desire to live with the English and serve their God, but eventually resigned himself to his fate. The God of the English is much angry with me and will destroy me, he declared from his bed. Ah, I was afraid of the scoffs of these wicked Indians. Yet my child shall live with the English, and learn to know their God when I am dead. I'll give him to Mr. Wilson. He is a much good man, and much loved me. John died, according to a colonist, in a persuasion that he should go to the Englishman's God. His son was one of several Indian orphans who would be raised by colonists. 6. Despite their sympathy toward suffering natives, Puritans interpreted the plague as an act of God that would make way for Christ's kingdom in a land long ruled by the devil. God used this awful and admirable dispensation to make room for his people of the English nation, a colonist wrote. Without this terrible stroke of God upon the natives, immigrants would have had much more difficulty finding land, and it would have been much more expensive. 7 By killing Indians with smallpox, Winthrop argued, the Lord hath cleared our title to what we possess. 8 God sent the smallpox because Indians had begun to quarrel with them about their bounds of land even though colonists had purchased it fairly, one colonist believed. Thus did the Lord allay their quarrelsome spirits and made room for the following part of his army. 9. That army was not long in coming. The English wanted land, and Massachusetts and Penacook survivors had plenty to spare. They did not have to be forced to give it up. They were eager to acquire English tools, pots, clothing, and other products and to forge alliances. Despite prices that now seem shocking, they often believed they were getting a fair deal, at least at first. But they did not grasp the full implications of the sales, let alone of colonization. This was partly due to the relatively slow pace of settlement. Massachusetts and Plymouth typically granted colonists tracts of land on the condition that they purchase it from the natives, and colonists often purchased land before they were able to settle much of it. Indians continued living on it, hunting and fishing as they had before. Even after settlers began clearing land and constructing towns, nearby native villages maintained their traditional way of life. As a result, the consequences of the transactions did not seem particularly dire at first. Indians viewed them as treaties of friendship and hospitality permitting shared use, not acts of permanent dispossession. Sometimes they came to colonists expecting further gifts. When colonists did not respond in kind, they were surprised and offended. They had no idea how many thousands of English were coming, or how their way of life would become impossible to sustain. 10. While the Puritans believed God was clearing land for English settlement, the separatist minister Roger Williams was struggling with his conscience. Williams had become convinced that Massachusetts' charter was unjust because it presupposed that Christian kings are invested with right by virtue of their Christianity to take and give away the lands and countries of other men. He shared a treatise outlining his arguments with the Plymouth magistrates. Contrary to King James's assertion, he pointed out, England was not the first Christian nation to discover America. Nor was England a genuinely Christian nation. Indeed, King Charles actively supported the cause of Antichrist. Yet even if Charles were a true Christian king, Christianity did not give him the right to take Indians' land without their consent. 11. Plymouth's Governor William Bradford wrote that Williams was very unsettled in judgment and began to fall into some strange opinions, and from opinion to practice, which caused some controversy between the church and him. Williams eventually returned to Salem, where he continued teaching. Plymouth warned authorities in Massachusetts about his ideas. 12. Governor Winthrop asked Williams for a copy of the treatise, and the magistrates in Boston met to discuss it. They did not like what they read. They showed it to the ministers, who much condemned Mr. Williams's error and presumption. Massachusetts had a reputation which it was working hard to dispel as a refuge for radicals, and even now the king was considering revoking its charter. What would he do if he learned of Williams's treatise? If it be not treason, yet I dare say it is strange boldness and beyond the limits of his calling, Winthrop wrote former Governor John Endicott. If Williams had any love for New England, he would not have provoked our king against us and put a sword into his hand to destroy us. What frustrated Winthrop was how Williams caricatured the case for colonization. Massachusetts' right of possession did not depend on Christianity, he argued, nor on discovery, nor solely on the king's charter. It depended on the doctrine of vacuum domicilium, which allowed them to occupy unused land, and on their scrupulous care to pay for any land Indians claimed. Every tract they occupied was by good liking of the natives. And if God were not pleased with our inheriting these parts, Winthrop continued, why did he drive out the natives before us? And why doth he still make room for us by diminishing them as we increase? Why hath he planted his churches here? Why doth he declare his favorable presence among us by making his ordinances effectual to the saving of many souls? We had no right to this land, yet our God hath right to it, and if he be pleased to give it to us, who shall control him or his terms? In short, God was conquering America, his people were simply accepting his blessings. Whatever Williams thought of these arguments, he responded meekly. He assured Winthrop that he had never intended his treatise for public consumption and reaffirmed his loyalty. Boston ministers Cotton and Wilson then admitted that the treatise had been written in very obscure and implicative phrases. Perhaps, they conceded, its arguments were not so evil as at first they seemed. 13. The situation in the Connecticut Valley continued to deteriorate. The Pequots sought to avenge their murdered sachem, but fatefully it was on an Englishman, not the Dutch, that they unleashed their fury. In January 1634, word reached Boston that Pequots had killed a Virginia trader named John Stone near the mouth of the Connecticut River. Apparently 3 of Stone's men had been killed when they went ashore to hunt fowl. A sachem and his men then boarded Stone's vessel while he lay sleeping and knocked him on the head. They killed his crew and left the boat in flames. 14. The leaders of Massachusetts had little sympathy for Stone himself. Though he hailed from a prominent London family, Stone had alienated colonial authorities time and again. Once, in New Amsterdam, he tried to steal a vessel from Plymouth loaded with 500 pounds of goods. He was accused of attempting to stab the governor of Plymouth with a dagger. 15 During a visit to Boston, he got drunk and was caught in bed with a married woman. From jail, he threatened to use his connections against Massachusetts. The court banished him, and he was on his way to Virginia when the Pequots killed him. Thus did God destroy him that so proudly threatened to ruin us, wrote a colonist. 16. Colonists had no reason to fear the Pequots. Colonist William Wood described them as just and equal in their dealings, not treacherous either to their countrymen or English. 17 Although the killing of Stone and his crew was alarming, Governor Winthrop was no more inclined to seek revenge than he had been when other renegade colonists were murdered. 18 Few could have imagined that one day Stone's death would be cited as cause for war. The Pequots were reeling from the epidemic and wars with the Dutch and Narragansetts, and they were desperate for allies and trading partners. In November they sent 2 ambassadors to Boston with a gift of wampum. According to Winthrop, they offered Massachusetts exclusive trading rights, all their right to Connecticut, as well as 400 fathom of wampum and 40 beaver and 30 otter skins in exchange for trade and friendship. Massachusetts would have no military obligations. 19. Although it was an incredible offer, the ministers persuaded the magistrates to add one condition: the Pequots had to surrender the men who killed John Stone and his crew. The Pequots demurred. They claimed their warriors had attacked Stone only because he had kidnapped 2 Pequots and forced them to guide him upstream. Besides, there were few men left to punish. The sachem who led the attack had since been killed by the Dutch, and all but 2 of his men had died from smallpox. Nevertheless, they agreed to communicate Massachusetts' demand to their sachems, who would decide if the men were worthy of death. After conferring with the ministers and praying, the magistrates agreed to the treaty. The next day, they were alarmed to hear that as many as 300 Narragansetts were at Neponset, several miles from Boston, planning to kill the Pequot ambassadors. They raised a body of troops, but as usual the threat had been exaggerated. 20 Narragansetts were simply hunting in the woods. The magistrates seized the opportunity to broker peace between the rival native powers. The Pequots protested that it was dishonorable for them to give wampum to their traditional enemies, so Massachusetts paid it on their behalf. The Pequots then accepted the treaty. 20 It was a high point in Algonquian English diplomacy and an incredible deal for Massachusetts. In one fell swoop, the colony had secured a claim to the Connecticut Valley, trade with the Pequots, and peace between the region's dominant native groups. Tragically, it would not endure. Massachusetts sent a trader named John Oldham to confirm the treaty and initiate trade in early 1635, but the Pequot sachems believed their ambassadors had offered too much wampum and were unwilling to surrender Stone's killers. In effect, they declined to ratify the treaty. 21. But Massachusetts was unwilling to relinquish its newfound claim to the Connecticut Valley. The year before, the people of Newtown had complained that they lacked sufficient grazing land for cattle and asked to relocate to the valley. After days of heated debate, the magistrates rejected the petition. Massachusetts was a Christian community, Governor Winthrop explained, and colonists ought to remain united as one body. They did permit Oldham to establish a trading post at Pycag, later renamed Wethersfield. 22. Now, however, recognizing that smallpox had cleared the region of many inhabitants, Massachusetts authorized several towns to migrate to the valley on the condition that they continue still under this government. 23 Former Deputy Governor Roger Ludlow led one group to Plymouth's trading post, to the chagrin of Plymouth agent Jonathan Brewster. Massachusetts men are coming almost daily, some by water and some by land, Brewster complained. I hope they will hear reason, as that we were here first and entered with much difficulty and danger, both in regard of the Dutch and Indians, and bought the land. But they did not hear reason. Migrants occupied the meadows around the trading post, establishing what became the town of Windsor. Ignoring Brewster's protests, they claimed that since it was the Lord's waste, and altogether void of inhabitants, they had as much right to settle there as anyone. 24. These oppressors deserve no favor, complained Plymouth's Edward Winslow. It was shameful that religion should be a cloak for such spirits. 25 But the migrants kept coming, 60 or more at a time, men, women, and children, along with pigs, horses, and cattle. 26 5 parties now had an interest in the same stretch of river, New Netherland, Plymouth, Massachusetts, Valley Indians, and the Pequots. As if it were not crowded enough, in 1635 another colony was established on the river. Rebuffed in their effort to make Massachusetts more aristocratic, Several Puritan noblemen claimed a poorly defined tract of land extending from Narragansett Bay westward, based on a patent from the Earl of Warwick. 27 They asked 29-year-old John Winthrop Jr. to initiate the enterprise. The oldest son of the Massachusetts governor, Winthrop Jr. was an intelligent, ambitious entrepreneur. He was devout but not dogmatic and preferred diplomacy to conflict. As a student at London's prestigious Inner Temple, he had discovered the exciting world of alchemy, a branch of natural philosophy that had as much to do with science and experimentation as with magic or turning metal into gold. He had traveled as far as Constantinople, befriending scholars all over Europe. Like many of them, he believed advances in knowledge, technology, agriculture, and medicine were essential to the progress of humanity. He even brought glassware, chemicals, and books to America and built a research laboratory. While managing Massachusetts cess for trade and serving as a magistrate, he explored the region looking for metal and mineral deposits. 28. The Warwick patentees instructed him to build a fort and houses as may receive men of quality at the mouth of the Connecticut River. 29 A lieutenant named Lyon Gardner, former engineer of fortifications for the Dutch Prince of Orange, commenced the work on Winthrop's behalf. On a 10-foot rise near an abandoned Dutch trading post, he built a palisade from which his artillery commanded the river. He named it Saybrook, after two of the patentees, Lord Say and Seal and Lord Brooke. 30. As Saybrook's governor and a Massachusetts magistrate, Winthrop was in an awkward position, for both colonies claimed the Connecticut Valley. Characteristically, he chose to negotiate. In 1636 the settlers upriver recognized his authority as governor, while he recognized their right to the lands they had settled. But with Massachusetts' consent, the settlers established a general court to govern themselves, the embryo of what would become the colony of Connecticut. Their numbers grew when the minister Thomas Hooker and most of his Newtown congregation purchased land from local sachems and founded Hartford. As historian Francis Jennings observed, Connecticut presented the curious spectacle of a substantial colony upriver, pretending to have a governor, and a fortified governor downstream, pretending to have a colony. 31. Colonists also settled on Narragansett Bay in 1636, but this colony would not be Puritan. In fact, it would prove an embarrassment to Puritan hopes and an obstacle to Puritan expansion. Its origins lay in the separatist Roger Williams's argument with Massachusetts. Williams had resumed preaching against the charter and, with support from leading colonists, drafted a letter to the king declaring that his donation of land was evil. For months Cotton, Hooker, and other Puritan ministers reasoned with him in vain. They were baffled by his accusation that they claimed native lands simply by virtue of the king's authority, as if by murder of the natives, or by robbery. On the contrary, their intent was either to take possession of the void places of the country by the law of nature or by way of purchase and free consent. But Williams rejected their claim that America's forests were void places. Not only did Indians depend on these forests for game, he pointed out, but they managed them by regularly burning underbrush, just as the nobility in England maintained forests for hunting, which no man might lawfully invade. Puritan leaders countered that the nobility was entitled to such holdings because of its great service to church and commonwealth. It also used its land for timber and agriculture. The Indians could hardly own so vast a continent simply because they burned it once in a while for pastime. Anyway, colonists did not interfere with their hunting, and if they did, the General Court provided remedies. 32. Puritan leaders failed to grasp that hunting was no mere pastime for Indians, it was essential to their survival. But their real disagreement with Williams was over jurisdiction. They believed the king held jurisdiction over land the Indians did not directly occupy and that even on land Indians did occupy, English law was supreme. Land purchases required the sachem's consent, but once that consent was given, the land no longer remained under native jurisdiction, as it would in a conventional real estate transaction. It was, in the colonists' view, placed permanently under colonial control. While particular Indians might continue to occupy land their sachems sold, they did so at the colonists' discretion, not as a matter of legal right, whether or not they had personally received compensation. And all were ultimately subjects of the crown. Williams, by contrast, considered the Indians sovereign powers, even of land they did not occupy, over whom the king held no jurisdiction. Thus Indians sold land on their own terms, which colonists had to respect, regardless of English law. While Massachusetts sought to make Indians subjects, albeit by their consent, Williams attempted to treat them as equals. 33. This was one of many disagreements between Williams and Massachusetts. The colony required residents to swear an oath of allegiance, but Williams had come to believe in religious liberty and viewed oaths as a form of worship the state had no right to impose. He also insisted that Salem cut its ties with Massachusetts' other churches, since they remained part of the Church of England. On October 9, 1635, with the agreement of all ministers present save one, the court banished Williams. Since he was ill and his wife was pregnant, however, the court permitted him to remain until spring, as long as he ceased promulgating his views. In January the government learned that he was continuing to criticize the colony in meetings at his home. Just as troubling, he was planning a settlement on Narragansett Bay, from which, as Winthrop put it, the infection would easily spread into these churches. They decided to send Williams back to England at once. Winthrop respected Williams, and he knew he would receive a much harsher sentence in England. He also hoped Williams might yet prove valuable to the colony. So when the government ordered Captain John Underhill to arrest Williams, Winthrop sent a warning. He urged Williams to flee to the wilderness, where he might serve many high and heavenly and public ends, free from English patents and authorities. To Williams, it was like a voice from God. Amid a raging blizzard, he took off through the snow and headed south. Trudging through 6-foot drifts in cold that pierced his very soul, he reached Wampanoag country. Edward Winslow lovingly advised him that, out of deference to Massachusetts, Plymouth could not let him stay there. He should go to Narragansett country, where he might be as free as themselves, and we should be loving neighbors. 34. Williams would never forget the kindness of Winthrop and Winslow, whom he regarded as eminently wise and Christian governors, but Cotton, the Boston minister, was a different story. While Williams wandered amongst the barbarians, destitute of food, of clothes, and exposed to the mercy of a howling wilderness in frost and snow, Cotton castigated him for his sin. "Had you perished, your blood had been on your own head," the minister wrote. 35. It was at this time that Williams's friendship with the Narragansett sachem Canonicus paid off. Canonicus and his nephew Miantonimo allowed Williams to settle west of the Seekonk River, a region of rolling, forested hills. Canonicus was unwilling to sell his land to let in foreigners, Williams claimed, but he gave it to Williams in exchange for gifts. It was not thousands nor 10,000s of money could have bought of him an English entrance into this bay, Williams insisted. It was friendship. 36. This was not the whole truth, for Canonicus had recently conquered the land from the Pecanicots, and Osamecan, the Pecanicut sachem, protested that it was not Canonicus's to give. The Pecanicots had defeated repeated Narragansett attempts to take it, he claimed, until God subdued me by a plague, which swept away my people and forced me to yield. Canonicus and Miantonimo retorted that Osamecan had been their subject until his alliance with Plymouth enabled him to rebel against them. 37 Eventually Plymouth Governor William Bradford intervened on Williams's behalf. Even if Osamecan's claim was true, he declared, Williams would not be molested and tossed up and down again while they had breath in their bodies. 38 Osamecan must have found this verdict distressing. What did it suggest about Plymouth's commitment to protecting Wampanoag land? None of this seems to have bothered Williams. Conscious of God's care, he named his settlement Providence and resolved to make it a shelter for persons distressed for conscience. Joined by his family and a steady trickle of settlers, he granted land to all comers and drew up a compact giving landowners a voice in government. In one respect the compact was unprecedented. It made no mention of God. Williams was devout as any Puritan, but he had come to believe in a sharp separation of church and state. 39 To the Puritans of Massachusetts, the idea was abhorrent. They considered Williams's colony, which would become Rhode Island, a direct challenge to their mission to establish Christ's kingdom in America. Colonial expansion in the Connecticut Valley and on Narragansett Bay made future conflict inevitable. No Algonquian community had yet been willing to challenge Puritan dominance, nor did they know how the Puritans would respond if they did. The test was not long in coming. 4. War with the Pequots. 1636 to 1637. Native communities on both sides of Long Island Sound chafed at their domination by the Pequots. When English colonists moved into the Connecticut Valley, some tribal leaders saw an opportunity to weaken their Pequot overlords. Among them was an upstart sachem named Uncas, son-in-law of the recently murdered Pequot sachem Titobam and brother-in-law of Titobam's successor, Sassacus. Uncas's Mohegan people lived around the headwaters of the Pequot River. Although the Mohegans and Pequots were closely related, Uncas repeatedly rebelled against Sassacus. But he had only about 50 warriors and was easily defeated. 1. Seeking allies, Uncas sought to ingratiate himself to the English. In June 1636 he informed Plymouth's Connecticut Valley agent, Jonathan Brewster, that the Pequots were planning to raid English settlements. They were also, he claimed, lying about the men who had killed the traitor John Stone. 5, including Sassacus, were still alive. There was every reason to doubt Uncas's credibility, given his ulterior motives, but several colonists had recently been killed on Long Island, and colonists suspected the Pequots of that too. Brewster relayed Uncas's warnings to Winthrop Jr., governor at Fort Saybrook, imploring that all boats coming upriver be armed and alert. 2. Processing such intelligence in Boston was an inexperienced new governor named Henry Vane. Just 23 and fresh from England, Vane owed his election to the prominence of his father, controller of the King's House. 3 He and John Winthrop, now Massachusetts' deputy governor, decided to confront the Pequots. They sent Winthrop Jr. to charge the Pequots with a host of infractions, breaking the previous year's treaty by refusing to surrender Stone's killers and failing to send all the wampum their ambassadors had promised, killing 3 colonists on Long Island, and conspiring against the English. Winthrop Jr. should explain, they said, that the English did not take revenge for injuries until the parties that are guilty have been called to answer fairly for themselves. If the Pequots could clear themselves, Massachusetts would renegotiate the treaty. But if they were found guilty and refused to deliver the murderers, Winthrop Jr. was to return the original payment of wampum, declare the treaty void, and announce that Massachusetts would revenge the blood of our countrymen. 4. Vane and Winthrop probably had Boston minister John Cotton's encouragement. Back in 1630, Cotton had preached that if natives wronged colonists and refused to offer recompense, the English had the right to conquer them. But what Vane and Winthrop were proposing was an ultimatum rather than a serious effort at diplomacy, and it betrayed their attitude of moral superiority. If the sachems accepted their terms, they would essentially be surrendering their sovereignty over their own people. That was exactly what the Puritan magistrates believed natives should do, if they knew what was best for themselves. Lieutenant Gardner, the commander at Fort Saybrook, was horrified. He considered the ultimatum a virtual declaration of war. Neither Saybrook nor the Connecticut Valley settlements were remotely prepared for a conflict. If Massachusetts risked their destruction for the sake of a despicable Virginian like Stone, he protested, they must love the Virginians better than us. 5. If Winthrop Jr. ever met with Pequot leaders, the meeting was swiftly overtaken by events. On July 20 a Connecticut trader named John Gallup was navigating his 20-ton bark toward Long Island when a sudden shift of wind forced him off course. As he neared Manassas, which Europeans called Block Island, he spotted a small vessel, called a pinnace, owned by trader John Oldham. He signaled his approach. When he drew near, he saw that the deck of the pinnace was full of Indians, 14 by Gallup's count, armed with guns, swords, and pikes. Other Indians were paddling a canoe laden with goods toward shore. Startled at Gallup's appearance, the Indians attempted to sail the pinnace toward the Narragansett mainland. Gallup and his crew of 3 opened fire, sending Indians scurrying under the hatches. Catching a good wind, Gallup then rammed the pinnace, nearly capsizing it. 6 Indians panicked and leaped off. Gallup pulled back, fitted his anchor to his ship's bow, and rammed the pinnace again, punching a hole through its bow. At this point 4 or 5 more natives jumped overboard, so Gallup boarded the pinnace. 2 Indians surrendered, while 2 others held out below deck. Deciding it was too dangerous to keep 2 prisoners, he bound and tossed one into the sea, drowning him. He found Oldham's body under an old fishing net, stark naked, his head cleft to the brains, and his hand and legs cut as if they had been cutting them off, and yet warm. Gallup then cut the pinnace loose and sailed away. 6. Oldham had been sailing with 2 Narragansetts and 2 English boys. About a week later, the 2 Narragansetts arrived in Boston with a letter from the exiled Roger Williams. The Narragansetts were grievously afflicted by Oldham's murder, Williams explained on behalf of their sachem, Canonicus. They blamed the Menisses, fellow members of the Narragansett Confederation. Canonicus had already dispatched his nephew Miantonimo with 200 warriors to take revenge. Governor Vane and the magistrates were skeptical. When they interrogated Gallup's remaining prisoner, he claimed that all the Narragansett sachems except Canonicus and Miantonimo had conspired in Oldham's murder, resenting him for trading with the Pequots, their traditional enemies. The 2 Narragansetts were also involved. Vane then wrote to Williams demanding the return of the captive boys. Although Massachusetts would not detain the 2 Narragansetts since they had come as diplomats, he instructed Canonicus to be ready to hand them over to English justice. He knew the sachems would regard this as a violation of their sovereignty, and he cautioned Williams that war might be imminent. Canonicus and Miantonimo proved cooperative. They admitted that many Narragansett sachems had been involved in the attack and ordered the sachem Ninigret, Canonicus's nephew and Miantonimo's cousin, to recover the boys and send them to the English. They also secured some of Oldham's property, including nearly 100 fathoms of wampum. Massachusetts then demanded that the perpetrators be surrendered to the colony, including 6 under-sachems. The colony wanted justice by English standards, not Algonquian. 7. This was the same domineering line Massachusetts was taking toward the Pequots, and it threatened to put the colony at war with New England's 2 most powerful Algonquian peoples. To avoid this, and if possible to recruit the Narragansetts against the Pequots, Massachusetts sent a delegation to Canonicus. The delegation included the Massachusetts sachem Cutchamkin, a tributary of the Narragansetts. The delegates were entertained royally, feasting on sweet boiled chestnuts and boiled pudding made with corn and blackberries. Then they were led into a 50-foot wigwam for an audience with Canonicus and Miantonimo. The elderly Canonicus lay along upon the ground on a mat, and his nobility sat on the ground, with their legs doubled up, their knees touching their chin. The sachems listened gravely to the interpreter's words. Canonicus exhibited marvelous wisdom in his answers. Clearing himself and his neighbors of the murder and offering assistance for revenge of it, yet upon very safe and wary conditions. Delegates were surprised at how solidly and wisely these savage people did consider of the weighty undertaking of a war, especially old Canonicus. Miantonimo pointed out that his warriors outnumbered the English by a wide margin and controlled the woods and swamps, giving them a decided advantage. But he respected English weaponry, especially their guns, which were of great terror to his people, and knew there were many more people where they came from. As for the cruel Pequots, with their aptness to make war, Miantonimo feared the peaceable Narragansetts would suffer grievously from their sudden incursions. It was safest for his people to remain neutral. Canonicus warned Pequot ambassadors not to alienate the English, laying before them the sad effects of war. Surely it was wise to surrender men who had shed English blood, if that was necessary to appease them. 8. That was what the English wanted to hear. Massachusetts was already concluding that the time for negotiation was over. On August 25, 1636, the magistrates asked the ministers for advice about doing justice upon the Indians for the death of Mr. Oldham. The Puritan elite deliberated. The proper authority, all agreed, was Scripture. Most relevant were the laws God gave Israel through Moses. But which laws applied to the case at hand? For example, God's command to the Israelites to conquer Canaan by slaughtering men, women, and children did not authorize the Puritans to do the same in America. Israel's mission was unique and never to be repeated. Other laws, however, such as those found in Deuteronomy 20, reflected binding Christian principles. If one party harmed another, for example, it should pay restitution and the offender be severely punished. But if the Indians denied the English this right, as John Cotton would write, and it will not stand with the honor of God and safety of our nation that the wrong be passed over, then war is to be denounced and undertaken. They were authorized to smite every male thereof with the edge of the sword, but they were to temper violence with justice, compassion, and respect for creation. Thus fruit trees and crops were to be preserved, and women, little children, and cattle are to be spared and reserved for spoil. Furthermore, Christians should not form alliances with pagans, for their armies were the armies of God. 9. Cotton's views were typical among 17th-century Europeans. Killing civilians was common in war, especially if they were considered traitors, criminals, or simply non-Christians. And while slavery had largely been abolished in England, it remained lawful in certain circumstances. The great jurist Sir Edward Coke, Roger Williams's mentor, affirmed that a person taken in battle should remain bound to his taker forever, and he to do with him all that should come of him his will and pleasure, as with his beast or any other cattle, to give, or to sell, or to kill. Massachusetts believed the natives needed a lesson in justice. It ordered former Governor John Endicott to lead 90 soldiers and 2 Indian guides, including the Massachusetts sachem Cutchamkin, to put to death the men of Block Island but to spare the women and children, and to bring them away and to take possession of the island. The message would be loud and clear: Indians who refused justice for murdered colonists would be killed, their families enslaved, and their land occupied. Next, Endicott was to go to the Pequots to demand the murderers of Captain Stone and other English and 1,000 fathom of wampum for damages, and some of their children as hostages. If they refused these exorbitant demands, he was authorized to use force, warning that the longer they resisted, the more severe English terms would become. 10. Massachusetts ensured that its orders would be carried out aggressively, for Endicott was known for his religious zeal, and his soldiers would be volunteers whose only pay came from plunder. Captain John Underhill, his second in command, was equally zealous. Just shy of 40, he had grown up in the Netherlands and served in the Prince of Orange's Guard before emigrating to New England and becoming a militia officer. He believed God had stirred up the heart of the magistrates to order this expedition. John Oldham was a martyr whose blood called for vengeance. 11. 9 miles from the mainland, Block Island encompassed just under 10 square miles full of small hills and overgrown with brushwood of oak. The Manissas inhabited several villages totaling about 60 wigwams and were beginning to harvest their corn when, in late August, they spotted Endicott's 3 approaching pinnaces. Underhill and a dozen men boarded a small vessel, called a shallop, to head for shore. He wore a helmet in deference to his wife, though he would have preferred to forego its weight and heat. While struggling to navigate the heavy surf, the men anxiously scanned the bank for signs of the enemy. Suddenly 50 or 60 men straight as arrows, very tall, and of active bodies, emerged from the woods and launched a hail of arrows at the shallop. One penetrated a soldier's neck as if it had been an oaken board. Another struck a soldier's leg. An arrow tore through Underhill's sleeve and a second slammed into his helmet, confirming his wife's good sense. But while arrows were flying thick, they failed to penetrate the armor the soldiers wore over their chests and upper legs. The turbulence of the surf prevented the English from firing their muskets, but finally they were able to jump out of the shallop into waist-deep water. There they could dodge incoming arrows and return fire. The Menisses soon realized they were outmatched and withdrew into the woods. Once on shore, Underhill's men united with Endicott's, who had landed further down shore. They posted guards, and that night the anxious soldiers tried to sleep, expecting hourly they would fall upon us. They moved inland in the morning, scanning the woods for signs of the enemy. Eventually a detachment penetrated a swamp where the Menisses had hidden their women and children. The warriors were dismayed to see a Massachusetts among the soldiers, carrying a gun and wearing English clothes. "What are you, an Indian or an Englishman?" they cried. "Come hither and I will tell you," he retorted, before killing an Indian with a musket shot. Endicott feared losing his men in such terrain, so he turned them against the islanders' villages and crops, a tactic the English had often used against the Irish. All day, soldiers burned and spoiled both houses and corn in great abundance. They even killed the Menisses' dogs. After taking some well-wrought mats and several delightful baskets, they destroyed everything else, including 7 canoes. But Endicott failed in his primary mission, killing the Menisses' warriors and capturing their families. Although Underhill claimed they killed 14 Indians, the Narragansetts later reported only 1 islander killed. Still, Endicott doomed them to a winter of famine and hardship while avoiding significant casualties. Deciding his work was done, he set sail for Fort Saybrook. 12. When he first heard of the orders given to Endicott, Saybrook's Lieutenant Gardner was aghast. He had no doubt the Pequots plotted our destruction, but a raid on Pequot country would provoke devastating counterattacks in the Connecticut Valley. "You come hither to raise these wasps about my ears," he scolded, "and then you will take wing and flee away." Knowing his protests were futile, he urged Endicott to seize enough Pequot corn to feed his garrison through the war, offering men, boats, and bags for the task. 13. Roger Williams claimed the Pequots knew the expedition was coming but believed a witch amongst them will sink the pinnaces by diving under water and making holes, something he probably heard from the Narragansetts. "I hope their dreams, through the mercy of the Lord, shall vanish," he wrote, "and the devil and his lying sorcerers shall be confounded." 14. In fact, as Endicott sailed east toward the Pequot River, the Pequot's western Niantic tributaries ran along the shore shouting greetings. "What cheer, Englishmen, what cheer, what do you come for?" Clearly they had no idea that the English intended war. According to Underhill, the officers decided not to answer so that we might drive them in security, to the end we might have the more advantage of them. But this made them suspicious. "What Englishmen, what cheer, are you hoggy? Will you cram us?" they asked. The English knew what they meant. "Are you angry? Will you kill us, and do you come to fight?" Endicott entered the Pequot River late that day. As darkness fell, Pequots lit signal fires along the banks, and all that night soldiers heard the most doleful and woeful cries. "So that we could scarce rest." Underhill believed the Pequots were giving the word from place to place, to gather their forces together, fearing the English were come to war against them. The next morning, a canoe approached carrying a Pequot ambassador, a grave senior, a man of good understanding, portly, carriage-grave, and majestic in his expressions. When he asked why they had come, they explained that Massachusetts demanded the heads of Captain Stone's killers, since it was not the custom of the English to suffer murderers to live. If the sachems desired their own peace and welfare, they should readily comply. The emissary replied that his sachems saw things differently. True, Pequots had killed Captain Stone and his crew, but on legitimate grounds. Dutch traders had treacherously murdered their sachem Titobum, and suddenly after came these captains with a vessel into the river and pretended to trade with us as the former did, he explained. Assuming Stone was Dutch and that his intentions were equally nefarious, Titobum's son entered Stone's cabin, found him passed out drunk, and knocked him in the head with a hatchet. Stone's crew then blew themselves up when they accidentally set fire to their gunpowder. "Could you blame us for revenging so cruel a murder?" the ambassador asked. "For we distinguish not between the Dutch and the English, but took them to be one nation, and therefore we do not conceive that we wronged you, for they slew our king, and thinking these captains to be of the same nation and people as those that slew him made us set upon this course of revenge. 15. Such words might have given Endicott pause. Algonquian justice was not English justice, but that hardly justified war. He could have taken the ambassador's explanation to Boston and let the magistrates pursue further diplomacy. But that was not the sort of man Massachusetts had chosen to lead this expedition. The officers retorted that the Pequots were able to distinguish between Dutch and English, having had sufficient experience of both nations. Stone and his crew were the king's subjects, and Massachusetts was liable to account for them. It was a simple matter of justice. The ambassador insisted they had not grasped Stone's identity. "We crave pardon. We have not willfully wronged the English," he pleaded. But Endicott would not yield. "Give us the heads of the men who killed Stone and his crew," he replied, "or else we will fight with you." The ambassador finally requested permission to relay this message to his sachems. "If you will stay aboard," he promised, "I will bring you a sudden answer." This was wise advice, for disembarking on Pequot land drastically increased the likelihood of violence. Nevertheless, when the ambassador went ashore, Endicott quickly followed with his soldiers, determined to be in position to strike before the Pequots organized their forces. The portly Pequot rushed back and begged them to come no nearer but remain by the bank. But Endicott suspected a trap, for the ground rose from the river to high, rugged rocks, leaving his soldiers extremely vulnerable. He organized a line of battle and marched up to the ascent. There he held his position while the ambassador departed. When he returned, he claimed the sachems had gone to Long Island and were expected within a few hours. This the officers refused to believe. If the sachem Sassacus did not show up soon, they threatened, "We will beat up the drum and march through the country and spoil your corn." The ambassador promised to try again, so Endicott waited another hour before word arrived that a lesser sachem had been located. Another hour passed before a messenger explained that he was gathering a council to determine who had slain Stone and his crew. Endicott's anxiety grew. His armored soldiers stood in the blazing summer heat while hundreds of unarmed Pequots gathered nearby, some talking with Gardiner's men, whom they knew. Endicott became convinced they were simply stalling while they whisked their vulnerable population to safety, hid their valued possessions, and gathered their forces. Thus, when a messenger finally indicated that the Pequots were ready to talk, requesting that both sides lay down their weapons, Endicott refused. He told the Pequots to be gone and shift for themselves, for they had dared the English to come fight with them, and now they were come for that purpose. He allowed them to withdraw, as he thought honor demanded. Then, with drums beating and flags waving, his soldiers advanced. The Pequots kept their distance, though Underhill claimed they laugh at us for our patience. Exasperated, Endicott unleashed his men, who began shooting at any Pequots they saw. A few Pequots fired arrows from behind thickets and rocks, but they did little damage. The soldiers devastated a Pequot town, firing their wigwams, spoiling their corn, and digging up valuables. By afternoon, Endicott was anxious to get back to his pinnaces. Somehow, his men embarked without notifying Gardiner's men, who were busy gathering corn and suddenly came under attack from furious Pequots. Fortunately for them, they could easily see and avoid the Pequots' arrows, and only 2 were wounded as they executed a fighting retreat to their boats. Endicott's soldiers raided western Niantic territory the next day before returning to Boston. 16. John Winthrop considered it a marvelous providence of God that not a single soldier was killed. Narragansetts reported that 13 Pequots had been killed and 40 wounded. Cutchampkin, the Massachusetts sachem, sent a Pequot scalp as tribute to the Narragansett sachem Canonicus. Pleased at the defeat of his rivals, Canonicus passed the scalp among his sachems, summoning them to war. He returned many thanks to the English and sent 4 fathoms of wampum to Cutchampkin. 17. Massachusetts asserted the right to subjugate Indians who refused to submit to English justice and assumed Endicott's raid would be sufficient to intimidate them. but the Pequots had their own principles of justice and honor, which required them to avenge their people. Gardner understood this and diligently prepared to defend Fort Saybrook. He took men to harvest the fort's corn, located 2 miles away on Long Island Sound, posting 5 men in a small blockhouse nearby. 3 guards foolishly went bird hunting and were ambushed. One, with an arrow through his leg, fought his way back to the blockhouse. The others were wounded, captured, and tortured. As the survivors sailed for the fort, they saw the blockhouse go up in flames. Not long after, men from Wethersfield went to harvest hay on 6 Mile Island, upriver from Saybrook. Warriors rose out of the long grass and killed 3, captured a 4th, and roasted him alive. A corpse washed up near the fort, an arrow shot into his eye through his head. 18 What was supposed to be a righteous display of Christian justice was devolving into New England's greatest nightmare, full-scale Indian War. When a report reached Boston that the Pequots were negotiating with the Narragansetts, Governor Vane urged Roger Williams to use his utmost and speediest endeavors to break and hinder the league. Believing Jesus called him to be a peacemaker even though Massachusetts had exiled him, Williams embarked in his canoe despite a stormy wind and paddled 30 miles through great seas, every minute in hazard of life, until he reached Canonicus and Miantonomo, the Narragansett sachems. Much to his dismay, there he found bloody Pequot ambassadors, whose hands and arms reeked with the blood of my countrymen murdered and massacred by them on Connecticut River. That night he lay in terror, fearing he might find a knife at his throat. The Pequot ambassadors labored to convince the Narragansetts that the Pequot cause was their own. The English were not like them, they warned. They had begun to overspread their country and would eventually take their land if they were suffered to grow and increase. And if the Narragansetts did assist the English to subdue them, they did but make way for their own overthrow, for if they were rooted out, the English would soon take occasion to subjugate them. Together, however, they might defeat the English. True, the English had vastly superior weaponry, but this would only benefit them in open battle, which the Pequots had no intention of waging. Instead, they would fire their house, kill their cattle, and lie in ambush for them, without any or little danger to themselves. The English would either be starved with hunger or be forced to forsake the country. It was a prescient argument, but Williams reminded the sachems that while the English had never attacked them, the Pequots had done them much wrong. 19 And after Endicott's successful raid, the Narragansetts were less afraid of the Pequots. Spurning Pequot entreaties, Miantonomo traveled to Boston with 25 men, arriving on October 21, 1636. Vane invited Miantonomo and his counselors to dine with him while the others ate at the inn. After dinner, Miantonomo addressed the magistrates and ministers. The Narragansetts had always loved the English and wanted peace, he declared. Thus, Winthrop summarized, they would continue in war with the Pequots and their confederates till they were subdued, and desired we should do so. Miantonomo worried about heavy-handed English justice, however. English cattle damaged Narragansett crops, and Narragansetts sometimes retaliated by killing the animals. He requested that the English not kill the Narragansetts in return, but cause them to make satisfaction. The English raised their own concerns, including the tendency of servants to run away to Narragansett country. Then they drew up a treaty. Winthrop admitted they lacked an adequate interpreter and could not well make them understand the articles perfectly, but Massachusetts promised to send a copy to Williams, who could best interpret the treaty to the Narragansetts. As usual, the sachems had to sign trusting that what was written matched what was spoken. The treaty itself has been lost. As recorded by Winthrop, the parties promised not to make peace with the Pequots without the others' consent. The Narragansetts agreed not to harbor Pequots and promised to kill or deliver murderers to the English, provide guides for colonial troops, return fugitive servants, and allow free trade. 20 But Williams highlighted a stipulation favorable to the Narragansetts that Winthrop failed to record: Pequots could not be sheltered nor disposed of without mutual consent of the English and the 2 Narragansett sachems. 21 It would prove to be an important discrepancy. The treaty was a watershed in Puritan Algonquian relations. Massachusetts had not only thwarted the Pequot's efforts to forge a pan-Algonquian alliance, it had recruited the mighty Narragansetts to defeat them. The Narragansetts clearly valued peace with Massachusetts and a chance to defeat the hated Pequots more than they feared English domination. Like the Wampanoags, they were betting their future on English friendship. Ironically, while the Narragansetts supported the war, Plymouth would not. Plymouth Governor Edward Winslow considered Massachusetts the aggressor for provoking the Pequots, which meant the war was unjust, and Plymouth resented Massachusetts' aggression in the Connecticut Valley, among other grievances. Winthrop countered that Massachusetts had not sent Endicott to wage war but to do justice. That the Pequots refused to submit showed that God had deprived them of common reason. 22. The Pequots had Fort Saybrook under siege by November. Warriors raided its food supply, killing 2 oxen, a ram, and 22 pigs and destroying abandoned warehouses. Gardner secured sheep and cattle but was running out of hay and fodder and did not know how long he could hold out. The Indians are many hundreds off both sides of the river and shoot at our pinnaces as they go up and down, he reported. They occasionally fired muskets at the fort. Gardner had predicted the unfolding disaster, he angrily reminded Winthrop Jr., yet Massachusetts was not doing anything about it. 23. As winter set in, the Pequots focused on hunting and fishing, relieving pressure on the fort. On February 22, 1637, Gardner took 10 men to secure timber and burn weeds and reeds from the neck of land connecting Saybrook with the mainland. Much to their surprise, 4 Indians dashed out of the burning reeds into the far woods. Sentries warned that others were emerging from the far side of a marsh. Gardner tried to organize his men, but 2 terrified soldiers threw down their guns and ran toward the fort. Indians began firing and moving to cut them off. Gardner formed his men in the shape of a half-moon and commenced a fighting retreat. Thomas Hurlbut was shot almost through the thigh, and John Spencer took an arrow in the back into his kidneys. Then Gardner was hit in the thigh. 2 soldiers were killed, but the rest fought on until they reached the fort. A furious Gardner wanted to hang one of the shirkers as an object lesson, but the fort's young chaplain, John Higginson, persuaded him to show mercy. A few days later, they retrieved the body of a soldier with an arrow going in at the right side, the head sticking fast half through a rib at the left side. Bitter at Massachusetts' confident assurances that arrows were harmless, Gardner sent the arrow-embedded rib to Boston. 24. One day, Indians hiding behind a small rise near the fort signaled a desire to talk. Gardner armed himself with a sword, pistol, and carbine, ordered his men to cover him, and passed through the gate, accompanied by a trader and interpreter named Thomas Stanton. Neither party dared approach too close. The Indians were incredulous that Gardner was alive. Had he not been shot with many arrows? Yes, Gardner admitted, but his buff coat protected him. The Indians may have hoped to negotiate peace. As they saw it, blood had been shed on both sides, satisfying the demands of honor and justice. They asked if the English would fight against Western Nyantics, for they were our friends and came to trade. But Gardner was in a foul mood and sarcastically retorted that the English did not know one Indian group from another and would not trade with any of them. "Have you fought enough?" the Indians asked. Gardner said he did not know. This could only mean the war would continue, so they posed another question: did the English kill women and children? It was a critical moment. Algonquian warriors often spared women and children, capturing them in hopes of incorporating them into their communities. But would the English do the same? Had Gardner attempted to set their minds at ease, things might have turned out differently. But he was not interested in calming native fears. He simply replied that they should see that hereafter. The implied threat left the Indians silent a small space. When they responded, it was with anger: "We are Pequots and have killed Englishmen and can kill them as mosquitoes, and we will go to Connecticut and kill men, women, and children, and we will take away the horses, cows, and hogs." One native, wearing an English coat, boasted that he had killed 3 colonists and was wearing their clothes. Outraged, Stanton urged Gardner to shoot that rogue. But Gardner attempted damage control. If they ravaged Connecticut for women and plunder, he argued, it would do them no good, but hurt, for English women are lazy and cannot do their work. Horses and cows will spoil your cornfields, and the hogs their clam banks, and so undo them. He taunted them to try to take the fort, which was full of trade goods, instead. This made them mad as dogs, ending the conversation. After both parties had withdrawn, Gardner opened fire with his artillery. He sent warning to the towns upriver to take precautions. 25. The disastrous meeting signaled a more terrible phase of the war. The Pequots were determined to send a message that would force the English to treat them honorably. While the Pequot War consumed Gardner's attention, Massachusetts was distracted by a religious controversy most Puritans considered much more serious. Military conflict threatened their bodies, but spiritual warfare threatened their very souls. Known to historians as the Antinomian Controversy, the crisis stemmed from the teaching of a Boston woman named Anne Hutchinson, who was hosting large gatherings in her home. At the heart of the Puritan faith was the conviction that salvation is a gift of God. No human being deserves it or can earn it by good deeds. But most pastors preached that by acts of love and righteousness true Christians exhibited evidence of their salvation, and Hutchinson challenged this as a form of legalism contrary to the gospel. She taught that assurance of salvation came directly from the Holy Spirit. Many found her persuasive. One colonist described her as a woman who would show me a way, if I could attain it, even revelations, full of such ravishing joy that I should never have cause to be sorry for sin, so long as I live. 26. The controversy exploded when the Boston Church voted to call Hutchinson's brother-in-law, Thomas Wheelwright, as a minister. Winthrop blocked the proposal, which required unanimity. Then, while Boston pastor John Wilson was leading a worship service, Hutchinson's followers contemptuously turned their backs and marched out of the meeting house. In December 1636, Governor Vane, who supported Hutchinson, attempted to resign because he feared God's judgments on Massachusetts, though he was dissuaded. Then, in a fast day sermon in Boston on January 19, Wheelwright called the faithful to prepare for a spiritual combat. As for their opponents, we must kill them with the word of the Lord, for they were the greatest enemies to the state that can be. The General Court convicted Wheelwright for contempt and sedition, but Vane protested and the Boston Church appealed. The controversy threatened to dominate the annual May elections. 27. By contrast, the occasional killing of a soldier or farmer in the Connecticut Valley seemed a distant nuisance. All Massachusetts did in response was dispatch Captain Underhill to Fort Saybrook with 20 men, and even this was largely because it feared an attack by the Dutch. Meanwhile, Pequots taunted the garrison that the Christian God was a mere fly. Come and fetch your Englishman's clothes again. Come out and fight if you dare. You dare not fight. You are all one like women. We have one amongst us that if he could kill but one of you more, he would be equal with God, and as the Englishman's God is, so would he be. Such blasphemous speech troubled the hearts of the soldiers, Underhill admitted. Many concluded that God was preparing the Pequots for destruction. 28. Finally, on April 18, 1637, the Massachusetts court went into special session to deal with the Pequot crisis. Resolving that it had just ground for war, it called the towns to enlist or impress 160 soldiers that it might be seriously prosecuted. This time they would be paid. 29. According to colonist Edward Johnson, colonists felt full assured that the Lord would deliver them into their hands, to execute his righteous judgments upon these blasphemous murderers. 30. They never doubted this was what God wanted them to do. 5 days later, in the Connecticut Valley, everything changed. For the first time, Pequots attacked an English settlement, Wethersfield. 5. Massacre at Mystic. April 1637 to October 1637. Wethersfield was nestled on the west bank of the Connecticut River, about 5 miles south of Hartford. Until now its people had lived peacefully alongside the local Wangunks, from whom they had purchased the land in 1634. The sachem Sequin had agreed to the sale because it specified that his people could continue living there, and he hoped the English would protect them from the Pequots. But in the spring of 1637, Wethersfield had a change of heart and drove the Wangunks off their land. Sequin entreated the Pequots for aid, and the Pequots were all too willing to oblige. Embarking in a great many canoes, they ascended the river, approaching the town on the night of April 22.1. Around dawn, Wethersfield's unsuspecting inhabitants roused themselves and headed out to their fields to work. Suddenly, 200 warriors were upon them, killing people and animals. By the time the bloodletting was over, 6 men and 3 women lay dead. 2 girls, the older of whom was about 16, were taken captive. The victorious war party descended the river until they were spotted by sentinels at Fort Saybrook. Dismayed to see the Indians using the white shirts of colonists as sails, the fort's commander, Lieutenant Gardner, ordered his artillery to fire 2 round shot. One crashed through the nose of a canoe. The warriors paddled to shore, drew their canoes over a narrow beach with all speed, and got away. Only after firing did the officers realize the Wethersfield girls were in the canoes. It was a special providence of God the shot did not hit them, marveled Captain Underhill. 2. The raid shattered the complacency of the valley settlements. Guards were posted day and night. Men carried muskets at all times. It was reported that warriors massacred 60 people at William Pynchon's nascent trade settlement upriver at Springfield. Although the report proved false, the terror was real. 3. Representatives from Hartford, Windsor, and Wethersfield convened the Connecticut General Court on May 1. Later, colonial authorities would rule that Sequin's attack on Wethersfield was justified because his people had been wrongfully evicted, but at this moment there was no such judicious reflection. 4. The court declared an offensive war against the Pequots. Although Connecticut's 3 towns had scarcely 250 people, it called them to muster 90 soldiers, to be commanded by Captain John Mason. In his late 30s, Mason was a veteran of the war in the Netherlands and would prove an aggressive and ruthless commander. 5. Rage against the Pequots rose to unprecedented heights. Puritans believed all enemies of the gospel, Catholic, Protestant, or pagan, were under Satan's control, and many thought the devil had raised up the Pequots to destroy Christ's kingdom in New England. The old serpent, according to his first malice, stirred them up against the Church of Christ, Captain Underhill vented. The wicked imps had grown so insolent that, like the devil their commander, they run up and down as roaring lions, compassing all corners of the country for a prey, seeking whom they might devour. Colonists rest in their beds. 6. Lieutenant Gardner had ordered Saybrook's inhabitants not to go ashore, but a trader named Joseph Tilley ignored him, casting anchor 3 miles upriver to hunt fowl. Indians killed his partner and captured Tilley. 7. They tied him to a stake, flayed his skin off, put hot embers between the flesh and the skin, cut off his fingers and toes, and made hatbands of them. 8. He survived 3 days, earning their respect because he never cried out. 9. For the Connecticut Valley clergy, the Wethersfield raid was a turning point. Killing traders on distant waters was one thing. Attacking God's people in their towns was another. It was time for the faithful to act, and it was ministers' responsibility to rouse them. They preached sermons and wrote letters, stirring magistrates and soldiers to action. They called for the aggressive prosecution of what they considered a religious war in defense of Christ's kingdom. John Higginson, Saybrook's chaplain, wrote that his garrison was scared, discouraged, and felt abandoned. He too was afraid to die. Mindful that Massachusetts was distracted by controversy, he penned a long letter to Deputy Governor Winthrop, arguing that God had sent the Indians upon his servants to make them cleave more close together and prize each other. Colonists had boasted that 10 Englishmen could whip 100 Pequots. God was showing how foolish such self-confidence was. Pequot attacks were heavenly warnings to prosecute the war more seriously. Higginson apprised Winthrop that the crisis was far worse than he thought. Wounded men were crying out in agony. Others were gasping and dying and breathing out their last. How could Massachusetts be so apathetic? Its people should be opening their purses and extending their hands to defend not only their lives and liberties but the glorious gospel of Jesus Christ. They should not delude themselves that the war would not reach the bay, he warned, for this seems to be a universal deluge creeping and encroaching on all the English in the land. The Pequots were experienced fighters with significant advantages in agility and arms. They would marshal their resources, providing retreats at Long Island, fortifying upon the mainland, gathering new supplies of forces, confederating with former enemies, giving large rewards to those amongst them who are most skillful to destroy. The next stage of the war was critical, for the eyes of all the Indians in the country are upon the English, to see what they will do. Unless they humbled the insulting Pequots speedily, they were like to have all the Indians in the country about our ears. It was time for God's servants to turn from theological disputes and economic endeavors. It was time for ministers to press upon the conscience, charge as a duty, command in the name of the Lord from heaven. The serious and speedy prosecution of this war. 10. Connecticut's leading clergyman, Thomas Hooker, reported that Indians who hated the Pequots were pressing for action. If the English delayed, they would attribute it to base fear and cowardice and turn enemies against us. God called the English to strike now, he admonished Winthrop. I hope you see a necessity to hasten execution and not do this work of the Lord's revenge slackly. 11. It was probably Hooker who preached to Mason and his 90 soldiers at Hartford. They had not been summoned rashly, nor were they called to acts of rape, theft, and murder, he declared. They had been picked out by the godly grave fathers of this government to execute those whom God, the righteous judge of all the world, hath condemned for blaspheming his sacred majesty and murdering his servants. The war was a judicial exercise. Every common soldier among you is now installed a magistrate. The Pequots have large conceptions against you and all the people of Christ in this wilderness, he continued, but they were cowards who relied on nimbleness of foot and the inaccessible swamps and nut tree woods to protect themselves. Through hard work and clever tactics, the English would defeat them. Many soldiers fought for plunder and gold, but this army had a nobler purpose, to maintain which is far more precious, the lives, liberties, and new purchased freedoms, privileges, and immunities of the endeared servants of our Lord Christ Jesus. They were fighting for their loving wives and harmless prattling and smiling babes. Even more important, they were fighting for the enjoyment of Christ in his ordinances. They should have no doubts. They were called to execute vengeance upon the heathen. Some would die. But let every faithful soldier of Christ Jesus know that the cause why some of his endeared servants are taken away by death in a just war, as this assuredly is not because they should fall short of the honors accompanying such noble designs, but rather because earth's honors are too scant for them, and therefore the everlasting crown must be set upon their heads forthwith. They could march firm in the confidence that God went with them. He would crush their enemies, and your feet shall soon be set on their proud necks. 12. Inspired by the righteousness of their crusade, the troops boarded a flotilla of 3 boats. Uncas, the Mohegan sachem whose reports helped alienate the English from the Pequots, offered to accompany them with at least 60 warriors. Mason accepted his offer, despite misgivings about his trustworthiness. 13. It was just 50 miles to Saybrook, but crosswinds and shallow water slowed progress to a crawl. Impatient, the Mohegans secured permission to continue on foot. As hours dragged into days, officers worried that this was a mistake. Was Saybrook in danger? Their chaplain, Samuel Stone, prayed that God would provide a sign of the Mohegans' fidelity. No sooner had he finished than Captain Underhill, having traveled upriver from Saybrook, stepped aboard and announced that God already had. Uncas had reached Saybrook on Sunday. Gardner, knowing the Mohegans had but that year come from the Pequots, challenged Uncas to prove his loyalty. The next morning, the Mohegans returned with 5 Pequot heads and 2 prisoners. Thrilled, Gardner rewarded them with 15 yards of trading cloth. The Mohegans then took a prisoner, named Kiswas, tied one of his legs to a post, and 20 men, with a rope tied to the other, pulled him in pieces. Appalled, Underhill put Kiswas out of his misery with a pistol shot. 14. Mason's flotilla arrived on Wednesday. As usual, Gardner objected to Mason's orders. Mason's force was not remotely large enough to invade the Pequot homeland, he protested. A raid would not be enough, they had to destroy the Pequots. He urged Mason not to attack unless we that were bred soldiers from our youth could see some likelihood to do better than Captain Endicott's Massachusetts forces had the year before. 15. Meanwhile, Dutch traders, having conferred with Gardner, sailed up the Pequot River in hopes of negotiating the release of the Wethersfield girls. The girls had suffered a harrowing few weeks, being taken from one village to another, but the kind wife of the sachem Mononado protected them. Pequots invited the girls to join their celebrations, but the terrified girls refused. Men solicited the older girl for sex, and she bravely spurned their advances. Much to her surprise, they respected her wishes. The girls felt certain that God was punishing them but remained confident of his love. As the older girl put it, "He hath said he will never leave me, nor forsake me. Therefore I will not fear what man can do unto me, knowing God to be above man, and man can do nothing without God's permission." When the Dutch asked the Pequot sachem Sassacus if he would sell the girls, he refused. They were more valuable as captives than anything the Dutch could offer in exchange. So the Dutch resorted to trickery. They invited 7 Indians onto their bark, seized them, and threatened to drown them unless Sassacus released the girls. To prove their resolve, they sailed for the mouth of the river. Sassacus finally backed down. Pequots brought the girls, almost naked, and the Dutch released the Pequots. Providing the girls their own linen jackets, the traders brought them to Saybrook. Mason, Gardner, and Underhill interviewed them. Had they been mistreated? Were they raped? The girls assured them that the Pequots had not been abusive. Underhill considered them heroes of faith whose rescue testified to God's loving care for his people. 16. The commanders still had to figure out the best way of getting at the Pequots. Mason's orders required him to attack straight up the Pequot River, as Endicott had done, but Pequot scouts watched the river day and night, and their warriors would bitterly contest a landing. Marching overland from Saybrook was out of the question, for they would inevitably march into an ambush. Eventually someone proposed a third possibility: why not bypass Pequot country, sail into Narragansett Bay, and surprise the Pequots from the east? Some questioned whether Mason had the authority to ignore his orders, so Mason asked Chaplain Stone to commend our condition to the Lord that night, to direct how in what manner we should demean ourselves. The next morning, Stone told Mason that he had prayed and was fully satisfied to sail for Narragansett. Underhill offered his 20 Massachusetts soldiers for the campaign. Mason gladly accepted, for it enabled him to send back 20 Connecticut men to protect the towns upriver. 17. Those towns were paralyzed by anxiety. There were not enough men for a decent watch, let alone to plant crops. My spirit is ready many times even to sink within me. Upon alarms, which are daily, Windsor colonist Roger Ludlow confided to William Pynchon of Springfield: "I must confess both you and ourselves do stand merely by the power of our God." 18. Massachusetts, meanwhile, acted so lethargically that the Narragansetts questioned whether they could trust its promises. Their sachem Canonicus had become very sour toward the English, Roger Williams reported. Canonicus had never been enthusiastic about the war, and now he accused the English of sending the plague amongst them and threatening to kill him. Williams told him God controlled the plague and inflicted it on the English when they sinned too. It was not the English Canonicus should fear, but God. My Antonimo, the younger Narragansett sachem, was steadier. His warriors constantly skirmished with Pequots, and he had devised a plan for their defeat. The problem was that any time the English approached the Pequot River, the Pequots would withdraw to Ohomoaki Swamp, 3 or 4 miles inland, as they had done when Endicott invaded. Maiantonimo suggested the English use Narragansett country as a base from which to launch a surprise attack. He knew 2 renegade Pequots who could guide them, and they could strike at night, when the Pequots felt secure. One force could launch a direct attack, while another cut off the Pequots' retreat. He had 2 requests, however. First, he wanted Massachusetts to support a Narragansett attack against some of the Nipmucs who were subject to Pequot control. The Nipmucs inhabited a scattering of communities in the rolling hills of New England's highlands, and the Narragansetts and Pequots had long competed for domination over them. Second, Maiantonimo said, it would be pleasing to all natives that women and children be spared. He hoped to incorporate them into his community. 2 weeks later, he was still urging a strike. Pequots had moved to the coast to fish and plant, their usual spring pattern, and were vulnerable. But Massachusetts remained distracted by the controversy over N. Hutchinson's teaching. 19 The colony's only significant effort was an attempt to persuade Plymouth to join the war, lest all the Indians in the country rise up to root out all the English. Plymouth did not buy it. 20 Not until May 17, 1637, could Massachusetts act with any sort of unity. That day, in a tumultuous election, the colony chose Winthrop as governor in place of Vane. Not one of Hutchinson's supporters was elected as a magistrate. The new general court acted decisively. It called a synod to address the Hutchinson controversy, dispatched 40 soldiers under Captain Daniel Patrick to help Maiantonimo raid the Pequot coast, and called for an additional 160 soldiers. Much to the chagrin of the Boston Hutchinson faction, it honored the unpopular Boston pastor John Wilson as chaplain of the new force. Boston displayed its bitterness by refusing to commission any prominent men, selecting a few whom they cared not to be rid of and of the most refuse sort. Wilson's congregation would not even bid him farewell. 21 On Friday morning, May 19, Captain Mason and his army sailed from Fort Saybrook, launching the campaign that would decide the outcome of the Pequot War. They arrived at Narragansett Bay in time to observe the Puritan Sabbath, but poor weather kept them from disembarking until sunset on Tuesday, May 23. Most soldiers were seeing Narragansett country's miles of cleared, fertile flatland for the first time. It would one day be the most hotly contested acreage in New England. Maiantonimo was surprised to see them but eagerly shared his plan to defeat the Pequots. Mason readily adopted it, though he would never acknowledge his debt. Maiantonimo's only concern was that Mason's army was too small, for the Pequots had very great captains and men skillful in war. He recommended his kinsman Sachem Ninigrit's fort at Niantic, near the Pequot frontier, as a launching point. The next morning, Mason marched almost 20 miles to Niantic. But Ninigrit refused to allow him inside, perhaps fearing that Mason meant to punish him for traitor John Oldham's murder. Such temerity insulted the proud Mason. Convinced of the falsehood of Indians and fretting that they would betray his presence to the Pequots, with whom they had kinship ties, he surrounded the fort and forbade anyone from leaving upon peril of their lives. Tension eased in the morning after several hundred of Maiantonimo's Narragansett warriors arrived, accompanied by the Pequot Wequash, whom Maiantonimo had recruited as a guide. Seeing that Maiantonimo supported Mason, Ninigrit's men, known as Eastern Niantics, gathered in a circle where, one by one, they made solemn protestation how gallantly they would demean themselves, and how many men they would kill. Thanks to Maiantonimo and Ninigrit, Mason now had nearly 600 men, 60 from Connecticut, 20 from Massachusetts, about 60 Mohegans, 200 Eastern Niantics, and more than 200 Narragansetts. They informed him that the Pequots had 2 almost impregnable forts a few miles apart, Wineshawks and Mystic. Mason decided to march all day to be in position to attack Mystic at dawn on May 26. Afterward they would march to Pequot Harbor, where he had ordered his flotilla to meet them. 22 They began marching at 8 a.m., and it quickly became evident that they lacked sufficient food or water for such a grueling march. As mile followed mile and the late May sun rose overhead, men passed out from heat or exhaustion. Some Narragansetts and eastern Nyantics deserted. About a dozen miles in, at the Pawcatuck River, Mason permitted a rest. Narragansetts fretted that it was a Pequot fishing site. Pequots were no doubt tracking them and might be massing for an attack. But Uncas, the Mohegan sachem, disparaged Narragansett concerns, vowing that he and his men would prove more steadfast. Resuming the march, after about 3 miles they came to a recently planted cornfield. Mason gave orders for strict silence. Darkness fell, providing merciful relief from the heat. An hour later, they reached a swampy lowland between 2 hills. They stopped, much wearied, Mason recalled, supposing we were very near the fort, as our Indians informed us. Scouts could hear Pequots singing in Mystic. The sky was clear and the moon bright. Mason posted guards and ordered the men to rest. Against all odds, the Pequots failed to detect their presence. A few days earlier they had watched Mason's flotilla sail eastward. Convinced that the English had abandoned their campaign, they had been celebrating their victory late into the night. 23 Mason could scarcely have dreamed of a better opportunity to unleash God's vengeance. His soldiers and their Algonquian allies waited, knowing the Pequots had no idea what was coming. Dawn was a few hours away. Mason must have been exhausted because, by his own account, he slept in. When he woke up, he was mortified to discover that it was very light and we might have lost our opportunity. Mason roused his troops, who gathered for a brief prayer, commending their operation to God. Then, following their native guides, they rushed down the path toward the fort. It was further away than expected, and Mason's anxiety grew with each step. Suddenly they emerged from the trees into a cornfield at the foot of a hill. Open ground lay all around. Mason summoned Uncas and Wequash, the Pequot guide. Where was the fort? He demanded. At the top of the hill, they replied. Where were his Algonquian warriors? To the rear, exceedingly afraid, they admitted. Nearly half had deserted. Only about 300 remained. Mason instructed them to form a perimeter around the fort to prevent any Pequots from escaping. His English soldiers would make the attack. 24. The fort covered more than 2 acres of ground. Logs as thick as a man's thigh or the calf of his legs had been pounded 3 feet into the ground to form a palisade 10 to 12 feet high. Between the logs were loopholes for shooting arrows. There were 2 entrances, both barricaded with branches and bushes, making them so narrow that a man had to turn sideways to pass through. Inside, Mystic was crowded with wigwams containing at least 400 men, women, and children. 25. The colonists decided to strike from 2 directions. Underhill would pass around to the south gate, while Mason attacked from the northeast. Although Miantonimo had requested that women and children be spared, the officers agreed to destroy them by the sword and save the plunder. After more prayer, they moved into position. Mason crept within 20 feet of the fort when a dog started barking. A Pequot cried, "Oanux! Oanux!" and Mason ordered a charge. Soldiers rushed forward, shooting through holes in the palisade. Screams and cries pierced the air, jarring the inexperienced soldiers, most of whom were farmers, tradesmen, or servants. If God had not fitted the hearts of men for the service, it would have bred in them a commiseration towards, Underhill believed. But they merely had to recall the blood they had shed of our native countrymen, and how barbarously they had dealt with them. Mason reached an opening and clambered over a chest-high obstruction of branches, hollering for his men to follow. A lieutenant struggled to obey before deciding on a better approach. Stepping back, he pulled the branches out of the way and slipped through. 16 men followed, one by one. Had the Pequots been prepared, Mason would have been killed the moment he stepped inside the fort. As it was, he did not see a single Indian. He ducked into a wigwam and was beset with many Indians waiting all opportunities to lay hands on him. Another soldier followed, tripping over a dead Pequot. Some Pequots fled the wigwam. Others cowered in fear. Mason stepped outside and chased some down a lane before several of his soldiers intercepted and killed them. He walked back up the lane, very much out of breath. Approaching the gate, he saw two soldiers, their swords lowered as if they had no idea what to do. 26 The fort was so crowded they had no foot room to grapple with their adversaries. 27. On the south side, Underhill's men had more trouble. When Underhill tried to dismantle the branches blocking the entrance, he found them locked in place. A detachment led by a man named Hedge finally cleared a way through, but the delay had given the Pequots precious time. A sturdy Indian defended the opening, firing an arrow into Hedge's arm. Hedge killed him, only to be confronted by another, whom Hedge ran through with his sword. As soldiers poured into the fort, Pequot warriors shot several at point-blank range, and Hedge took an arrow in the other arm. Underhill recalled entering the fort soon after, our swords in our right hand and our carbines or muskets in our left hand. As soldiers barged into wigwams and fought off warriors, casualties mounted. Soon nearly 20 soldiers, a quarter of Mason's English force, had been wounded, some through the shoulders, some in the face, some in the head, some in the legs. Multiple arrows hit Mason's helmet. Underhill took one in his left hip, though his buff coat prevented serious injury, and another was lodged in the linen of his helmet between his neck and shoulders. 2 soldiers were dead. The commanders held a brief conference. They had not expected the Pequots to fight so well. We should never kill them after that manner, Mason declared. We must burn them. He dashed into a wigwam, fought off several Pequots, and grabbed a firebrand. The walls were covered with mats made from rushes and hempen threads that lit easily. Underhill used gunpowder to start a fire on the south side. Wind swept the flames through the fort, engulfing the dry, tightly packed houses. The palisade became an inferno, Mason recalled, to the extreme amazement of the enemy and great rejoicing of ourselves. Women and children screamed, yet some were so terrified of the soldiers that they ran into the very flames. The colonial soldiers withdrew from the palisade, taking their wounded. Mason ordered them to prevent any Pequots from escaping. Warriors fought desperately. Some of them climbing to the top of the palisade, others of them running into the very flames, many of them gathering windward, lay pelting at us with their arrows, Mason remembered. They fired through the palisade even as they were scorched and burnt with the very flame. Soon their bows became ineffective because fire burnt their very bowstrings. Their lungs choked and skin burned, bands of 20 and 30, including women and children, poured through the gates. Soldiers cut them down with swords. The Mohegans, Narragansetts, and Eastern Nyantics left the whole execution to the English and spared a few fortunate Pequots who broke through the English cordon. Down fell men, women, and children, Underhill recalled. Not above 5 of them escaped out of our hands. Soldiers would never forget the horror, according to William Bradford's account, to see them thus frying in the fire and the streams of blood quenching the same, and horrible was the stink and scent. Men who had never experienced battle were shocked to see so many souls lie gasping on the ground, so thick in some places that you could hardly pass along. 28. Mason relished the massacre as an act of divine judgment. God was above them, who laughed his enemies and the enemies of his people to scorn, making them as a fiery oven, he crowed. Thus did the Lord judge among the heathen, filling the place with dead bodies. Underhill estimated that 400 Pequots were killed in little over an hour, but Mason claimed Pequots later informed him 600 or 700 died. He thought scarcely 7 had escaped. 7 more were taken prisoner, and these owed their lives to the Algonquians. As for the English, Mason reported 2 killed and 20 wounded. 29. Mason had won a stunning victory, but his situation remained critical. They were at least 6 miles from Pequot Harbor, where they were supposed to meet their flotilla that afternoon, and many of the wounded could not move without help. Most were thirsty but could find no water, Mason added. The provision we had for food was very little. Ammunition ran low. Meanwhile, the Pequot sachem Sassacus had hundreds of warriors at Wineshawks who might counter-attack any moment. Sure enough, 300 warriors were discovered approaching the battlefield. Mason dispatched a detachment to hold them off, but he knew they would succeed for only so long. He asked the Algonquians to cover their withdrawal and help carry wounded. Observing as the warriors moved against the Pequots, Underhill was not impressed. The two sides shot arrows from such a distance and after such a manner, as I dare boldly affirm, they might fight 7 years and not kill 7 men, he marveled. European warfare was far more effective. Nevertheless, they gave Mason the cover he needed to extricate his men. As Pequots occupied the battlefield, they discovered what the English had done. Hundreds of corpses littered 2 acres of smoldering ruins. Men and women, young and old, children, infants, mothers, warriors, the stench of burning flesh was nauseating. These were their people, their kin. Mason watched as warriors, coming up to the place where the fort was and beholding what was done, stamped and tore the hair from their heads. Eventually they turned toward the departing English. Throwing caution to the wind, they charged down the hill. The rearguard turned and fired a volley, cutting warriors down. That stunned the enraged Pequots. They continued running to and fro, and shooting their arrows at random, but English muskets kept them at a distance. Slowly, the English made their way toward the river, burning wigwams along the way. Pequots harassed them, lying in ambush behind rocks and trees, but their arrows were ineffective. Occasionally they blocked the English path through a swamp or thicket, but musket fire dispersed them. Each time, Mason's Algonquian allies gave a great shout, rushed forward, and scalped the dead and wounded. 30. But the soldiers were exhausted and discouraged, and their Narragansett and Eastern Niantic allies kept slipping away. When 50 such Narragansetts were attacked, they begged Mason and Underhill for assistance. "How dare you crave aid of us," the officers retorted, "when you are leaving us in this distressed condition, not knowing which way to march out of the country?" Nevertheless, Underhill led 30 soldiers to their relief, driving the Pequots back. Finally, about 2 miles from the river the Pequots abandoned their pursuit. Ascending a hill, the soldiers saw their vessels in the harbor, which produced great rejoicing. With a new burst of energy, they finally reached the river. Relieved, famished, and utterly exhausted, Mason recalled, "We sat down in quiet." Underhill eventually sailed to Fort Saybrook with the wounded. Mason returned overland, destroying wigwams and fields on the way. 31. The exiled Roger Williams waited anxiously for news, the Narragansett sachems nearby. The first Narragansetts who returned claimed Mason had been defeated. Then Williams heard that a great victory had been won. But this was followed by news that Mason's army had been cut off. In Boston, Winthrop received the dismal report that all the English and 200 of the Indians were cut off in their retreat for want of powder and victuals. At last Williams learned the truth. "I have received tidings," he wrote Winthrop, "that the Narragansetts all came safe home and the English were all safe." The victory had come the day after Massachusetts had observed a colony-wide fast, so Winthrop considered it a direct answer to prayer. 32. Algonquians had never experienced anything like it. Their bows and arrows were no match for English muskets and armor, and the English were willing and able to annihilate their opposition, much as armies had done in Europe for decades. Although the Narragansetts and Eastern Niantics much rejoiced at the defeat of their traditional foes, they considered English tactics far too brutal. Mock it, they cried, because it is too furious and slays too many men." The day after, the Pequot sachems held a council. Furious at the Mohegan sachem Uncas's betrayal, they killed some of their Mohegan neighbors. They now realized that Canonicus was right, they could not stand up to English power. They faced the loss of everything they held dear, and many blamed Sassacus, their leading sachem. Most agreed that it was time to flee. 33 Sassacus and 80 men headed for the Mohawks. 100 people made for Long Island. About 70 took their chances with the Narragansetts, to Sassacus's disgust. 34. Connecticut responded swiftly to the news that Pequot power was broken, claiming the Pequot's land, and on June 2 dispatching 30 soldiers to maintain our right that God by conquest hath given to us. 35. 3 days later, Plymouth entered the war, with its governor Winslow urging such revenge on the Pequots as might discourage, for all time, any barbarians to rise against us. 36. Not all colonists supported such ruthlessness. John Humphrey advised Winthrop to make peace while English casualties remained low. Our nation, the gospel, the blood of those murdered persons of ours seems to triumph in the present success, he opined. The honor and terror of our people to all the natives is abundantly vindicated and made good. Why not make peace while they had the upper hand, lest a short war devolve into a perpetual one? 37. He need not have worried. Pequot allies and tributaries were so desperate for peace that they were betraying erstwhile allies. The Montauk sachem Wyandanch, from Long Island, delivered 5 Pequot heads to Saybrook, promising to give you tribute as we did the Pequots. 38. The Narragansetts reiterated their request that Pequot captives be not enslaved like those which are taken in war, but be used kindly, have houses and goods and fields given them. They expected a say in the matter, as stipulated by the treaty their sachem Miantonimo had signed in Boston. But English officers did not treat them as equals. In late June, Narragansett and Massachusetts forces captured 100 Pequots and delivered them to Israel Stoughton, Massachusetts colony's commander in the field. Stoughton executed 22 Pequot men, sparing 2 sachems because they promised to help find Sassacus. He gave 30 women and children to the Narragansetts and 3 to the Massachusetts. 39 But he sent 48 to Boston as slaves, he and his officers claiming several for themselves. One is the fairest and largest that I saw amongst them, to whom I have given a coat to clothe her, he wrote the governor. It is my desire to have her for a servant, if it may stand with your good liking. 40. When Miantonimo showed up, Stoughton's soldiers refused to let him see the captured sachems. I was thrust at with a pike many times, the sachem complained, that I durst not come near the door. To make matters worse, Stoughton appropriated a canoe his officers had promised to Miantonimo's brother, and his soldiers talked openly about attacking the Narragansetts. Disgusted, Miantonimo and Cutchamkin, the Massachusetts sachem, returned home with their men. Did ever friends deal so with friends? Miantonimo asked Roger Williams. Williams took such tensions seriously. Little sparks prove great fires, he warned John Winthrop. 41. Stoughton admitted that the Narragansett alliance was strained but declared churlishly that the colonists did not need Narragansett help. The heathen shall not say our dependence is on them, he avowed. So we look up to God. 42. In fact, the Narragansetts were doing more for the English than he knew. That summer, Miantonimo's warriors and their Nipmuc tributaries defeated a force of Pequots and Nipmucs, sending them fleeing across the Connecticut River. 43. As Pequots fled in every direction, colonists worried the war might spread. Sassacus and his warriors had moved west, killing 3 colonists on the Connecticut River, and Roger Williams feared they might secure an alliance with the Mohawks, dreaded for their savagery and cannibalism. Stoughton set out in pursuit in July, sailing west along the north shore of Long Island Sound with 160 Massachusetts soldiers and 40 Connecticut troops. Uncas's Mohegans kept pace on land, seizing Pequots who fell behind by reason of their children and want of provisions. 44. They took women and children alive, but soldiers executed at least 7 men, including 2 sachems. On July 13, they discovered a body of Pequot warriors at a Sasquaw village bordering the Munakimak swamp. More than 100 soldiers moved to surround the swamp. I judged best, while the terror was upon them, to fall in upon them, wrote the impetuous Salem officer Lieutenant Richard Davenport. That was a mistake, for the ground was so thick with shrubwood and so boggy that soldiers' feet stuck fast in muck. Davenport discovered a man and a sachem's child and thrust him through twice with his pike. Only then did he realize that only 3 soldiers had followed him. Within moments, all were wounded by arrows. Struck near his left armpit and on the right side of his chest, Davenport thought it might be the end. Now all had left me, he later wrote, but God stood to me. Reinforcements arrived, forced the Pequots back, and carried out the wounded. Soldiers formed a thin perimeter around the swamp, about a mile in circumference, occasionally firing their muskets while dodging arrows. Officers agonized over what to do next. It was about 3 p.m., and they were sure the Pequots would try to break out come nightfall. Gaps between soldiers were so large that such an attempt would probably succeed. Captain Daniel Patrick advocated cutting down the swamp, but this was rejected. Others proposed building a barrier around it. This was deemed impractical. Captain Mason's soldiers did manage to cut their way through a narrow part of the swamp, reducing the length of the perimeter. Mason claimed that because the English were loath to destroy women and children, they decided to negotiate. Thomas Stanton, who had interpreted during the previous year's meeting at Saybrook, offered to make contact. It was not long before he returned with the village sachem and a trickle of women, children, and old men at his heels. More came throughout the evening. By dark the number of refugees totaled almost 200. It was lamentable to see into what condition they have brought themselves, the wounded Davenport observed, everyone crying out. Had the English agreed to spare the lives of warriors, further bloodshed might have been avoided, but they would not. The warriors alerted Stanton that they would sell their lives there and commenced shooting. The violence resumed, unseen arrows slicing through the darkness amid the flash of musket fire. Soldiers hacked their way through underbrush, confining the Pequots into so narrow a compass as they could easier kill them through the thickets. Gaps between soldiers were reduced to about 12 feet. But all night Pequot warriors launched counterattacks, coming up behind the bushes very near the soldiers. Arrows pierced their hat brims and their sleeves and stockings and other parts of their clothes, but the soldiers wore armor, and none were fatally wounded. About an hour before dawn, it grew very dark. The Pequots attempted to break through Captain Patrick's sector, but the Massachusetts troops beat them back. The warriors attacked again, making a great noise, but were driven back a second time. Their war cries unnerved the officers on other parts of the line, and with the tumult growing to a very great height, Mason pulled his Connecticut troops out of their place on the perimeter and marched to Patrick's relief. As they rounded a curve in the swamp, Mason's men were attacked. They sent the natives reeling into the underbrush with a volley of small shot, then braced for a second attack. But the Pequots, taking advantage of their interior lines, slipped back toward Patrick's exhausted soldiers. Some officers later claimed they sneaked past the soldiers, but according to Mason, the Pequots pressed violently upon Captain Patrick, breaking through his quarters. Others no doubt slipped through the part of the line abandoned by Mason. The officers put the best spin on it, claiming that fewer than 20 warriors escaped, but the reality was that when they combed the swamp, they found only 9 Indian bodies. Almost the entire Pequot force had gotten away. 45. Even so, it was a victory, and soldiers relished its spoils, gathering kettles, trays, wampum. The village sachem and his people were freed, but captured Pequots were parceled out to Connecticut and Massachusetts as slaves. Among them was the sachem Mononato's wife, of a very modest countenance and behavior, who requested that they not abuse her body and that her children might not be taken from her. Because she had protected the Wethersfield girls during their captivity, she and her children were entrusted to Governor Winthrop. They would be freed within 2 years. 46. Wounded soldiers were brought to the pinnaces. Davenport suffered great pain, as an arrowhead lodged deep in his arm was removed, but he was grateful to be alive. My humble request to you is that you remember my case and soul to the Lord, he implored his pastor, that he that hate his people to profit will teach me how to use this special deliverance. He asked him to cheer up the spirit of my poor wife, who I fear will apprehend worse than the thing is. 47. Stoughton gave up pursuing Sassacus. Instead, he sailed to Block Island, killed a couple of natives, and burned wigwams before the local Manissas sued for peace. Their sachems agreed to pay 100 fathoms of wampum, surrender John Oldham's killers, and become tributaries of Massachusetts. Indians in all quarters so terrified, Winthrop wrote, that they refused to protect Pequot refugees. They pledged friendship or submission to Massachusetts by sending Pequot heads and hands and wampum in exchange for protection. 48. On August 5, colonists from Connecticut arrived in Boston with the most valuable trophies of all, part of the skin and lock of hair of Sassacus and the scalps of 6 other Pequot leaders. All were gifts from the Mohawks, who had decided that friendship with the English and Narragansetts was more valuable than with the defeated Pequots. 49. Over the coming weeks Indians delivered Pequots almost daily to Windsor or Hartford. Mason exulted, the Pequots now became a prey to all Indians. Happy were they that could bring in their heads to the English. 50. In Massachusetts, the end of the war coincided with the conclusion of the synod called to resolve the colony's theological dispute. On October 12, 1637, the churches observed a day of thanksgiving for our victories against the Pequots and for the success of the assembly. After a sermon, the magistrates and ministers paraded with veterans before all joined in a feast. 51. There is no record of Puritan hand-wringing over the massacre at Mystic. Boston minister John Cotton's pre-war writings forbade killing women and children in war, but he wrote nothing about what happened there. There was ample precedent for such brutality in recent European wars, especially against enemies considered notorious, such as rebels, heretics, and pagans, or towns that refused to surrender. The Pequots fell into both categories. 52. Captain Underhill faced accusations of brutality head-on. It may be demanded, why should you be so furious, as some have said? Should not Christians have more mercy and compassion? But I would refer you to David's war, he explained, invoking the Old Testament Israelite king. When a people is grown to such a height of blood and sin against God and man, and all confederates in the action, there he hath no respect to persons, but harrows them, and saws them, and puts them to the sword and the most terrible death that may be. Sometimes the Scripture declareth women and children must perish with their parents. Sometimes the case alters, but we will not dispute it now. We had sufficient light from the Word of God for our proceedings. 53. Mason defended the massacre as an act of God. Thus was God seen in the mount, crushing his proud enemies and the enemies of his people, he boasted. The Pequots had been a terror to all that were round about them, having resolved to destroy all the English and to root their very name out of this country. The fact that destruction fell upon their own heads in a moment, and by such weak means, even 77, proved that God was at work, burning them up in the fire of his wrath and dunging the ground with their flesh, Mason insisted. It was the Lord's doings, and it is marvelous in our eyes. 54. Governor William Bradford of Plymouth echoed this rhetoric, though none of his colony's troops were at Mystic. The victory seemed a sweet sacrifice, he wrote, and the soldiers gave the praise thereof to God, who had wrought so wonderfully for them, thus to enclose their enemies in their hands and give them so speedy a victory over so proud and insulting an enemy. 55. Not a single minister went on record criticizing what had happened. 1. Philip Vincent celebrated it. He acknowledged that Indians were fundamentally equal to Englishmen, though uncivilized. But he insisted that as long as the English maintained peace with them, the Pequots posed a threat. Now, however, having once terrified them by severe execution of just revenge, the English shall never hear of more harm from them but have those brutes their servants, their slaves. 56. Only Roger Williams questioned the killing and enslavement of women and children, in large part because he rejected the Puritan belief that the Old Testament offered a model for Christian states. In a private letter to Winthrop, he respectfully stated his fear that some innocent blood cries at Connecticut. True, God once commanded Israel to kill Amalekite women and children, but this command was extraordinary and mystical. In the second book of Kings, by contrast, mercy was shown to children of treacherous servants that slew their lord and king. Should not similar mercy be granted to the children of Pequots, whose crime was not nearly so great? I observe our countrymen have almost quite forgotten our great pretences to king and state and all the world concerning their souls, Williams lamented, reminding Winthrop of New England's stated purpose. Pious talk of evangelizing the natives had given way to plotting their destruction. Hope of welcoming them into Christ's kingdom had succumbed to an intense desire to purge them from the region. The general speech is, all must be rooted out. What Puritans imagined as an enterprise of peace and liberation had devolved into a bloody struggle for power and land. 57. 6. My Antonimo. 1637 to 1644. Massachusetts and Connecticut claimed the spoils of victory. A just war, they believed, brought rights of conquest and enslavement. The Narragansetts, Eastern Nyantics, and Mohegans also sought to secure captives and control over former Pequot tributaries. These maneuvers provoked tensions that left the region constantly on the brink of war. The colonies enslaved at least 260 Pequots. Leading Puritans like Salem minister Hugh Peter and former Governor John Endicott requested boys or girls as slaves. Roger Williams claimed a boy whose mother and siblings had been taken to Boston. Massachusetts shipped 17 boys to the Caribbean in exchange for Africans. Many colonists thought servitude would benefit Pequot captives by exposing them to Christianity, but John Mason, who had led the attack on Fort Mystic, admitted that women enslaved in Connecticut could not endure that yoke, few of them continuing any considerable time with their masters. Some who escaped Massachusetts were restored to the English by allied Indians and branded on the shoulder. A few were delivered to Williams almost starved, one having been raped and beaten with fire sticks. Williams returned them to Massachusetts, pleading for better treatment. 1. Williams protested that permanent enslavement violated the Christian principle of mercy. The Pequots were, after all, our brethren by nature. While Puritans justified the practice by drawing on Old Testament law, Williams insisted that Jesus' life and death made God's commands to Israel regarding the treatment of enemies obsolete. Since the Most High delights in mercy, and great revenge hath already taken, why not allow the Pequots to settle as English subjects? 2. Williams's protests were ignored. In 1641, Massachusetts confirmed that it was legal to enslave captives taken in just wars, strangers as willingly sell themselves or are sold to us, and persons convicted of crimes, as long as they received all the liberties and Christian usages prescribed by Old Testament law. 3. The Narragansetts believed their 1636 treaty with Massachusetts entitled them to a fair share of captives, as well as hunting rights east of the Pequot River and control of former Pequot tributaries. But their relationship with Massachusetts was rapidly breaking down. The English accused them of abandoning colonial forces in the field and illegally harboring Pequot captives. Williams defended them, writing Massachusetts Governor Winthrop that although they were barbarians, if I mistake not, I observe in my Antonimo some sparks of true friendship. If Massachusetts assured the sachem that it would not despoil him of the country, he might even become a powerful ally for. Yet Winthrop played hardball, insisting that Williams present the Narragansett sachems with Massachusetts' grievances and threatenings. Williams reluctantly did so. Using a symbolic Algonquian gesture, he broke his straw in 2 or 3 places to represent the Narragansetts' purported treaty violations. The elderly Canonicus was unimpressed. I have never suffered any wrong to be offered to the English since they landed, nor never will, he retorted. If the alliance failed, it would be because the English proved false. But as long as the English were faithful, then shall I go to my grave in peace and hope that the English and my posterity shall live in love and peace together. Williams countered that Canonicus had long experience of their friendliness and trustiness. But Canonicus picked up a stick, broke it into 10 pieces, and related 10 instances of English perfidy, laying down a stick to every instance 5. Canonicus and Maiantonimo watched with dismay as rivals snatched up Pequot captives. Their kinsman Ninigrid welcomed dozens to Niantic and protected about 120 on Pequot land along the Pawcatuck River. Even worse, it was said that Uncas, the Mohegan sachem, had 300 new men, mostly Pequots and their tributaries. It was not just a matter of numbers. Pequots were wampum producers whose labor enhanced the economic power of their adoptive communities. The Narragansetts proposed to seize the Pawcatuck Pequots, but Massachusetts forbade it. Maiantonimo retorted that the 1636 treaty hardly required them to tolerate so many of their enemies living so near them. Tensions rose when Mohegan warriors seized some Narragansetts. 6 At last Maiantonimo traveled to Boston, where he negotiated an agreement. He acknowledged that Pequot country belonged to Massachusetts by right of conquest, while Massachusetts authorized him to apprehend the Ninigrids Pequots. 7. Maiantonimo seemed satisfied. But Connecticut, now an independent colony, denied that it was bound by Massachusetts' treaties and threatened war unless Maiantonimo came to Hartford to negotiate a treaty with Connecticut. Meanwhile, believing Uncas's support would strengthen its own claims over Pequot land, Connecticut allowed Uncas to accumulate captives and marry the Pequot sachem Sassacus's widow and sister, an obvious attempt to position Uncas as Sassacus's successor. The frustrated Narragansetts demanded that the Pequots be removed from rival sachem's control. Williams warned that Connecticut was marvelously deluded by Uncas. 8 He urged Massachusetts to honor its 1636 treaty, observing that whenever Narragansetts suspected him of breaking his word, they would object, "Do you know God, and will you lie?" 9. But Uncas played Governor Winthrop skillfully. In June 1638, he traveled to Boston, gave Winthrop 20 fathoms of wampum, and promised to submit to Massachusetts' adjudication. "This heart," he told Winthrop, his hand on his chest, "is not mine but yours. I have no men, they are yours. Command me any difficult thing, I will do it. I will not believe any Indian's words against the English. If any man shall kill an Englishman, I will put him to death, were he never so dear to me." Deeply moved, Winthrop gave him a fair, red coat and defrayed his expenses. After Uncas departed, Winthrop cast further accusations at Maiantonimo, the Narragansett sachem. 10. Disgusted at Winthrop's gullibility, Williams protested that one of Uncas's men was a Pequot who had murdered and tortured colonists. Soon after, Williams reported that 2 of Winthrop's female slaves, who had gone missing, had joined Uncas's collection of wives. Uncas had allegedly arranged the escape. Williams tried to make Winthrop understand how foolish it was to insult Maiantonimo. The Narragansett sachem had invested considerable prestige in his relationship with Massachusetts, yet now it was all dashed in a moment. Lesser sachems, less friendly to the colony, were eager to undermine him. Williams admitted that Maiantonimo was proud and angry and covetous and filthy, hating and hateful. But, he reminded Winthrop, apart from God's grace, so were the English. 11. Ninigrid, the eastern Niantic sachem who was suddenly defying Narragansett authority, also acted aggressively. Determined to bring the Pequot's former Long Island tributaries under his control, he went up and down the island robbing and pillaging. In response to Montauk protests that they were English tributaries, Ninigrid replied, "Englishmen are liars. They do it but only to get your wampum." Connecticut held the Narragansetts responsible for Ninigrid's behavior and dispatched Captain Mason with 8 men to demand satisfaction. 12. In late July, the situation reached a breaking point. Arthur Peach, an English veteran of the Pequot War, and 3 companions were fleeing Plymouth, where they faced charges of fornication. On the way, they encountered a Nipmuc trader carrying beaver pelts and wampum for the Narragansetts. After inviting him to smoke tobacco by their fire, Peach boasted to his friends that he had killed many Indians during the war and would kill this one too. Then he ran his rapier through the man's leg and belly. Indians found the Nipmuc in agony and bleeding profusely. When Roger Williams set out to treat him, he encountered Indians fleeing on the road, convinced that the English planned a general slaughter of the natives. Williams tried to assuage their fears, promising that justice would be done. But when the Nipmuc died, many Narragansetts were ready to rise in arms. The Pequots had been right about the English, some said. It was time to retaliate. Peach and his comrades were captured, and although Governor Winthrop suggested they be turned over to the Narragansetts, Plymouth claimed jurisdiction. Maiantonimo ordered his people to desist from violence, insisting that Plymouth would see justice done, and he warned the English to be careful on the highways. But his Pecanicut rival, the sachem Usamakan, declared that the Nipmuc was not worthy another man should die for him, and some colonists protested that any English should be put to death for the Indians. As the region teetered on the brink of war, Mason arrived from Connecticut to confront Ninigret over his raids on Long Island. Desperate to save blood, whether the natives or my countrymen's, Williams persuaded Ninigret to pay satisfaction. Plymouth, meanwhile, was determined to prove that Indians could receive justice from an English jury. It tried Peach and two accomplices for murder, convicted them, and executed them. 13 That calmed matters somewhat. But Connecticut was not finished with its power play and demanded that Maiantonimo come to Hartford. Maiantonimo set out overland with more than 150 men as well as his wife and children. He took Roger Williams with him, since he did not trust Connecticut's Thomas Stanton as an interpreter. Along the way, he was informed that Mohegans and Pequots were attacking Narragansetts and their Nipmuc tributaries and planning to ambush his entourage. Williams urged him to turn back, but Maiantonimo refused. Posting warriors in the woods on each side of the trail, he pressed on, even stopping for a day so Williams could observe the Sabbath. They reached Hartford on September 20, 1638. The summit was tense, with Narragansetts and Mohegans lobbing accusations at each other. Williams thought it served to give vent and breathing to both sides. Eventually Maiantonimo and Uncas were induced to shake hands, but Uncas refused Maiantonimo's invitation to eat with him and had to be coerced into revealing how many Pequots he was harboring. 14. On September 21, Connecticut persuaded the two sachems to sign what became known as the Treaty of Hartford. In it, they pledged all former injuries and wrongs offered to each other remitted and buried and never to be renewed any more. They promised not to fight over future grievances but submit them to Connecticut's adjudication. The treaty divided up the Pequots and their families, 80 to the Narragansetts, 80 to the Mohegans, and 20 to Ninigret, each of whom were required to pay annual tribute for them. They would no more be called Pequots, but Narragansetts and Mohegans, and were forbidden to live in Pequot country. 15. For Maiantonimo, it was a stunning surrender. Massachusetts had treated him as an equal, at least formally, but Connecticut claimed the right to dictate his foreign relations and impose tribute on him. Maiantonimo obviously valued an equitable division of the Pequots and may have reasoned that Massachusetts would protect him. But the ultimate effect of the treaty was to confirm the upstart Uncas, just 2 years removed from being a Pequot subject, as the region's rising Algonquian power and Maiantonimo's equal, and to ratify Connecticut's conquest of Pequot country. Its message was as clear as it was alien to traditional Christian rules of just war. Any Algonquians who waged war against the English would suffer cultural genocide, their identity erased and their land occupied. 16. The Narragansett sachems continued lobbying Massachusetts to honor the 1636 treaty by allowing them to hunt in Pequot country and take the Pocketuck Pequots as captives. In May 1639, they sent Winthrop 30 fathoms of wampum and a basket for his wife, Margaret, from Maiantonimo's wife, expressing their sincere affection and desire for the continuance of your ancient and constant friendship. But Winthrop suspected them of harboring a large number of Pequots and insulted them by accepting the gift while ignoring their pleas. 17. By contrast, Connecticut worked closely with Uncas, the Mohegan sachem. On August 26, it dispatched Captain Mason and Uncas with 40 English soldiers and 100 Indians to destroy the Pequot community Ninigret was protecting at Pocketuck. The force sailed into Pocketuck Bay, entered a small river, and fell upon the village, plundering wigwams and stockpiles of freshly harvested corn. When 60 angry warriors confronted them, Mason outflanked and dispersed them, capturing 7. These were Ninigret's men, and Mason prepared to cut off their heads, only for the Narragansett Maiantonomo's brother to arrive and announce that they belonged to Maiantonomo. The Narragansett offered to purchase them with the heads of 7 Pequots who had killed colonists. Mason agreed and handed them to Uncas pending the transfer. The next morning, more than 300 warriors, probably Eastern Nyantics and Narragansetts, appeared across a creek, demanding an explanation for Mason's depredations. Mason explained that the Pequot settlement was illegal under the Treaty of Hartford. The Indians replied that the Pequots were good men, their friends, and that they would fight for them and protect them. Mason called their bluff, daring them to do so. But having seen what Mason did at Mystic, they told him they would not fight with Englishmen, for they were spirits, but would fight with Uncas. Mason retorted that they could do what they pleased, but he would be burning wigwams and carrying corn aboard all that day. The Indians bitterly jeered at the pillaging soldiers until Thomas Stanton, Mason's interpreter, silenced them by shooting one in the thigh. After loading their vessels with corn, kettles, mats, and other plunder, Mason and Uncas departed the ruined town. Mason viewed the raid as the final campaign of the Pequot War. God had destroyed the wicked and would cut the remembrance of them from the earth, he reflected. Thus the Lord was pleased to smite our enemies in the hinder parts and to give us their land for an inheritance, just as he had done for Israel. 18. The raid merely intensified the crisis. Ninigret refused to surrender 7 Pequots, having promised to protect them, but vowed that if Uncas harmed his 7 Eastern Nyantic hostages, Ninigret would retaliate against English settlers. The Narragansett sachems Canonicus and Maiantonomo had been estranged from Ninigret, but in the face of Mohegan aggression, they closed ranks. They assured Roger Williams they were trying to reason with Ninigret, but English favoritism toward Uncas was so great and the consequences so grievous that it was like shooting arrows at a stone wall. When Williams urged them to desert the Nyantics, they reminded him that they were their brethren who had never hurt the English but joined with them against the Pequots. 19. Connecticut considered going to war against the Narragansetts, with tentative support from Plymouth. On June 29, 1640, Governor William Bradford of Plymouth informed Winthrop of good intelligence that the Mohawks had promised to support the Narragansetts against the English, though Bradford would not reveal his source, lest it should be suspected. 20 similar reports came from Connecticut, and colonists complained that the Narragansett's Massachusetts tributaries were acting suspiciously. 21 Uncas warned Maiantonomo that if he approached the Mohegan fort at Shantok, Connecticut troops would fall upon him. 22 Bradford was not sure what to think about Connecticut going to war. I wish they may go upon good grounds, lest they bring evil upon themselves and their neighbors, he wrote, but if justice or necessity compel them, they should strike quickly, before the Narragansetts harvested their corn. 23. Williams continued to intercede. Christians were not modern-day Israelites called to wage war against the heathen, he chided Winthrop. They were called to seek the kingdom proclaimed by the prophets, in which nations beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation will not take up sword against nation, nor will they train for war any more. War was sometimes justified to secure justice upon malefactors or defend one's people, as in the Pequot War, but this was no such case. 24. Thankfully, the colony of Massachusetts discredited reports of a Narragansett attack, aware that the Narragansetts had plenty of enemies inclined to stir up false rumors about them. But to be safe, it ordered the Massachusetts sachem Cutchamkin to surrender his people's ammunition and summoned Maiantonomo to Boston. Maiantonomo agreed to come if Williams could serve as his interpreter. Winthrop had suggested that Williams's exile from Massachusetts be revoked as a reward for his diplomatic service, but Boston minister John Cotton objected, and the council refused Miantonomo's request. 25. Miantonomo swallowed the insult and traveled to Boston. As he did so, a wave of racist hostility swept through the colonial population. Colonists said Indians belonged to the cursed race of Ham and should be rooted out of the land. Such talk alarmed officials, who maintained that Indians had to be won over by justice and kindness. 26. The Boston Summit was an opportunity to prove they could do so, but the colony botched it. Winthrop had been replaced as governor by Thomas Dudley, a strict Puritan, who not only insisted on using an interpreter Miantonomo mistrusted but imperiously informed the general court that while traveling to Boston Miantonomo had been rude, disrespectful, and ungrateful. Dudley would not allow any discussion or let Miantonomo eat with him until he apologized. Miantonomo reminded him that when colonists came to him, they were permitted to use their own fashions. Why did not they extend such hospitality to him? Nevertheless, he humbled himself and acknowledged his failing. The two parties then reaffirmed the 1636 treaty, but Winthrop feared the sachem would carry home in his breast. 27. The Mohegan Uncas, in contrast, further ingratiated himself with Connecticut, taking a female sachem as at least his seventh wife and selling some of her land. Then he entrusted all the land he claimed to Connecticut, reserving for his Mohegans that ground which at present is planted and in that kind improved by us. It was a calculated move. At the cost of submission, he secured Connecticut's support for his lofty ambitions. Connecticut, in turn, strengthened its claims to Pequot country. 28. In late August 1642, a sachem nervously approached colonist Roger Ludlow while he was harvesting hay near New Haven, a new colony on the northern shore of Long Island Sound. Requesting anonymity for fear of his life, the sachem warned that Miantonomo, the Narragansett sachem, was recruiting the Long Island sachems for a war against the English. The conspiracy included all the sachems upon the mainland, from the Dutch to the Bay, and all the Indian sachems from the eastward. According to the informant, when sachems protested that the English were too strong, Miantonomo argued that they only defeated the Pequots because they had Algonquian support, much to his regret. The English did get possession of all the best place in the country and did drive the Indians away and were likely to take away the country from them, Miantonomo warned. All Indians, including Uncas, needed to unite as one man before it was too late. The plan was to approach English towns after harvest under pretense of trade, only to kill the colonists. Ludlow took the alarming report to New Haven, where he discovered that a Long Island Indian had declared the same to them verbatim. He traveled to Connecticut, where he learned that a third Indian of note had reported the conspiracy, apparently after suffering an injury that convinced him the Englishman's God was angry with him. It was as if God had confirmed the evidence with a threefold testimony. 29. Lieutenant Lyon Gardner, having left Fort Saybrook to settle on a small island off Long Island, was informed by the Montauk sachem Wyandanch that Miantonomo was recruiting Montauks behind his back. You know our fathers had plenty of deer and skins, our plains were full of deer, as also our woods, and of turkeys, and our coves full of fish and fowl, Miantonomo allegedly told them. But these English having gotten our land, they with scythes cut down the grass, and with axes fell the trees. Their cows and horses eat the grass, and their hogs spoil our clam banks, and we shall all be starved. The English were strong because they were unified, he continued, so must we be one as they are, otherwise we shall be all gone shortly. All the sachems from east to west, including the Mohawks, must fall upon them all, at one appointed day. In 40 days they would light 3 signal fires, Miantonomo supposedly said. The next day, fall on and kill men, women, and children. 30. The Dutch likewise reported that Miantonomo was passing through all the Indian villages, soliciting them to a general war against both the English and the Dutch. 31. Connecticut relayed the intelligence to Massachusetts and called for a preemptive strike. Winthrop, re-elected governor of Massachusetts, called the General Court for an emergency session in early September. Meanwhile, he ordered that the Massachusetts and Pennacook's, Narragansett tributaries, be disarmed to strike some terror into the Indians. Cutchamkin, the Massachusetts sachem, came willingly and was quickly released after interrogation revealed no ground of suspicion. The attempt to disarm the Pennacooks was a fiasco, however. Unable to locate their sachem Passaconaway, 40 soldiers arrested his son and his son's wife and child. When the son slipped his line and dashed for freedom, a soldier shot at him. It was more than 3 weeks before Passaconaway received satisfaction and surrendered his people's weapons. Such heavy-handed tactics threatened to provoke the very hostility they were supposed to prevent. 32. The General Court, assembling on September 8, was more careful. Its members agreed that although the evidence presented by Connecticut rendered a conspiracy very probable, it was hardly sufficient ground for us to begin a war, for it was possible it might be otherwise. They had learned not to believe every tale of an Indian conspiracy. We considered also of the like reports which had formerly been raised almost every year since we came, Winthrop wrote, and how they proved to be but reports raised up by the opposite factions among the Indians. Indeed, the testimony of the various informants was so similar that the court suspected all this might come out of the enmity which had been between Miantonimo and Uncas, who continually sought to discredit each other with the English. Even if Miantonimo was building an alliance, its purpose might simply be defensive, and its target might be Uncas. For Puritans who wanted their society to reflect Christ's kingdom, the moral and spiritual costs of an unjust war were too high. If they went to war on a false report, they worried, we might provoke God's displeasure and blemish our wisdom and integrity before the heathen. War might prove costly and catastrophic, and while soldiers well assured of the justice of the cause would endure its perils, this cause was doubtful at best. The court decided to pursue diplomacy. It sent envoys to summon Miantonimo to Boston, threatening that if he refused to come, it would give us occasion to right ourselves. 33. But while Massachusetts investigated, Connecticut resolved to make war and pressured Massachusetts to delay no longer. Even Plymouth ordered preparations for a defensive and offensive war. With time running out, Winthrop assembled available magistrates, deputies, and clergy. All day the Puritan elite sifted through reports, but they found the evidence lacking. If the colonies went to war over every alleged conspiracy, they argued, we should never be free from war. Winthrop duly wrote Connecticut to dissuade them from going forth, warning that to attack in the midst of negotiations was base treachery. Massachusetts' diplomacy was rewarded when Miantonimo agreed to come to Boston. The magistrates prepared carefully, anxious to avoid a repeat of the toxic meeting of 1640. Since Winthrop was moderate and tactful, they decided he alone would speak to the sachem. The suspense was palpable as Miantonimo appeared before the court. Everything was arranged to make him as comfortable as possible. He was assigned a seat across the table from Winthrop, and the meeting did not begin until all his counselors were present. Then Winthrop began to question him. In all his answers he was very deliberate and showed good understanding in the principles of justice and equity and ingenuity, Winthrop recorded. Charges that had seemed terrifying now appeared flimsy and disingenuous. Disgusted that his accusers were anonymous, Miantonimo charged Uncas with defamation and demanded an investigation. If his accusers could not prove their charges, they should suffer the very punishment they sought against him, death. When Winthrop assured him that the court did not believe the reports, he replied, if you did not give credit to it, why then did you disarm the Indians? The 2-day summit was not without insult. When colonists prepared a separate table for the Narragansetts, Miantonimo refused to eat until Winthrop invited him to his own table. Nevertheless, the sachem departed in excellent spirits. Bidding farewell, he returned and gave his hand to the governor again, saying, that was for the rest of the magistrates who were absent. Colonists returned the Massachusetts and Pennacook's guns, which they needed for hunting, deciding it was better to trust God with our safety than to save ourselves by unrighteousness. 34. Historians debate whether Miantonimo was actually organizing a conspiracy. The evidence is inconclusive, but Massachusetts' skepticism gives ample reason for pause. Fort Saybrook's former commander Lyon Gardner, however, was convinced that Miantonimo would have struck if Wyandanch and Uncas had not revealed his plans and that one day he would try again. The Pequot War was but a comedy in comparison of the tragedies which may yet come, Gardner predicted, if God do not open the eyes, ears, and hearts of some that I think are willfully deaf and blind. One day Indians would easily destroy us, man and mother's son, and God would judge the colonies for their extreme pride and base security, which cannot but stink before the Lord. Over the years, Gardner grew more fearful. One morning, he imagined, as colonists stirred from their beds, offered morning prayers, and headed to their fields, Indians would be upon them. He dreaded the moment when he might have a sharp stake set in the ground and thrust into my fundament, and to have my skin flayed off by piecemeal and cut in pieces and bits, and my flesh roasted and thrust down my throat, as these people have done, and I know will be done to the chief in the country by hundreds, if God should deliver us into their hands, as justly he may for our sins. 35. The crisis united the Puritan colonies. Enduring fear of a conspiracy and alarm at their failure to coordinate their response invigorated calls for a confederation to handle future crises. In May 1643, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Plymouth, and New Haven established the United Colonies of New England. Whereas we all came into these parts of America with one and the same end and aim, namely, to advance the kingdom of our Lord Jesus Christ and to enjoy the liberties of the gospel in purity with peace, they declared, now they were joining together so that as in nation and religion, so in other respects, we be and continue one. The Confederation would be responsible for offense and defense, mutual advice and succor upon all just occasions, both for preserving and propagating the truth and liberties of the gospel, and for their own mutual safety and welfare. It was a distinctly Puritan union, so Providence, Roger Williams's colony, was excluded. The agreement required the colonies to defend one another against attack, sharing the economic and military burden of all just wars in proportion to their populations. No colony could launch an offensive war without permission from the Confederation. The governing body would consist of 2 commissioners from each colony, each a faithful church member. Binding decisions required the agreement of 6. They were to ensure that Indians were treated justly and received due satisfaction when injured. The colonies also pledged to return fugitive servants to their masters. 36 From now on, they hoped, hostile Indians would face a Puritan confederation that acted as one. Even as reports circulated of Miantonimo's purported conspiracy, Massachusetts recklessly antagonized him by expanding its jurisdiction into Narragansett country. Puritans had watched with alarm as Roger Williams provided refuge in Providence to exiles from Massachusetts, including Anne Hutchinson and William Coddington, on whose behalf he negotiated the acquisition of Aquidneck Island from Miantonimo. Williams himself rejected infant baptism and no longer believed a true church existed. He even refused to pray with anyone other than his wife. By annexing the region, Puritans reasoned, they could suppress such radicalism, promote Massachusetts' prosperity and defense, and evangelize the natives. Their opportunity emerged from the actions of a contentious religious leader named Samuel Gorton. Gorton rejected Puritan views of church and state and challenged every authority he encountered. He had already been driven from Plymouth and Newport and was now, complained Williams, bewitching and bemeading poor Providence. 2 ambitious landholders, William Arnold and William Harris, had recently settled 4 miles south of Providence at Pawtuxet and wanted to break free of Providence's control. Using Gorton's presence as a pretext, in September 1642 they petitioned to join Massachusetts. 37. Massachusetts leaped at the opportunity and proceeded to annex Pawtuxet. Not only could it rescue these men from unjust violence, Winthrop explained, but it wanted to draw in the rest in those parts, either under ourselves or Plymouth. The place was likely to be of use to us, especially if we should have occasion of sending out against any Indians of Narragansett, and likewise for an outlet into the Narragansett Bay. 38 Providence and Newport were so alarmed that, in 1643, they sent Williams to England to procure a charter confirming title to their lands. 39. Further opportunity for expansion came when Algonquian communities solicited Massachusetts' help in escaping Narragansett dominion. When Miantonomo forced a lesser sachem named Pomham to sell Gordon 60,000 acres at Shawimet, south of Pawtuxet, William Arnold persuaded Pomham and the Pawtuxet sachem Sacanonaco to appeal to Massachusetts, offering their people as subjects in exchange for protection. They arrived in Boston with his son Benedict Arnold in May. Massachusetts summoned Miantonomo. 40. Massachusetts quickly demonstrated how little it valued the Narragansett alliance. It ordered Miantonomo to surrender a Pequot convicted of attempting to assassinate Uncas, the Mohegan sachem. It received testimony from Cutchamkin, the Massachusetts sachem, whose allegiance to the Narragansetts was weakening, denying that Pomham and Sacanonaco were Narragansett subjects, even though they regularly gave them gifts. And it nullified the sale. Furious, Miantonomo declared he would come no more to Boston. 41. The General Court considered how offensive it would be to the Narragansetts to annex the wampum-producing regions of Shawimet and Pawtuxet. Winthrop conceded, and so likely to engage us in a war with them, but decided it was worth the risk. The thing being lawful and expedient for us and giving hope of opening a door to the conversion of some of them, they would not let slip the opportunity of such advantages for the fear of doubtful dangers. 42. Massachusetts informed Pomham and Sacanonaco that their people had to submit to the 10 Commandments and Christian teaching. We desire to speak reverently of Englishmen's God, the sachems agreed, because we see the Englishman's God doth better for them than other gods do for others. Massachusetts' commissioners explained that they could no longer swear falsely or do unnecessary work on the Sabbath within English town limits. The sachems replied that this would be no trouble. Would they allow their children to be taught knowledge of the true God and to worship him in his own way, the commissioners asked. As opportunity serveth by the English coming amongst us, we desire to learn their manners, they replied. Puritan leaders were thrilled. We looked at it as a fruit of our prayers and the first fruit of our hopes, Winthrop wrote, that the example would bring in others, and that the Lord was by this means making a way to bring them to civility, and so to conversion to the knowledge and embracing of the gospel, in his due time. The sachems ratified the treaty on June 22 in the presence of magistrates and ministers. Of our own free motion, put ourselves, our subjects, lands and estates under the government and jurisdiction of Massachusetts, they declared. Afterward they dined with the governor, sitting at a table by themselves. They departed with gifts, and Winthrop thought them joyful and well satisfied. 43. Events would prove them to be less interested in Christianity than Winthrop hoped, but Massachusetts had sent Miantonomo a clear message: English power and English Christianity would march hand in hand at the expense of Narragansett dominion. In the long run, Narragansett efforts to maintain their powerful position were doomed by colonial support for Uncas and the Mohegans, whose numbers had probably increased to more than 2,500. Claiming that his enemies were trying to kill him, Uncas obtained permission from Connecticut to attack a Connecticut Valley sachem named Sequosin, a Narragansett ally. When Miantonomo protested, Connecticut washed its hands of the affair. So Miantonomo asked Massachusetts Governor Winthrop for permission to intervene, as required by treaty. Winthrop assured him that if Uncas had done him or his friends wrong and would not give satisfaction, we should leave him to take his course. Miantonomo gathered 1,000 warriors and set out for Mohegan country wearing chain mail he had received from one of the disputatious Samuel Gordon's followers. Although Uncas had fewer than half as many warriors, the battle was catastrophic for Miantonomo. 30 Narragansetts were killed, including Miantonomo's brother and 2 of the sachem Canonicus's sons, and many more were wounded. Worst of all, Miantonomo was betrayed by 2 of his own men, captured, and brought before Uncas. He refused to beg for mercy, but Uncas did not kill him. Surprised, Maiantonimo entreated Uncas to turn him over to Connecticut. The Narragansetts tried to ransom him, sending Uncas a large quantity of wampum. Gordon threatened in Winthrop's name that if Uncas refused to release Maiantonimo he would find himself at war with Massachusetts. The bluff apparently worked, for Uncas brought Maiantonimo to Hartford. Connecticut referred the case to the United Colonies, whose commissioners met in Boston in September 1643.44. If the commissioners had any doubt about what was at stake, all they had to do was look at New Netherland, where Dutch Governor William Kieft's misguided policies had triggered escalating ethnic violence not long after Maiantonimo passed through. The brutality of Kieft's war surpassed even the Pequot War. In February 1643, Dutch soldiers massacred 120 men, women, and children in a native village. Infants were torn from their mothers' breasts, according to one account, and hacked to pieces in the presence of their parents. 45 Algonquians set upon the Dutch with an implacable fury and killed all they could come by, and burnt their houses and killed their cattle without any resistance, Winthrop recorded. Among the victims were Anne Hutchinson and her family, who had migrated there in 1642. The Dutch governor and such as escaped were practically besieged at Manhattan. Defeated colonists returned to the Netherlands in droves. Roger Williams witnessed the crisis firsthand on his way to England. The commissioners feared Kieft's war would spill into New England. Rumor had it that the Mohawks were but a day away, waiting for Maiantonimo's release before they attacked. It was now clearly discovered to us, Winthrop claimed, that there was a general conspiracy among the Indians to cut off all the English, and that Maiantonimo was the head and contriver of it. Puritan leaders accused the sachem of treachery, cruelty, and malice, claiming his turbulent and proud spirit would never be at rest. But Winthrop admitted there was no proof. It seemed unsafe to free Maiantonimo, but neither was there sufficient ground for us to put him to death. Perplexed, the commissioners asked 5 of the most judicious ministers for advice. All agreed that he ought to be put to death. If for no other reason, Uncas cannot be safe while Maiantonimo lives. The problem was, killing New England's greatest sachem might provoke the very uprising they feared, much as Massachusetts' earlier crusade for justice provoked the Pequot War. So the commissioners decided on a solution that would deflect blame from themselves. They authorized Uncas to kill Maiantonimo. 46. They sent the elderly Canonicus an explanation, charging the Narragansetts with repeated treaty violations in the face of English love and integrity. They accused Maiantonimo of attacking Uncas without Connecticut's consent, a violation of the Treaty of Hartford. However his death may be grievous at present, they patronized, yet the peaceable fruits of it will yield not only matter of safety to the Indians, but profit to all that inhabit this continent. As if that were not infuriating enough, they declared their intent to restore to Osamakins Peccanicut's land the Narragansetts had taken years before and authorized Massachusetts colony to seize Samuel Gordon's community from the land Maiantonimo had sold them at Chewimmit. 47. Somewhere between Hartford and Windsor, outside Connecticut's jurisdiction but with colonial representatives standing by, Uncas's brother stepped behind Maiantonimo and clave his head with a hatchet. 48. For the Narragansetts, it was cold-blooded murder, and all the more treacherous since Uncas had accepted wampum for Maiantonimo's redemption. Narragansetts blackened their faces and mourned continually. Morning and evening, their mourning women were upon their knees with lamentations and many tears. Gordon saw Maiantonimo's wife praying, sighing, and lamenting with abundance of tears at her wigwam. Her son Canonchet was probably too young to grasp what was happening, but perhaps he watched as an esteemed Narragansett reminded distraught warriors of their obligation to avenge his father's blood, else would it so lie upon their own heads as to bring more miseries and evils upon them. 49. Soon after, Massachusetts troops marched to Chewimmit and captured Gordon and his associates. The court in Boston condemned them to slave labor. 50. Maiantonimo's 20-year-old brother, Pesicus, took his place as sachem. Having no desire to alienate Massachusetts, Pesicus sent Governor Winthrop wampum and an otter coat, professed peace and friendship, and requested permission to attack Uncas in revenge of his brother's death. Winthrop replied that the English wanted friendship with all Indians and would not accept the gift unless Pescacus kept the peace. 51 Winthrop also refused to get involved in Kieft's war, doubting of the justice of the cause. But soldiers under Captain John Underhill, the Pequot war commander who had been recruited by the Dutch after departing Massachusetts under a cloud of heresy, adultery, and insubordination, used tactics reminiscent of the Mystic Massacre to kill more than 1,000 Indians. The Narragansetts refused to abandon their campaign for justice. Reports had them sending the Mohawks massive quantities of wampum, and rumor had the Mohawks promising 1,000 warriors in return. Benedict Arnold of Pawtuxet reported such rumors, but neither he nor Massachusetts believed them. He knew the aging Canonicus did not want war, and other sachems' alliance-building efforts proved futile. The Narragansetts lobbied so hard for permission to fight Uncas that Arnold accused them of bribery. 52 Pescacus did send Winthrop wampum, as was expected in Algonquian diplomacy, but he also argued that the Narragansett cause was just. Winthrop self-righteously replied that even if Pescacus sent 1,000 fathoms of wampum and 1,000 pelts, yet we would not do that which we judged to be unjust. If the Narragansetts attacked Uncas, the English would all fall upon them. 53. The Puritan colony's egregious treatment of the Narragansetts was rationalized by notions of justice but driven by fear, opportunism, and a desire for domination. Concerns about justice led Massachusetts to prevent Connecticut from launching a war against the Narragansetts, but eventually it bowed to arguments that Miantonimo threatened colonial security and had to be executed. In doing so, it needlessly antagonized a valuable ally and set the stage for decades of tension and conflict. Part 2. Mission 7. The Conquests and Triumphs of Christ. 1640 to 1648. The Indian on the Massachusetts colony seal begged the English to come over and help us, but more than a decade after its founding, few Indians had converted to Christianity and New England lacked a single missionary. Military conquest far outpaced spiritual conquest. The Indians are wholly subjected, reported Pastor Edmund Brown of Sudbury in 1639. Both wolves and Indians are afraid of us. Yet colonial domination cleared the way for evangelization, and the minister John Eliot, whose missionary work would earn him the moniker Apostle to the Indians, was waiting in the wings. John Cotton offered a theological explanation for the lack of evangelization. He argued that according to biblical prophecy, the widespread conversion of pagan Gentiles would not take place until the Antichrist was defeated and the Jews converted. Until then, conversion numbers would remain at a trickle. 2 Another reason was the Puritan belief that civilization must precede evangelization, and civilization required Indians to submit to Massachusetts. In truth, most colonists were focused on establishing homes, farms, towns, and churches. By 1640 Massachusetts had more than 20 towns and 12,000 inhabitants. Plymouth established towns along the coast and inland, including Taunton, at Cohonnet, and Rehoboth, near Sowams. Connecticut expanded along the Connecticut Valley, annexing Saybrook to the south. Although Connecticut did not make church membership a condition for voting, its culture remained decidedly Puritan. Colonists were also distracted by dramatic events in England. War with Scotland finally forced King Charles, desperate for revenue, to summon Parliament in 1640. Parliament pushed reform, Charles stubbornly resisted, and by 1642 England had spiraled into a civil war between parliamentarians and royalists. Puritans supported the parliamentary cause, hoping they were witnessing the day of Antichrist's great overthrow at Armageddon. A Massachusetts minister told his congregants that although they could not fight, churches of praying believers are terrible as so many armies with banners. Parliamentary leaders urged Cotton and other ministers to return to England to help reform the church. Cotton did not, but many prominent colonists did go back, including a majority of Harvard's graduates over the next decade. Immigration to New England slowed to a trickle, straining its economy. 3. Massachusetts dispatched two ministers, Hugh Peter and Thomas Weld, to represent its interests and raise support in London. Mindful of criticism that so few Indians had become Christians, Peter and Weld wrote a tract titled New England's First Fruits to show that God was nevertheless at work among the Indians. They called for mercy upon those miserable souls, the very ruins of mankind, claiming that they were pained to see them go down to hell by swarms. They identified various obstacles to success. The Indians have ever sat in hellish darkness, adoring the devil himself for their God, the ministers explained. They stood at an infinite distance from Christianity, having never been prepared thereunto by any civility at all, and their language was extremely difficult to understand. Nevertheless, there had been progress. Boys and girls, including Pequot captives, who were being raised in English households were long since civilized, could speak and read English, and begin to understand in their measure, the grounds of Christian religion. Some of these children lamented their sinfulness, attended worship, and were much in love with us, and cannot endure to return any more to the Indians for. The most prominent convert was Wequush, the Pequot leader at Pawcatuck. It was he who had guided Captain Mason's army to Fort Mystic during the Pequot War, and the ensuing massacre left him terrified by the mighty power of God in our English forces. He had viewed the English God as but a mosquito god, or a god like unto a fly. Now he considered him a most dreadful god, and that one Englishman by the help of his god was able to slay and put to flight 100 Indians. Mason's 1639 raid against Pawcatuck must have intensified Wequush's fear. He went up and down bemoaning his condition and filling every place where he came with sighs and groans. He took every opportunity to inquire about Christianity. Sometimes colonists spent more than half the night in conversing with him. It was said he would smite his hand on his breast, declaring it much machete. He said, "Wequush, no God. Wequush, no Christ." He began attending church, grew less violent and provocative, and paid restitution to people he had wronged. When abused, Peter and Weld claimed, he lay at his abuser's feet. When struck, he turned the other cheek. To honor Christian teachings against polygamy, he divorced all his wives but the first. He even evangelized fellow Indians, warning them to flee from the wrath to come. Then he fell deathly ill. Ministers claimed that his evangelistic efforts so disturbed the devil that Indians, whose hearts Satan had filled, had poisoned him. Indians urged him to send for a powwow, but he refused. If Jesus Christ say that Wequush shall live, then Wequush must live. If Jesus Christ say that Wequush shall die, then Wequush is willing to die and will not lengthen out his life by any such means. He left his child to the care of colonists, to learn more of Christ than its poor father ever did. After he died, Minister Thomas Shepard wrote that Wequush was certainly in heaven, for he knew Christ, he loved Christ, he preached Christ up and down, and then suffered martyrdom for Christ. 5. Peter and Weld claimed Indians like Wequush were open to Christianity because they had experienced English kindness and justice. Colonists did not come into the land with violence and intrusion, but free and fair, with their consent and allowance, they argued. The leading sachems declared them much welcome, and colonists did not take a single acre without the natives' consent. They treated Indians fairly and courteously, with loving terms, good looks, and kind salutes, and procedures were in place to resolve disputes. It was a highly idealized picture. A few years earlier, according to John Winthrop, Indian servants had reported that the spirit Hobbamock warned them to forsake the English and not to come at the assemblies nor to learn to read. Indians who visited English homes were so turned off by Christianity, according to a minister, that if any began to speak of God and heaven and hell and religion unto them, they would presently be gone. Indeed, it was a received and known thing that if you wanted to get rid of an Indian, you simply had to talk about religion. Peter and Weld admitted that colonists were wary, we are wont to keep them at such a distance, knowing they serve the devil and are led by him, as not to embolden them too much or trust them too far. Thankfully, God hath so kept them that we never found any hurt from them, nor could ever prove any real intentions of evil against us. Still, they warned that if colonists failed to evangelize them, these poor Indians will certainly rise up against us and with great boldness condemn us on the day of God's judgment. God had not brought so many thousands of his people into the wilderness for no purpose. He wanted them to pity those poor heathen that are bleeding to death, to eternal death, and to reach forth a hand of soul mercy, to save some of them from the fire of hell. This required prayer and material support. New England's ministers had their hands full serving their congregations, but with proper funding, men could be recruited for missionary work. 6. The truth, as Peter and Weld presented it, was that death and conquest had paved the way for evangelism. The ministers praised God for sweeping away great multitudes of the natives by the smallpox. That he might make room for us, and for extending his hand so that the name of the Pequots is blotted out from under heaven, there being not one that is, or dare call himself a Pequot. As the English grew in power, they believed, Christ's kingdom was advancing. The result was that more natives would be saved. 7. The exiled Roger Williams, who was in England to contest Massachusetts' claims to Narragansett Bay, challenged Peter and Weld's rosy picture. He had once held great hopes of many a poor Indian soul inquiring after God. Narragansetts told him they believed in at least 38 gods, naming all they could remember, but he claimed to have persuaded hundreds that they lacked the truth. I hope the time is not long that some shall truly bless the God of heaven that ever they saw the face of Englishmen, he wrote in 1638.8. Now he had become more skeptical, toward both Massachusetts' intentions and Puritan Christianity, and he cast serious doubts on their claims of Indian conversions. In 1643, Williams published A Key into the Language of America, a treasure trove of observations about Algonquians' language, religion, politics, and culture informed by his innumerable hours among them. He described it as a resource for people who wanted to civilize and evangelize Indians, and it quickly emerged as a rival interpretation to New England's First Fruits. He contended that Indians were more civilized and better prepared for Christianity than most English assumed, possessing a savor of civility and courtesy many colonists lacked. They were so hospitable that if any come to them upon any occasion they request them to come in. He was sure God would eventually convert them in fulfillment of biblical prophecy regarding the Gentiles. But he questioned whether converts like Wequash truly understood God's grace. Williams had spent long hours talking with Wequash about sin, judgment, repentance, and salvation. On his deathbed, Wequash told Williams, "Your words were never out of my heart." But when Wequash said he prayed regularly, Williams warned that many unsaved English also prayed. This discouraged Wequash, who admitted his heart was evil and hard. 9. Williams claimed he could easily persuade Indians to practice formal Christianity, which he considered worthless. I know it to have been easy for myself, long ere this, to have brought many thousands of these natives, yea the whole country, to a far greater anti-Christian conversion than ever was heard of in America, he boasted. Their awe of English clothing, books, and letters left them easily persuaded that the God that made Englishmen is a greater God, because he hath so richly endowed the English above themselves. They hoped he might do the same for them. But given language and culture barriers, it was unrealistic to expect many true conversions any time soon. Colonists knew enough Algonquian to communicate about trade or law, but explaining complicated spiritual truths required a nuanced understanding of native culture. To be sure, Williams doubted most English were true Christians. In his pamphlet Christenings Make Not Christians, published in 1645, he argued that despite their sense of superiority over heathen Indians, most professed Christians had no more of Christ than the name. From God's perspective, Indians were no worse and perhaps better. There is no respect of persons with him, for we are all the work of his hands, Williams wrote. If we respect their sins, they are far short of European sinners. They neither abuse corporal mercies, for they have them not, nor sin they against the gospel light, which shines not amongst them. They were intelligent, many very ingenuous, plain-hearted, inquisitive, and held many convictions. As he put it in the key, drawing on Acts 17, boast not, proud English, of thy birth and blood. Thy brother Indian is by birth as good. Of one blood God made him, and thee, and all. Williams also shared the minister John Cotton's belief that the heathen would not embrace Christianity until Christ defeated Antichrist and the Jews returned to Palestine. The prophets are deep concerning this, he admitted. Yet while Cotton believed the church could still evangelize Indians, Williams thought no true church would exist until God sent apostles to establish one. As for the Indians, Williams would wait until God revealed his hand. 10. The only place where missionary efforts had commenced was Martha's Vineyard, where about 3,000 Wampanoags lived off Plymouth's southern coast. Colonist Thomas Mayhew had procured a patent to the island and nearby Nantucket in 1641, purchasing land from the sachem Tuininga. There his 22-year-old son, Thomas Mayhew Jr., pastored about 100 colonists. The younger Mayhew befriended a Wampanoag outcast named Hyacombs, who had a sad and a sober spirit and believed the English held superior means of attaining the blessings of health and life. Mayhew taught him to read, while Hyacombs taught Mayhew Algonquian. It came at a cost for Hyacombs. Here comes the Englishman, Wampanoags would say, to peals of laughter. When a Sagamore named Pequepaneso railed at him for submitting to the English, Hyacombs replied that he was gladly obedient to the English, neither was it for the Indians hurt he did so. Furious, Pequepaneso struck him in the face, and colonists had to protect Hyacombs from further violence. Hyacombs predicted that God would judge the Sagamore. Soon after, Pequepaneso was seriously injured by lightning. In 1643 and 1645 epidemics killed as many as half the island's Wampanoags. Many blamed the illness on their departure from traditional ways, but others pointed out that the disease did not afflict the English. A sachem named Myakio invited Hyacombs to speak, so Hyacombs explained everything he knew about the Christian God. When Myakio protested that it made little sense to throw away 37 gods for one, Hyacombs replied, I have thrown away all these, and a great many more some years ago, yet am preserved as you see this day. Upon reflection, Myakio declared that he would also serve the one God. 11. Mayhew gained credibility by treating sick Indians the powwows were unable to help. Powwows gave up a 60-year-old named Iyagiscat for dead, but when Mayhew prayed for him, he recovered. In contrast, a man named Saul, who ignored Mayhew's warnings not to rely on powwows, died. Tuininga's son recovered after Mayhew bled him and prayed for him, leading the grateful sachem to ask why Mayhew waited so long to share his knowledge of God. Mayhew began teaching his people every other week. 12. What finally triggered missionary work in Massachusetts was the weakening of Narragansett Dominion after the sachem Myantonomo's death. Following the example of Pomam and Sakanonico, the Shawimet and Pawtuxet sachems, in 1644 6 sachems pledged allegiance to the colony of Massachusetts in exchange for protection. Several, perhaps all, had been Narragansett tributaries, including the Massachusetts Cutchamkin, Passaconaway of the Penacooks and Wassamican and Shoanon of the Quaboag and Nashaway Nipmucs. Shoanon, eager to make Nashaway a hub in the burgeoning fur trade, sold colonists 80 square miles in the fertile Nashua Valley, where they established a trading post and the town of Lancaster. 13. We now began to conceive hope that the Lord's time was at hand for opening a door of light and grace to those Indians. Governor Winthrop wrote. 14 On June 10, the government ordered each town to select men whose hearts God shall stir up to teach local Indians how to submit to the scepter of the Lord Jesus. 15 The towns proved slow to act, so on November 13 Massachusetts ordered county courts to civilize local Indians and have them instructed in the knowledge and worship of God. A year later, it was still urging ministers to submit a plan to evangelize and civilize Indians as speedily as may be. 16. It was John Eliot, Roxbury's 42-year-old minister, who finally took action. A Cambridge graduate, Eliot had arrived in Massachusetts in 1631, married soon after, and was raising 4 sons to be ministers. He later recalled that God filled him with compassion for Indians and a desire to teach them to know Christ and to bring them into his kingdom. He met an ingenious Pequot war captive named Cockenoe who spoke and read English, and Cockenoe began tutoring him in Algonquian. 17. In September 1646, Eliot preached to Cutchankins, Massachusetts people at Neponset, near Dorchester. He emphasized God's law, for Puritans believed a person had to experience intense guilt for sin before they could appreciate the gospel. It did not go well. As Eliot put it, they gave no heed unto it, but were weary and rather despised what I said. When he asked if they had any questions, their response discouraged him. What was the cause of thunder? One asked. What caused the ebbing and flowing of the sea? What of the wind? Soon after, he learned that the Massachusetts at Nanantum, near Watertown, wanted to adopt English fashions and live after their manner. Their leader, Wabun, had sent his son to Dedham to receive schooling and be taught Christianity. They thought it inevitable that Indians would be all one English someday, but despaired that ever it should come to pass in their days. Eliot told them the English and Indians were already all one. The only differences were that the English know, serve, and pray unto God and labor and work in building, planting, clothing ourselves, and so forth, and the Indians do not. Yet this could be remedied. If Indians were civilized and became Christians, they would be all one with Englishmen. 18. Eliot and other ministers visited Nanantum on October 28, 1646. Men, women, and children gathered in Wabun's large wigwam. Wabun's son, wearing English clothes, stood by his father. Eliot prayed in English, hoping to convey that prayer was serious and sacred and wanting to be free with his words. Then he preached in Algonquian, with Cockenoe's help, for 75 minutes. He could but stammer out some pieces of scripture, relying on many circumlocutions and variations of speech, but he made himself understood. The minister Thomas Shepherd thought it was a glorious, affecting spectacle to see a company of perishing, forlorn outcasts, diligently attending to the blessed word of salvation. Eliot explained the 10 Commandments, conveying the dreadful wrath of God against those who disobeyed even the least of them. Algonquians believed that after death the souls of decent people rested in the house of the god Puritan, while those of murderers, thieves, and liars would wander restless abroad, but what Eliot described was judgment on a whole new level, and actions he described as sins were common among Indians. Having terrified his audience, he spoke winsomely about Jesus, calling him the only means of recovery from sin and wrath and eternal death. He portrayed the blessed estate of all who believe in Christ, and know him feelingly, contrasting the joys of heaven and the terrors and horrors of wicked men in hell. This sermon went much better than the one at Neponset. Afterward, he asked his audience if they understood him. Numerous voices called out that they did. How may we come to know Jesus Christ? One wondered. Eliot pointed to the Bible. They could not read it, but he could teach them what it said. They could also pray that God would reveal himself to them. Even if they did but sigh and groan, asking God to help them know Jesus again and again with their hearts, God would answer them, for he heard the prayers of all men, both Indians as well as English. They simply had to confess their sins, recognizing that God did not owe them salvation. A Massachusetts said that an Indian told him his prayers were useless because Jesus could not understand their language. Eliot replied that God knew all that was within man and came from man, all his desires and all his thoughts. Others wondered whether the English had ever been ignorant of God. Eliot affirmed that they had, but came to know God by reading his book and hearing his word and praying to him. Even now, however, there were 2 sorts of Englishmen. Some were wicked and no better off than Indians. Others had repented and turned to Christ, much as Indians could do. He used analogies to help them understand the Christian concept of God. If they saw a great wigwam, would they think that raccoons or foxes built it? Or would they think that it made itself? In the same way, someone must have created the world. And just as the sun's light shone in many places at once, so God was present everywhere. He took questions for over an hour and a half. Although they wanted to hear more, he was exhausted and wanted to leave them with an appetite. He closed with prayer and dispensed gifts, apples for the children and tobacco for the men. Some expressed a desire for regular instruction, so the ministers promised to propose this to the Massachusetts General Court. 19. Within a month, the General Court declared that since many Indians had become subjects to the English and have engaged themselves to be willing and ready to understand the law of God, land should be set aside where they could live in an orderly way amongst us under rules for their improvement. New laws would punish idolatry, powwowing, and pagan worship, subject to a fine of 20 shillings. Anyone, whether Christian or pagan, who wittingly and willingly blasphemed God's name would be subject to death as stipulated by the law of Moses. At the same time, the court affirmed the principle, recognized by Boston minister John Cotton in a debate with Roger Williams, that no Indian could be compelled to the Christian faith, either by force of arms or by penal laws. Laws could instill Christian morality, but only the gospel could change hearts. 20. That was Eliot's task. That month, he and Shepherd returned to Nanantum and addressed a much larger crowd than before. Eliot used a simple catechism to teach younger children. Who made you and all the world? Answer, God. Who do you look should save you and redeem you from sin and hell? Answer, Jesus Christ. 21. Next, Eliot preached for an hour. God was terribly angry with sin, he explained, and would inflict dreadful torment and punishment on those who broke his holy commandments. Nevertheless, God sent Jesus Christ to die for their sins and would love the poor miserable Indians if now they sought God and believed in Jesus Christ. During the question and answer session, an elderly man asked if it was too late for someone as old as he to be saved. Eliot assured him that no matter how long he had lived in sin, God would forgive him. Why did the English know so much more about God than Indians? One asked. Englishmen seek God, dwell in his house, hear his word, pray to God, instruct their children out of God's book, Eliot answered. But Indians' forefathers were a stubborn and rebellious children and would not hear the word, did not care to pray nor to teach their children, and hence Indians that now are, do not know God at all. Not all Englishmen knew God, he reminded them. Many were as wicked as Cutchampkin's drunken Indians. 22. He held their attention all afternoon and beyond. When he closed with 15 minutes of prayer, many looked upward, lifting their hands. A man broke down, Shepherd reported, and his tears forced us also to such bowels of compassion that we could not forbear weeping over him also. Indians said they could not sleep that night, as their minds were racing about what they had heard, though others resented what the ministers were doing. The ministers committed themselves to the long haul. By giving gifts and forcing baptisms they could have converted thousands, Shepherd argued, but genuine conversions would take years of diligent labor. First, Indians had to be civilized, for they were the dregs of mankind and the saddest spectacles of misery. In time, Lord willing, a few would be converted. They, in turn, would be trained and sent to teach their people. God is wont ordinarily to convert nations and peoples by some of their own countrymen, Shepherd explained, for they could best speak and most of all pity their brethren. 23. Eliot made 2 other visits to Nanantum that year, and several Indians professed sorrow at their sin and a desire to know Christ. A powwow declared that he and his wife were resolved to hear the word and seek the devil no more. Men offered themselves for service in English households, and parents presented their children to be raised by English families or attend English schools. On November 26, Nanantum's leader Wabun proposed a set of laws, drafted with English help. Some enforced scriptural teachings, while others reflected English cultural conventions. One law prohibited sex outside of marriage. Another punished husbands for beating their wives. Women were required to keep their hair tied up and cover their breasts. Men had to keep their hair short and work their fields. Indians were forbidden to crush lice between their teeth. 24. A Pennacook sachem named Attawans expressed a desire to become more like the English and establish a town with similar laws near Concord. Attawans had probably been exposed to Christianity by the ambitious trader Simon Willard. Born in 1605, Willard had immigrated to Massachusetts in 1634, helped found Concord, and became the dominant fur trader in the Merrimack Valley. 25 On Attawans's behalf, he drew up an ambitious code prohibiting drunkenness, powwowing, lying, fighting, polygamy, fornication, wife-beating, and Sabbath-breaking. Bestiality, adultery, and murder carried a death sentence, while theft required fourfold restitution. The code prohibited Algonquian customs such as greasing skin, isolating women during menstruation, and various games. Indians could no longer wear masks or keep up a great noise by howling when mourning a death. They were required to pray before and after meals and knock before entering English homes. But Attawans's efforts provoked stiff opposition from his leading men as well as from Concord colonists who objected to Indians living nearby. To his men, Attawans argued that while higher sachems exploited them for pelts, kettles, and wampum, you may evidently see that the English mind no such things, care for none of your goods, but only seek your good and welfare, and instead of taking away, are ready to give to you. To colonists, he replied that Indians who remained distant would not so much care to pray, nor would they be so ready to hear the word of God, but they would be all one Indian still. His arguments proved unpersuasive, and the code was not implemented. Shepherd attributed the opposition to a special finger of Satan. 26. Governor Winthrop and other officials visited Nanantum and were deeply impressed by the appearances of a great change. Natives observed the Sabbath and adopted civil fashions. Young men worked hard fencing their land. Women took up spinning. They began to grow industrious, and find something to sell at market all the year long, Eliot reported. In winter they sold brooms, staves, pots, baskets, and turkeys. In spring they brought cranberries, fish, and strawberries. By summer it was hurtleberries, grapes, and fish, and in autumn, venison. During hay season and harvest they labored for colonists for wages. Shepherd was amazed to see so many Indian men, women, and children in English apparel, such that you would scarce know them from English people. More important, they prayed constantly in their families, morning and evening. Shepherd wished many English who profess themselves Christians showed equal piety, musing that they would do well to become Indians, accepting that name. Natives may have especially appreciated prayer because it enabled each man, woman, and child to have regular, direct access to God, in sharp contrast to Algonquian religion, in which visions and rituals were primarily the prerogative of powwows. They called themselves praying Indians and called Nanantum a praying town. They asked difficult questions. Ministers did not allow women to speak publicly, but one posed her question through a spokesman. Her husband was often angry and abusive, she said. Was it right for him to pray with her? Since God was all-powerful, others asked, why did he not give people good hearts so they stopped sinning? Why did he not destroy the devil? An old powwow could not understand why it took the English 27 years to teach them about God. Had you done it sooner, he said, we might have known much of God by this time, and much sin might have been prevented. The embarrassed ministers replied that the Indians were never willing to hear till now. 27. The praying towns requested permission to establish their own courts, so in May 1647 Massachusetts authorized sachems to hold monthly court sessions to adjudicate minor civil and criminal matters and appoint officers to serve warrants and enforce rulings. Massachusetts claimed jurisdiction over major cases, stipulating that each quarter a magistrate would serve as a circuit judge. Meanwhile, ministers would teach the principles of reason, justice, and equity that informed the laws. 28. By late summer, even the reluctant Massachusetts sachem Cutchamkin had accepted a legal code at Neponset. Eliot took up the practice of censuring misconduct during his regular meetings. Once, an Indian named Wampos was brought forward for beating his wife. As he confessed his sin, he turned his face to the wall and wept, though with modest endeavor to hide it. Colonists were much affected to observe such repentance in a barbarian, according to Shepherd, and all did forgive him, though he still had to pay a fine. Cutchamekin's son, about 15, was admonished for getting drunk and dishonoring his parents. He protested that his father did all sorts of things the ministers considered sinful. Why should he be any different? The ministers urged Cutchamekin to remove that stumbling block out of his son's way by confessing his own sins. When Cutchamekin expressed openness, Eliot pressed him, "Are you now sorry for your drunkenness, filthiness, false dealing, lying?" Cutchamekin, in front of his people, declared that he was and condemned himself. The ministers then turned to his son. After much laboring by Boston minister John Wilson, the boy yielded, entreated his father to forgive him, and took him by the hand. Cutchamekin burst forth into great weeping. Then the boy turned to his mother, who was also reduced to tears. Even the English fell a-weeping, so that the house was filled with weeping on every side. 29. Emotional as such moments were, many Algonquians reviled their kin for accepting Christianity, cutting their hair, and adopting English ways. Powwows, who found themselves denounced as great witches who worshipped the old serpent, departed Nanantum and Neponset and warned their people against Christianity. When Eliot learned how many opposed the mission, even threatening death to some if they heard any more, he told the Nanantum Indians it was the devil's doing, but that they need not fear the reproaches of wicked Indians, nor their witchcraft and powwows and poisonings, for God would protect them. 30. Opponents argued that Christianity did not benefit them. "You go naked still, and you are as poor as we," they told praying Indians, "yet we take more pleasure than you." Eliot could not deny their poverty. They lack so much as meat, drink, or lodging to offer visiting ministers. It struck him that while Jesus appeared to first-century Gentiles as a poor underling, and his servants poor, to Indians he was rich, potent, above them in learning, riches, and power. As a result, they came seeking not only spiritual blessings but material gifts. Ministers affirmed that it was better to be poor with Christ than rich without him, but they also highlighted Christianity's material benefits, exhorting that if praying Indians worked hard like the English, they would receive greater rewards. 31. One day, Eliot prayed with a woman who lay dying from a difficult childbirth. She told him that although God afflicted her, she loved him and believed he would forgive her sins because of Jesus' death. Calling two grown daughters to her side, she warned that their grandparents and uncles would pressure them to leave the praying town. "I charge you, never hearken unto them nor live amongst them," she exhorted, "for they pray not to God, keep not the Sabbath, commit all manner of sins, and are not punished for it. But I charge you, live here, for here they pray unto God, the word of God is taught, sins are suppressed and punished by laws." Eliot shared her concern. If Indians were to be evangelized, they had to live in praying towns. They could not be trusted to form congregations while living so unfixed, confused, and ungoverned a life, uncivilized and unsubdued to labor and order. 32. Hoping to expand his work, in the spring of 1647, Eliot visited Pawtucket Falls, a great fishing place on the Merrimack River, where Penacooks gathered every spring to catch salmon, shads, lamprey eels, sturgeon, bass, and other fish, and to play games, dance, and observe various rituals, many of which Puritans condemned. Passaconaway, their sachem, was renowned for his powwowing. Indians claimed he could make the water burn, the rocks move, the trees dance, metamorphose himself into a flaming man, and bring dead plants and animals to life. But he had not forgotten how Massachusetts colony soldiers had seized his son, daughter-in-law, and grandchild 5 years before, so he and his sons left before Eliot arrived, leading minister Thomas Shepard to mock that he fled a man who came only with a book in his hand, proving that Satan is but a coward. Other Penacooks listened carefully to Eliot's preaching, however. Eliot decided to return the following year. 33. Later that year, Eliot, Shepherd, and Wilson preached to Nausets on Cape Cod. A sachem sent most of his men fishing to prevent them from hearing the sermon, though he himself attended with a dogged look and a discontented countenance. Other Nausets responded in surprising ways. An old man claimed they had heard some old men who were now dead to say the same things. Others said their forefathers did know God, but that after this, they fell into a great sleep, and when they did awaken they quite forgot him. One claimed that during the dark days of the plague, before the pilgrims arrived, he had a dream. In it, he saw a great many men come to those parts in clothes just as the English now are apparelled. Among them was a man all in black, with a thing in his hand, which he now realized was the Bible. The man preached that God was mus quantum, or angry with them, and that he would kill them for their sins. When the Nauset asked what God would do to him and his family, the man in black smiled and promised that they would be safe. 34 The ministers struggled to make sense of such stories. Had God revealed himself to Indians before the English arrived? Eliot believed that if he could convert Usamakan, many Wampanoags would follow, but the great Pecanicut sachem steadfastly opposed Christianity. Eliot had better success elsewhere. He travelled to Nashaway 4 times in 1648, reporting that its sachem Shoanon doth embrace the gospel and pray unto God. He also returned to Pawtucket Falls. This time Passakanaway stayed to hear him preach on Malachi 1:11, which prophesied that God's name would be great among the Gentiles. Eliot translated Gentiles as Indians, telling Passakanaway that the prophecy foretold their conversion. But Appenacook was disturbed to hear that people who did not believe the gospel were punished forever in hell. If it be thus as you teach, he reflected, then all the world of Indians are gone to hell to be tormented forever. Until now, a few may go to heaven and be saved. Is it so? Eliot confirmed that it was. At last, Passakanaway spoke. He had never heard of God, he admitted, but he believed Eliot preached truth, so from now on he would pray to God. His son said the same. He asked Eliot to settle nearby so he could teach them regularly. Simon Willard, who had introduced Eliot to Passakanaway, could establish a trading post. 35. Sundry in the country in diverse places would gladly be taught the knowledge of God and Jesus Christ and would pray unto God if I could go unto them and teach them where they dwell, Eliot lamented. But to come to live here among or near to the English, they are not willing. One reason, the recent convert Wampos complained, was that while their kin despised them for accepting Christianity, the English suspect us and fear us to be still such as do not pray at all. Eliot knew he was right, though he replied that others of us, who know you and speak with you, we do not so think of you. Another reason was that Indians who lived near English towns lost control of their land. Cattle invaded their hunting grounds and devoured their cornfields, yet colonists insisted Indians were responsible for fencing their own fields. Indians countered that they had neither tools, nor skill, nor heart to fence their grounds. Eliot admitted, it's a very great discouragement to them and me. The solution, he thought, was to establish a new praying town, somewhat remote from the English, where they must have the word constantly taught and government constantly exercised, means of good subsistence provided, encouragements for the industrious, means of instructing them in letters, trades, and labors as building, fishing, flax and hemp dressing, planting orchards. Unfortunately, he lacked resources for such a scheme. 36. Despite such difficulties, Puritan missionary work had taken giant strides and was poised to make more, largely because, as Narragansett power declined, former Narragansett tributaries were submitting to Massachusetts. Surely there is some conquering power of Christ Jesus stirring among them, Shepherd wrote in a tract to England. True, after the initial high, many converts lost their early zeal. Plenty attended services and went through the motions to curry ministers' favor, just as many colonists did. But others were different. I think it might make many Christians ashamed, who may easily see how far they are exceeded by these naked men in so short a time, Shepherd reflected. He argued that unlike the Spanish Empire, responsible for the deaths of millions of poor innocent natives, Christ's kingdom was advancing in New England not by force of arms but by Christ's word and spirit. Christ can and will conquer by weak and despicable means, though the conquest perhaps may be somewhat long, he wrote. They simply needed to be patient. 37. 8. Reparations. 1644 to 1650. Puritan leaders believed that expanding their dominion throughout New England was in not only their interests, but the Indians as well. Ideally, this would be a peaceful conquest. Sachems would voluntarily surrender their sovereignty to embrace civilization and Christianity. They expected the Narragansetts to toe the line, and when the Narragansetts sought justice for the killing of their leader, Maiantonimo, the colonies denied them in the name of their own vision of justice. The key question was whether Puritan views of justice would prevent war or provoke it. The Narragansetts were surprised when, half a year after colonial troops seized Samuel Gordon from the land controversially sold to him by Maiantonimo, Gordon returned to Narragansett country. How, they asked, had he escaped harsher punishment? Gordon explained that it was because he was a subject of England, where he intended to travel to appeal his case. The sachems wondered whether they might pursue a similar strategy. At Gordon's urging, they held a great council and with unanimous consent agreed to become subjects of England. 1. Gordon drafted a letter, dated April 10, 1644, in which they formally submitted their people and land to King Charles and the laws and customs of England. Their only condition was that the king extend his royal protection, and righting us of what wrong is, or may be done unto us by his majesty's pretended subjects. The sachems attached their signatures, a downward-facing bow and arrow for Pesicus, an upside-down T for Canonicus, and a tomahawk for Canonicus's son Mixino. Gordon agreed to represent them in London. 2. Oblivious to these developments, that spring Massachusetts summoned the sachems to Boston. Much to the colonists' surprise, Canonicus and Pesicus politely declined. Justice demanded they avenge Maiantonimo's death, otherwise we should fear his blood would lie upon ourselves, they explained. The colonies could try to persuade them that war was a bad idea, but they were no longer bound by such judgments, for they were now subjects of the crown. With newfound confidence that must have infuriated the Puritan magistrates, the sachems assured them that the former love that hath been betwixt you and us would surely increase now that they were subjects unto the same king and state. 3. The general court dispatched envoys demanding to know whether the sachems really did own that letter. How could they follow the counsel of such evil men, and such as we had banished from us? Canonicus left the envoys waiting in the rain for 2 hours before welcoming them into his wigwam. Then he lay upon his couch and ignored them, aside from a few adversarial comments, until Pesicus arrived, 4 hours later. During a conference that lasted all night, the Narragansetts declared their intent to go to war against Uncas and the Mohegans to avenge Maiantonimo's death with or without Massachusetts' permission. 4. War parties began raiding Mohegan territory, and the sachems summoned their tributaries to war by sending them Mohegan body parts. They sent Pomham, the Shawimet sachem who had pledged his loyalty to Massachusetts, 2 hands and a foot, but he boldly rejected their overture and invoked the colony's protection. Massachusetts dispatched 14 soldiers to construct a fort at Shawimet, recognizing that if we fail them, we break our covenant with them, whereby the name of God will suffer, and religion will be evil spoken of, and the whole nation will be odious in their sight. 5. The commissioners of the United Colonies summoned both Uncas and the Narragansett sachems to Hartford in September. The Narragansetts sent a lesser sachem. Uncas admitted that he had discussed releasing Maiantonimo and had accepted wampum from the Narragansetts but denied making any ransom agreement. Predictably, the commissioners took him at his word, dismissed contrary testimony, and vowed to defend Uncas. The Narragansett sachem refused to accept the ruling. All he would promise was peace until after the next planting of corn and that the Narragansetts would provide 30 days' notice of an attack. They did not want to alienate the colonies, but neither would they give up their quest for justice. 6. The Puritan colonies suffered another blow that month when the banished Roger Williams arrived in Boston from London carrying a patent dated March 14, 1644, establishing the colony of Providence Plantations in the Narragansett Bay. Approved by the Committee on Foreign Plantations headed by the Earl of Warwick, its territory included Aquidneck Island and Providence and was said to be bordered on the west by Narragansett country, the whole tract extending about 25 English miles onto the Pequot River and country. This made no sense, because the Pequot River was on the far side of Narragansett country, some 40 miles from Narragansett Bay. Massachusetts' agent, Thomas Weld, had contested the patent, securing signatures from several committee members for a conflicting patent that gave Narragansett country to Massachusetts. Its booming population needed more land, they argued, and the gospel may be speedier conveyed and preached to the natives that now sit there in darkness. But Weld's efforts fell short, for several committee members, including former Massachusetts Governor Henry Vane, sympathized with Williams's cause. The committee also found Williams's vision for English-Indian relations more compelling than Weld's. One of the reasons they gave Williams the charter, they informed Massachusetts, was because of his great industry and travels in his printed Indian labors in your parts. Yet Williams's patent said nothing about evangelizing Indians. It simply acknowledged that colonists had settled alongside the Narragansetts, which may in time by the blessing of God upon their endeavors lay a surer foundation of happiness to all America. To those who wondered how Williams justified procuring a charter after having condemned Massachusetts for doing the same, Williams would have replied that the Narragansetts had granted this land by deeds of friendship. 7. Massachusetts continued to contest the patent. Not only did the colony claim Shawimet and Pawtuxet and covet Narragansett country, it also cast its eyes toward the Pequot River, thanks to the initiative of John Winthrop Jr. In recent years, Winthrop Jr. had pursued one manufacturing venture after another. He tried to develop means of extracting salt from seawater. He established an iron works. When he discovered black lead ore at Tantiasque, in Nipmuc country, he decided to establish two plantations, one near the prospective mine and another at the mouth of the Pequot River, which offered a deep water harbor. His objectives were not merely entrepreneurial, he envisioned the settlement as a destination for alchemical scholars and a post for evangelizing Indians. Both Massachusetts and Connecticut claimed Pequot country, but Massachusetts granted Winthrop, Jr. the land. His agents purchased the mine and surrounding area from Nipmuc sachems. He already owned Fisher's Island, near the river mouth, where he kept hogs and goats and planned to plant English grasses, rye, winter wheat, indigo, and fruit trees. 8 To procure land on the mainland, he sought out Robin Cassasinnamon, leader of a group of Pequots assigned to the Mohegan sachem Uncas, who had established a town there called Namiag. Cassasinnamon, who had formerly served Winthrop Jr.'s father in Boston, he was suspected of having helped Winthrop's female Pequot servants escape, had reason to welcome English settlement and the protection it might bring. He wanted independence from Uncas. 9. Winthrop Jr. was in the area with Thomas Peter when the Narragansett-Mohegan War resumed. In February 1645, the Narragansetts notified Boston that unless Uncas paid them 160 fathoms of wampum as recompense for their sachem Miantanomo's death, or agreed to a new hearing, they would attack him. Canonicus preferred a less militant posture but conceded that the young sachems, being but boys, will need war. Narragansett sieged Uncas's fort at Shantuck. Connecticut and New Haven rushed troops to Uncas's defense, while Massachusetts demanded the Narragansetts cease their attacks, promising their grievances should be fully and justly heard. 10. As soon as colonial troops returned home, 1,000 Narragansetts again invaded Mohegan territory. The Mohegans drove them back but suffered at least 40 casualties. Winthrop Jr. and Peter rushed to Shantuck, where Peter tended the wounded. "The Lord pardon our neglect of Uncas and charge not the blood on our faces," Peter lectured Winthrop Jr.'s father a few days later. He thought it long overdue for the English to act with the spirit of the Israelites who conquered Canaan, "for I fear we shall be in flames, ere we are aware." 11. Roger Williams implored the senior Winthrop to show restraint. He had tried to convince the Narragansetts to stop fighting, but there is a spirit of desperation fallen upon them, Williams explained. Resolved to revenge the death of their prince and recover their ransom for his life, or to perish with him. Williams appealed to the common bonds of humanity shared by English and Indians alike. My humble requests are to the God of peace that no English blood be further spilt in America. The colonies should pursue loving mediation or prudent neutrality. 12. The United Colonies Commissioners met in Boston in July, with Governor Winthrop serving as president. They called the sachems to send delegates, promising to judge their case without any partial respect to either party, seeking peace between them for their mutual safety and advantage. They warned the Narragansetts that if they failed to appear, the colonies would go to war on Uncas's behalf. 13. Pesicus, the Narragansett sachem, received the envoys graciously, agreeing to send representatives, but then Ninigret showed up. Although he was formerly the Eastern Niantic sachem, Ninigret was growing influential among younger Narragansetts, who were tired of bowing to English demands. Stiffened by Ninigret, Pesicus declared that they were resolved to have no peace without Uncas's head. The meeting quickly soured. Ninigret rejected the Puritan claim that whoever initiated the war was necessarily in the wrong, insisting that the English had violated the Treaty of Hartford by supporting Uncas without cause. If they continued to do so, he threatened, the Narragansetts would call on the distant Mohawks, who would lay the English cattle on heaps as high as their houses. A colonist would not be able to step out of doors to piss, but he should be killed. 14. The commissioners were faced with a monumental decision: did the Narragansett-Mohegan War justify an invasion of Narragansett country? Emmanuel Downing, Governor Winthrop's brother-in-law, advocated war on two grounds. First, he feared it was sinful to suffer them to maintain the worship of the devil, which their powwows often do. Second, if upon a just war the Lord should deliver them into our hands, we might easily have men, women, and children enough to exchange for Moors. The colony desperately needed slaves, he argued, for English servants desire freedom to plant for themselves, and not stay but for very great wages. 20 African slaves were cheaper to maintain than one English servant. 15. The Puritan elite agreed that they were obligated to intervene. On August 11, the commissioners issued a declaration defending their decision. They had pursued peace and arbitration, they contended, but the Narragansetts had rejected their overtures. Failure to defend Uncas as required by treaty would dishonor and provoke God and expose them to contempt and danger from the barbarians. Indeed, no Indians will trust the English, either in the present or succeeding generations. Instead, Indians would return their allegiance to the Narragansetts, forging an overwhelming coalition against the English. Much as the devil once raised the Amalekites and Philistines against Israel, they claimed, so now Satan was stirring up the Narragansetts as his instruments against the churches of Christ. The conclusion appeared inescapable: God calls the colonies to a war. 16. They called for 300 soldiers and proclaimed a day of prayer and humiliation. Soldiers from New Haven and Connecticut under Captain John Mason, of mystic fame, joined Mohegan forces at Shantok to strike from the west. Plymouth and allied Wampanoag forces mustered under Miles Standish, hero of Wessagusset, to invade from the east. Massachusetts forces, alongside their Shawimet and probably Massachusetts allies, would descend from the north. We see ourselves called to a war in the full compass and extent, the commissioners explained to Mason. He must seize every opportunity to weaken the Narragansetts and their confederates in their number of men, their corn, canoes, wigwams, wampum, and goods, taking as many captives as possible for enslavement, men, women, or children. 17. Some Puritans may have questioned the justice of the march to war, for a few days later, when appointing Edward Gibbons of Massachusetts Commander-in-Chief of Colonial Forces, the commissioners expressed their earnest desires, if it may be attained with justice, honor and safety, to procure peace rather than to prosecute war. But they proposed steep terms. the Narragansetts would have to pay substantial reparations, promise not to attack Uncas or other English allies, and provide Sachem's sons as hostages or cede some considerable part of the country. If war proved necessary, Gibbons was to make sure the army observed rigorous discipline and conducted faithful worship, for otherwise God would not bless them. You are to make fair wars without exercising cruelty, they ordered, and not to put to death such as you shall take captive. While cooperating with Indian allies, he should preserve appropriate distance betwixt Christians and barbarians. 18. The envoys presenting these terms tried to recruit Benedict Arnold of Rhode Island as an interpreter, but he was no friend to the Narragansetts and refused to go without an escort of 100 soldiers. Roger Williams went in his place. Desperate for peace, Williams shrewdly used his power as interpreter to manipulate the two sides to the bargaining table. He did not inform Pesicus and Ninigret, the Narragansett leaders, about the colony's draconian terms, knowing it would make them more likely to resist. Heeding Williams's advice and hoping to avoid war, Pesicus, Canonicus's son Mixino, and a representative of Ninigret set out for Boston to negotiate. The envoys reported this to Mason, who postponed his invasion. When they learned what had happened, the frustrated commissioners accused the envoys of exceeding their orders by recruiting Williams. According to the exiled Samuel Gorton, Boston minister John Cotton preached that relying on Williams was akin to seeking advice from a witch. For their part, the Sachems were dismayed to discover that the United Colonies were demanding the exorbitant sum of 2,000 fathoms of wampum within 2 years, which would require some 15,000 to 20,000 individual working days to produce. They also balked at the commissioners' insistence that they acknowledge their guilt in provoking the crisis. Nevertheless, with colonial armies poised, they had little choice. After long debate and some private conference, they signed a treaty on August 27. Among other stipulations, they agreed to send 4 sons to Boston as hostages until the wampum was paid and to accept a binding judgment on their dispute with Uncas. Although they avoided ceding any land, they also pledged not to alienate their land to anyone else without the United Colonies' consent. 19. The Lord framed the hearts of the Indians to submit, Springfield trader William Pynchon exalted to the senior Winthrop. Surely this was the Lord's doing, and it ought to be marvelous in our eyes and to be acknowledged with all thankfulness. In fact, the treaty made mockery of Narragansett sovereignty, hamstrung their economy, and embittered their people for a generation to come. Many bristled that so much had been surrendered without a fight. They had not been defeated, and they knew it. Mohegans warned that while Pesicus would honor the treaty, Ninigret, who had not signed it, would not. 20. Williams lamented English bellicosity. How oft have I heard both the English and Dutch say, these heathen dogs, better kill 1,000 of them than that we Christians should be endangered or troubled with them. They have spilt our Christian blood, the best way to make riddance of them, cut them all off, and so to make way for Christians. Williams considered such religious rhetoric pure hypocrisy. Colonists assumed they were Christians and that natives were irreparably heathen. They distorted Christianity by conflating it with nationality in order to justify oppression and violence. The problem, he believed, was that the English viewed themselves as a new Israel, God's chosen people. God had commanded the Israelites to destroy and enslave heathen nations, so the English thought they could do the same. Like most Christian theologians, Williams viewed Israel as a type or symbol of Christ and his kingdom. Once Christ came, Israel no longer held special status, for Jesus's disciples, the church, were the new Israel. But that was where his agreement ended. Nearly all Protestants believed a nation could be Christian, and if so, it was in covenant with God, much like Old Testament Israel. Also like Israel, from time to time it would have to fight God's enemies. Williams, by contrast, believed only faithful followers of Jesus were God's holy nation. England, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island were as much the heathen as the Narragansetts or Mohegans. 21. Williams's intervention prevented war but did not change prevailing colonial attitudes. It was a fragile peace. The Narragansett Mohegan conflict persisted, in part because no matter what the Mohegan sachem Uncas did, the United Colonies treated him gently. Uncas had watched with alarm as some 500 Pequots eager to escape his control settled under the Pequot sachem Robin Cassasinnamon at Namiag. Even worse, Winthrop Jr. brought colonists to the area. They settled in wigwams and tents alongside their Pequot hosts and began constructing permanent homes. In 1646, when Pequots hunted on land Uncas claimed, he and 300 warriors attacked them and pursued them into Namiag, tearing up their wigwams, cutting and slashing and beating. They stole wampum, pelts, and whatever else they wanted, tearing the Pequots' breeches, their hose from their legs, their shoes from their feet. They drove some into the river and opened fire on them. Some of Uncas's fighters invaded English dwellings, seizing terrified Pequots and frightening the women and children. They drove off English cattle, stole English corn, and one threatened to shoot a colonist in the back. Winthrop Jr. was in Boston, and much of his wampum was stolen. 22. Governor Winthrop was outraged. "You know what the English have done for your safety against the Narragansetts," he berated Uncas. "If you go on to take this course, we shall leave you and your brother to shift for yourselves, and then we know the Narragansetts will be well pleased and do what we will require of them." 23. The Namiag settlers petitioned the commissioners, meeting in New Haven, for redress. Winthrop Jr. sent Thomas Peter to represent him. He urged Peter to make the case that if the Pequots were freed from Mohegan control and made subject to the English, they would help defend English settlements. If they were left under Uncas, on the other hand, there will be no living for the English. 24. Uncas's appearance in New Haven triggered a bevy of charges and countercharges. Called to account for his raid, he insisted he was vindicating his own right. Amazingly, the commissioners merely lectured him not to launch raids without their permission, especially against a town with English inhabitants, and ordered him to apologize. Then they ruled that Namiag was part of Connecticut, whose land extended to the Pequot River by patent, purchase, and conquest. A delighted Uncas boasted on his way home, "Did not tell you I would do well enough there? I am the victor." 25. Meanwhile, 130 warriors led by his brother Nauqua raided the Nipmucs near Winthrop Jr.'s mine at Tantiasqui, seeking to enforce their allegiance to Uncas. They stole 35 fathoms of wampum, 10 copper kettles, 10 great hempen baskets, many bear skins, deer skins, and other things to a great value. 26. While letting Uncas off gently, the commissioners maintained heavy pressure on the Narragansetts, who had managed to pay only 170 fathoms of wampum. Though it is possible the Narragansetts were stringing the colonies along, since they considered the 1645 treaty invalid, it is also likely that, given the intensive labor required, they were unable to produce the quantity demanded. When the Narragansetts declined to appear in New Haven, the commissioners declared them perfidious and treacherous and asserted a clear way open to right themselves according to justice by war. Nevertheless, to show how highly they prize peace and their forbearance and long-suffering to these barbarians, they gave the Narragansetts more time. 27. At the same meeting, the commissioners called for a stricter policy toward those Indian communities that protected Indians from English justice. They encouraged magistrates to punish such communities by seizing male hostages. If the Indians remained recalcitrant, the hostages could be enslaved or sent out and exchanged for Negroes. The commissioners realized this might incite retaliation but insisted it was the best way to keep the peace. The devil ruled most of America, but New England was Emmanuel's land, where Christian justice must prevail. 28. For a brief moment in early 1647, the Pequot leader Cassasinnamon reached an agreement with Uncas. Governor Winthrop and Roger Williams encouraged Winthrop Jr. to do the same. 29. But then Uncas's brother raided Winthrop Jr.'s farm on Fisher's Island, and Mohegans lurked suspiciously around Namiag, terrifying the inhabitants. In July the Pequots petitioned to be released from Uncas's authority. They acknowledged that their nation had done very ill against the English during the war, for which they have justly suffered and been rightfully conquered, but insisted they themselves had no consent nor hand in shedding English blood. They had taken refuge with Uncas, yet he oppressed them, demanding excessive wampum, forcing them to fight his wars, and even taking their women. The commissioners knew many of these complaints were true, including the lustful adulterous carriage of Uncas, but they doubted there were any such innocent Pequots. After hearing Uncas's perspective, they rebuked his tyrannical, outrageous behavior, ordered him to pay Namiag 100 fathoms of wampum, and ordered his brother to pay restitution to the Nipmucs. But they denied the Pequot's petition for independence. 30. Meanwhile, an unexpected event hampered further talks with the Narragansetts. Canonicus, always the voice of moderation and restraint, had died. For Williams, it marked the end of an era. As long as Canonicus lived, the Narragansetts considered Williams their right hand, their candle and lantern, the quencher of their fires. Now that changed. 31 Pesicus, now the leading Narragansett sachem, was obligated to mourn Canonicus's death for many days and claimed he was too sick to meet with the commissioners. He sent Ninigrid, the influential Eastern Niantic sachem, in his place. It is true. I have broken my covenant these 2 years, Pesicus conceded, and it is and hath been the constant grief of my spirit. At the same time, he protested that the treaty had been forced on him. 32. Ninigrid seemed entirely unpredictable. 5 months earlier, he had told Winthrop Jr. that he was coming to realize the English do justly and never begin with any till they are provoked. He wanted to know how he could enjoy their love and had urged Pesicus to pay the wampum he owed. 33 But after Ninigrid arrived in Boston, on August 3, he pretended ignorance, as if he had not known what covenant had been made. The meeting devolved into haggling over how much wampum had been paid before it was discovered that Cutchamkin, the Christian Massachusetts sachem, had not relayed everything the Narragansetts sent him. After this, Ninigrid said he felt betrayed by Pesicus and was resolved to give the colonies due satisfaction in all things. He even promised to remain in Boston to prove his good faith while his men procured the remaining wampum. 34. By August 16 they had delivered only another 200 fathoms, so Ninigrid took personal responsibility for completing payments by spring. If he failed, he promised, the English could take his head and seize his country. Fed up, the commissioners threatened that if he did not submit 1,000 fathoms within 20 days, they would take course to right themselves. He cheerfully accepted these terms, according to the commissioners, so they released the children they had been holding hostage. 35 Within 4 days, Ninigrid was requesting another month. Roger Williams discerned nothing but reality and reason in his request, but the commissioners suspected base treachery. 36. Amid rising tensions, calls for Massachusetts to assert jurisdiction over Indians in the upper Connecticut Valley threatened to provoke a full-blown crisis. In 1648, the Quaboag Nipmucs who had submitted to Massachusetts 4 years earlier called on the colony for help. Several of them had been murdered by Norwottucks from the Connecticut Valley, they claimed. Governor Winthrop sent men to investigate and arrest suspects. They were unsuccessful, but he hoped the Quaboags saw our care of them and readiness to protect them and revenge their wrongs. 37. But Quaconquasit, the Quaboag sachem, was not satisfied. He sent Cutchamkin, the Christian Massachusetts sachem, to persuade John Eliot, the missionary, to mediate. Eliot informed the magistrates that both the victims and their killers were Massachusetts subjects. By bringing them to justice, Massachusetts could solidify its authority among the Quaboags, making them more likely to accept Christianity. Winthrop instructed William Pynchon, Western Massachusetts' sole magistrate, to arrest the suspects. Eliot urged Pynchon to pursue justice as with the command of God. He need not worry about resistance, for the Norwottucks feared English power. 38. Pynchon was aghast. He had worked hard to establish friendly relations with the local Agawams and Norwottucks, his trading partners, and carrying out Winthrop's instructions would surely alienate them. Nor could it come at a worse time, for the two Connecticut Valley peoples were allied with the Narragansetts and on the verge of war with Uncas and the Mohegans. In 1646 the United Colonies had authorized Uncas to seize the Valley sachem Sequoisin for allegedly attempting to assassinate Connecticut's governor. Uncas seized Sequoisin in a raid against the Pecumtucks, Norwottuck allies further up the valley, only for Connecticut to release him for lack of evidence. 39 The enraged Pecumtucks began building a large fort and gathering warriors, including Mohawks. Reports suggested that after harvest, their Narragansett allies would initiate war against Uncas. Pynchon implored Winthrop to consider the consequences. The Norwottucks, Pecumtucks, and Mohawks sought the utter ruin of the Mohegans, he warned, and the English will, I fear, be embroiled in the war. Massachusetts needed to avoid antagonizing them. He also pointed out that, contrary to Eliot, the Norwottucks were not Massachusetts subjects. True, they fell within its patent, but you cannot say that therefore they are your subjects, nor yet within your jurisdiction, until they have fully subjected themselves to your government, and until you have bought their land. Until this be done, they must be esteemed as an independent, free people. Here Pynchon agreed with Roger Williams. A royal charter alone could not give the English jurisdiction over native peoples and land. These Indians of Quaboag have dealt subtly in getting Cutchampkin to get Mr. Eliot to be their mediator, he chided, for it was not even clear that the victims were Massachusetts subjects. 40. Pynchon's desire for peace with still sovereign natives proved more compelling than Eliot's appeal. Massachusetts Deputy Governor Thomas Dudley produced a significant memorandum confirming Pynchon's view that Massachusetts lacked ground and warrant to intervene because, its charter notwithstanding, neither the victims nor the Norwottucks were Massachusetts subjects. If Massachusetts provoked a war, we shall incur blame at home and with our Confederate English, Dudley warned, and forfeit help from heaven. Once again, concern for justice held Puritan Massachusetts back. Winthrop withdrew Pynchon's instructions. 41. By September as many as 1,000 warriors had amassed at Pecumtuck, in the upper Connecticut Valley, including 400 Mohawks with guns. Winthrop Jr. reported that the Narragansetts were moving women, children, and the elderly into swamps, hiding corn, and preparing for battle. Their emerging leader, Ninigret, warned him that if the English defended Uncas, Mohawks would attack settlements in the lower Connecticut Valley. 42 As usual, Roger Williams's interpretation of Narragansett activity was more nuanced. He reported that the sachems were divided over whether to attack Uncas. One Narragansett was doing everything he could to foment an offensive alliance with the Mohawks, but the sachems had not committed themselves. Uncas was as belligerent as anyone, daring the Mohawks to attack and threatening to set his ground with gobbets of their flesh. 43. Even John Mason, Connecticut's aggressive military commander, thought English fears were overblown, believing the Mohawks would not dare attack the English, while the Pecumtucks would not act without the Mohawks. Nevertheless, Connecticut sent interpreter Thomas Stanton to meet with the Pecumtucks and confirm the colony's commitment to Uncas. The Pecumtucks admitted having received wampum from the Narragansetts to invade Uncas. However, they had called off the attack, and the Mohawks had returned home to deal with an unrelated crisis. This was a relief, but it left the United Colonies commissioners angry that the Narragansetts were using wampum to recruit allies while failing to pay their reparations. Connecticut sent envoys to the Narragansetts bearing these latest charges. 44. Their sachems, Pesicus, Ninigret, and Mixino, swore in the name of the English God they gave not a penny to hire the Mohawks against the Mohegans. All they did was send gifts, an essential practice in native relationships. They also had to use wampum to purchase corn because of severe food shortages, in part because they lacked access to sufficient hunting grounds. The sachems also protested that the English shielded Uncas from justice. In the previous 3 years, they charged, he had gotten away with 13 murders. The envoys explained that they supported Uncas because he was always cooperative. 45. Controversy over hunting rights added another layer to the conflict. Ever since the war, Ninigret maintained, Massachusetts had promised the Narragansetts they could hunt on Pequot land till the English came to make use of the country. The Mohegans also had such rights, but Ninigret thought the Mystic River, midway between the Pequot River and Narragansett country, formed a logical boundary between the two groups. Massachusetts had left the matter up to Winthrop Jr., who offered no objections. But this infuriated Connecticut, whose governor John Haynes expressed vehement suspicion that Ninigret was colluding with the Mohawks to attack Uncas. Commissioner Edward Hopkins denied that Ninigret ever received permission to hunt in Pequot country, but even if he had, his non-performance of covenants and treacherous designs disqualified him from favors or encouragements from any who loved the peace of the colonies. Mason angrily told Winthrop Jr. to give Ninigret fair warning, "For I am almost resolved, God assisting, if they go on, to give them a visit which I suppose will not be very pleasing to them." Winthrop Jr. could not understand why Mason was so upset about so trivial a matter who should range over a vast country without inhabitants. They could not stop Ninigret from hunting east of the Mystic River, and it was better for him to have it by a supposed allowance. All that mattered was for the English to maintain their right and Ninigret to acknowledge that right. In this way, he argued, we may obtain peace. 46 Roger Williams was even more sympathetic. These sachems, I believe, desire cordially to hold friendship with both the English and the Mohawks, he wrote. I am confident. They never intended hurt against the English. 47. Meanwhile, the commissioners gave Uncas free rein. When Uncas complained that the Namiac Pequots were not submitting to him, they authorized him to assert control by violence, instructing Connecticut to ensure he was not opposed by any English, nor the Pequots, and that he did not harm any colonists. 48 So it was that in the dead of winter Uncas and his warriors arrived at Namiac, accompanied by Captain Mason and bearing a commission from the United Colonies to subdue the Pequots by force. Mason had already warned Winthrop Jr. not to in any way hinder Uncas in the prosecution of this service. 49. Mohegans plundered the Pequots' wigwams, stealing coats, shoes, stockings, corn, beans, hatchets. They burned kettles and shattered pots. They stole or wrecked trays, dishes, mats, bags, sacks, baskets, and all their wampum. They even stripped Pequots of their clothes. Several Pequots were wounded. Outraged at so inhumane an action, colonists feared the Mohegans might turn on them. A constable's attempt to intervene proved futile. Winthrop Jr. and his fellow colonists drew up a formal grievance. We are most barbarously, injuriously, and unchristianly dealt withal to have such a people, whose tents are yet amongst us, to be unnecessarily provoked and forced upon a condition of absolute despair, they wrote. The Pequots had been utterly deprived of their necessaries for their very life in this very depth of winter. 50 Roger Williams could not comprehend how it stands with religion and reason that such a monstrous affrightment should be offered to an English town, either by Indians or English, unpunished. Governor Winthrop denounced Uncas's outrage and expressed hope that the commissioners would take some stricter course with him. 51. The dire situation weighed heavily on the elder Winthrop even as he fell dangerously ill early in 1649. On March 14, Adam Winthrop informed Winthrop Jr. that their father had hardly left his bed during the past month and was weaker than ever I knew him. But the old man had a final wish. He would request you, as if it were his last request, that you would strive no more about the Pequot Indians, but leave them to the commissioner's order. 52 12 days later, the great John Winthrop died. 53. The Mohegan-Narragansett conflict continued to simmer, exacerbated by rival claims to the Pequots and their hunting grounds. The Pequots who had settled at Pawcatuck strengthened ties with Uncas and Connecticut's John Mason in hopes of breaking free from Ninigret and the Narragansetts, while the Namiac Pequots sought help from Ninigret and Winthrop Jr. to break free from Uncas and the Mohegans. Each cast bitter accusations and recriminations at the other. 54 Uncas accused a Narragansett trader named Cutaquin of stabbing him in the chest with a sword. After Mohegans tortured him, Cutaquin told Mason the Narragansetts had promised him 1,000 fathoms of wampum if he killed Uncas. The Narragansetts dismissed the charge as childish. They were on the verge of paying off their reparations, after which the English had promised they could bring charges against Uncas, securing English justice, in a legal way. Why would they jeopardize this? Obviously, Uncas was trying to make them odious to the English and prevent his trial. Roger Williams was tired of it. "I believe nothing of any of the barbarians on either side," he admitted. Then he learned that Uncas had been accused of stabbing himself, which suggested the Narragansetts might be telling the truth. "Many circumstances look earnestly toward a plot of Uncas," he told Winthrop. He knew Cuttaquin and doubted he was capable of murder. And who would assault a sachem at noonday in the midst of his own, 55. Mason, on the other hand, decided it was time for the Narragansetts to face English wrath. "If nothing but blood will satisfy them, I doubt not but they may have their fill," he told Williams. "I perceive such an obstinate willfulness, joined with desperate malicious practices, that I think and believe they are sealed to destruction." Such words were terrible to all these natives, Williams admitted. Everyone knew about Mason's brutality at Mystic Point 56. Mason submitted a letter to the commissioners, gathering in Boston in July, declaring that although he hoped for peace with righteousness, it was time to consider military action. When Ninigret arrived, the commissioners rehearsed accusations that had piled up against him over the years: protection of runaway Indian servants, unpaid tribute for Pequot captives, unpaid reparations, conspiracies, assassination attempts, and trespassing on hunting grounds. They accused him of conspiring to marry his daughter to a brother of the late malignant furious Pequot Sassacus in an attempt to reunite the scattered conquered Pequots under his control. Ninigret defended himself, but the commissioners no longer believed a word he said. They even retracted their promise of a fair hearing of Narragansett complaints against Uncas, which Ninigret could only have viewed as base treachery. They vowed to secure the peace of the country and preservation of Uncas according to their covenants, and advised the colonies to prepare for war. 57. To prevent Ninigret from winning the allegiance of the Namiag Pequots, they reconsidered Winthrop's request that the Pequots be received to live under English justice. Winthrop argued that the Pequots could work as hired laborers and would serve as a defensive bulwark for the English. They would also be more likely to receive the glorious gospel. 58. Concluding that it was better to have the Pequots as allies than as enemies, the commissioners ordered that land be granted them to settle and plant, though they formally remained subject to Uncas. 59. Soon after, under cover of night, Mohegans attacked a community of Pequots living under Narragansett protection. One person was killed on each side. Winthrop blamed the commissioners for empowering Uncas, setting up new monarchs of the treacherous heathen, and such as have been already by the mighty hand of the Lord subdued to the English. The Narragansetts itched to retaliate, arguing they could hardly keep the peace, let alone focus on producing wampum, if Uncas attacked them. Roger Williams advised them to force their tributaries to provide wampum, but the sachems countered that they lacked power to do so. To Williams, it showed how weak they had become and how little the colonies had to fear from them. He hoped their weakness would force them to draw nearer to civility. 60. The commissioners ignored Uncas's latest depredation, but the Narragansetts, who still owed 308 fathoms of wampum, were a different matter. The commissioners ordered Captain Humphrey Atherton to take 20 men and force them to pay, even at the risk of war. If they refused, he was to seize property of equal value, plus additional reparations to pay for his expedition. If they resisted, he was authorized to seize Ninigret, Pesicus, or his children, or other leading persons. 61. The Narragansetts would come to rue the name Humphrey Atherton. On the last day of September, the captain arrived at Roger Williams's trading post at Cocomscussock and asked him to arrange a meeting with Pesicus. After Williams brought him to the sachems, Atherton demanded the 308 fathoms of wampum, plus 200 for his expenses, or 2 sachems as hostages. The Narragansetts requested time. 2 days later, negotiations remained at an impasse. 62. Winthrop dashed off a letter to Atherton, urging him to accept any reasonable terms rather than begin a war of such doubtful hazard. That morning, he explained, a prominent Narragansett known to be faithful to the English had reported that they did really intend to pay the peak as fast as they could gather it. But they would rather hazard all, wives and children and lives and all that they had, than surrender their sachems. 63. Winthrop's letter came too late. Tired of negotiating, Atherton summoned his 20 soldiers and brazenly surrounded the sachem's wigwam. 200 warriors, ready with guns and bows, rushed to the sachem's defense, surrounding Atherton's men. The captain refused to stand down, telling Williams to inform them he intended to take Ninigret and Pesicus by force. Williams refused, lambasting Atherton for betraying his trust. "I would not have hazarded life or blood for a little money," he scolded. "I would not be desperate with so few men to assault kings in the midst of such guards about us, and I had not so much as a knife or stick about me." English soldiers and Narragansett warriors stared each other down upon the ticklish point of a great slaughter. Williams tried to forestall a bloodbath, offering 10 fathoms of his own wampum to help the Narragansetts. Finally, after long agitations, Atherton offered them 4 more days. The soldiers returned to Cocomscussock, occupying Williams's trading post. Williams fled to a wigwam, pulled out pen and paper, and vented his frustrations to Winthrop. "I told the captain he had desperately betrayed me and himself," he scrawled. "I hope the Lord will show him and show the country what dangerous counsels the commissioners produce." A few days later, the Narragansetts paid the full debt, finally bringing the 5-year crisis to an end. Williams was relieved but ruminated over the commissioners' reckless policy. Uncas could steal many horses and get away with it, he groused to Winthrop, but if Ninigret did so much as look over the hedge they were ready with punishment. Uncas got away with repeated raids on Namiag, yet the commissioners threatened war against the Narragansetts over 300 fathoms of wampum. How could they be so short-sighted? War was a fearful judgment that would dispossess many a planter and hazard much blood and slaughter and ruin to both English and Indians. 64. Few knew how close to war the Puritan determination to punish and control the Narragansetts had pushed them. Even fewer appreciated Williams's role in preventing it. During 16 years of exile from Massachusetts, Williams wrote, "Scarce a week hath passed but some way or other I have been used as instrumental to the peace and spreading of the English plantings in this country." 65. The whole country are much obliged to you, Winthrop agreed, which they cannot be so sensible of, who do not fully understand the nature and manner of the Indians. 66. Puritan concerns for justice had occasionally restrained the colonies from waging the sort of war of conquest some ambitious colonists hoped for, but the harshness of the justice they imposed, combined with their favoritism toward the Mohegans, nearly triggered war anyway. The fact that war did not break out owed much to Narragansett forbearance, fueled by the dark memory of the Pequot War. It also owed something to the Puritan desire to impose colonial dominion by peaceful means whenever possible. Most Puritan leaders did not want war, as much as their policies threatened to provoke it. They wanted Indians to submit voluntarily to their authority so they might be civilized and evangelized. They never doubted that this would be for the Indians' own benefit. 9. Natick. 1649 to 1662. Although the colonists and major Algonquian tribes were often on the brink of war, missionary work progressed among native communities that accepted Massachusetts' dominion. The volume of invitations that the missionary John Eliot received indicated that many natives were attracted to Christianity, for one reason or another. Praying Indians had to overcome significant obstacles, including formidable opposition from their kin, sachems, and powwows, but with Eliot's guidance they began to forge a vibrant, self-sustaining Christian Algonquian community. An elderly Quaboag sachem, appreciating Eliot's earlier mediation on Quaboag's behalf, invited Eliot to teach and even live among the Nipmucs at Quaboag. Fear of war prevented this for a time, but Eliot was able to visit Quaboag when Shoanon, Nashaway's sachem, provided a 20-warrior escort. Incessant rain made the journey exhausting. We were extreme wet, insomuch that I was not dry night nor day from the 3rd day of the week unto the 6th, Eliot recalled. Stream crossings left him even more soaked. Each night, pull off my boots, wring my stockings, and on with them again. His horse broke down. But he endured it as a good soldier of Christ and found Quabog hungry after instruction. Soon after, a Nipmuc sachem submitted himself to pray unto the Lord and urged Eliot to send a permanent teacher. 1. Eliot made annual visits to the Pennacook town of Pawtucket and was encouraged by the result. Where formerly he witnessed gaming, immorality, and open profaneness, now he saw praying to God and good conference, and observation of the Sabbath by such as are well-minded. But the Pennacook sachem Passakanaway complained that annual visits were insufficient, because people quickly forgot what Eliot taught, and many would not believe him that praying to God was so good. We like it well at the first sight, Passakanaway explained, but we know not what it is within. It may be excellent or it may be nothing. We cannot tell, but if you would come unto us and open it unto us, and show us what it is within, then we should believe that it is so excellent as you say. Indians from north of the Merrimack River occasionally heard Eliot preach and wanted him to visit their communities, but he was reluctant to travel so far into the wilderness. Truly my heart much yearneth towards them, he confessed. 2. A growing number of praying Indians requested baptism, the Lord's Supper, and other elements of church life, but Eliot did not think they were ready. I declared unto them how necessary it was that they should first be civilized by being brought from their scattered and wild course of life unto cohabitation and government before they could, according to the will of God revealed in the Scriptures, be fit to be trusted with the sacred ordinances of Jesus Christ, in church communion. 3. Otherwise any Indian who sinned could easily run away, as some have done, and would be tempted to do so, unless he were fixed in a habitation and had some means of livelihood to lose and leave behind him. 4. The solution was to establish another praying town, he thought. But this required tools and supplies. Want of money is the only thing in view that doth retard a more full prosecution of this work, he informed supporters. 5. Eliot hoped for funding from England. The Civil War had taken a radical turn in 1648 when parliamentary forces captured King Charles, and the brilliant Puritan General Oliver Cromwell purged Parliament of its more conservative members. The remaining rump Parliament put the king on trial, and he was beheaded for treason on January 30, 1649. Soon after, Parliament abolished the monarchy. Eliot, who like some other Puritans believed Charles had fought for the anti-Christian principle for man to be above God, interpreted these developments as a sign of Christ's imminent victory over Antichrist. Eliot even hoped Parliament could inaugurate the millennial kingdom many believed would precede Christ's second coming, when Jews, followed by many Gentiles, would convert to Christianity. 6. Edward Winslow, the prominent Plymouth colonist whom Massachusetts had sent to London to defend its claim to the Shawimet region, published missionary reports and lobbied Parliament for financial support. He urged Parliament to consider how these poor creatures cry out for help. O come unto us, teach us the knowledge of God. Come and dwell amongst us. Tapping into growing millennial fervor, he speculated that Indians might be the lost tribes of Israel, which meant their conversion could be imminent. The time was ripe, Winslow claimed, because Indians were attracted to Christianity by the justice, prudence, valor, temperance, and righteousness of the English, both in peace and in such wars they had unavoidably drawn upon themselves. 7. Massachusetts tried to persuade the Committee on Foreign Plantations, led by the Earl of Warwick, that nascent missionary work at Shawimet would be dashed if the contentious Samuel Gorton won his appeal regarding the sale of Shawimet land and the committee allowed him to return there. The committee did not agree. The Gortonists were permitted to return to Shawimet, where they gratefully named their settlement Warwick. Winslow's efforts to procure funding were more successful. On July 27, 1649, Parliament established the Society for Propagation of the Gospel in New England, eventually known as the New England Company, to raise funds for missionary work. The United Colonies Commissioners would oversee spending, even though their primary mission was defending the colonies against Indian threats. Puritans considered the two missions complementary. Point 8. Eliot was filled with excitement, convinced he was about to see the fulfillment of biblical prophecy that all kingdoms and nations shall become the kingdoms of Christ. Surely his work would help inaugurate the millennium among Christian Indians, who had the opportunity to set up the kingdom of Jesus Christ so fully, so that Christ shall reign both in church and commonwealth, both in civil and spiritual matters. Other nations, like England, had been adulterated with their anti-Christian or human wisdom and were reluctant to give up their traditions. By contrast, he imagined, the Indians have no principles of their own, nor yet wisdom of their own. And therefore they do most readily yield to any direction from the Lord, so that there will be no such opposition. With government in the hands of godly Indians, they would be wholly governed by the Scriptures in all things. They shall have no other lawgiver. The Lord shall be their lawgiver. The Lord shall be their judge. The Lord shall be their king, and he will save them. 9. It would take time before funding reached New England, but Eliot wanted to bring praying Indians together as quickly as possible, for they faced considerable pressure to abandon Christianity. Nashaway, which initially embraced his teaching, had already taken up powwowing again. And when a group of non-Christian Indians lingered near Neponset, Eliot feared Satan was using them to seduce younger praying Indians. He credited divine intervention when the lingerers fell ill with smallpox. Bringing praying Indians together would help them forge new loyalties, he realized. What is the reason that when a strange Indian comes among us, whom we never saw before, yet if he pray unto God, we do exceedingly love him? One asked. But if my own brother, dwelling a great way off, come unto us, he not praying to God, though we love him, yet nothing. We love that other stranger who doth pray unto God. 10. Yet another motivation to get praying Indians settled was to protect them from the negative influence of non-Puritan colonists. Rhode Islanders told praying Indians that heaven and hell were not real places, that they did not need ministers, and that English magistrates had no right to punish them. Roger Williams told them they did not need to observe the Sabbath. Other colonists acted so deplorably that it threw Christianity into disrepute. 11. Ministers urged Eliot to create a settlement for praying Indians despite his lack of funding. Go on, and look to the Lord only for help, encouraged Boston minister John Cotton. So Eliot submitted a proposal to his congregation, which devoted a day to prayer and fasting. That night he received what seemed a clear reply, letters from England promising support. The first task was to select a site. Neither of the existing praying towns Nanantum nor Neponset would do, for the Massachusetts sachem Cutchampkin had sold nearly all their land, and many Indians refused to live so near the English. Eventually they identified land along the Charles River about 18 miles from Boston, owned in part by another Massachusetts sachem, Josias Wampatuck. Indians had lived there longer than the oldest man alive can remember, but Massachusetts had granted the land to the colonists of Dedham, about 7 miles away, so Eliot reached out to Dedham's pastor, John Allen. They visited the site, and although some Dedham inhabitants objected, Allen assured Eliot that a majority was inclined to support his plan. As Eliot later recalled, then Wampatuck did solemnly in God's presence, give up his right in these lands unto God, to make a town, gather a church, and live in civil order in this place. They called it Natick. Eliot paid Indians to mow grass, make hay, and cut timber. In autumn, they broke up ground for planting and, through hard and tedious labor in the water, constructed a footbridge 80 feet long and 9 foot high in the midst, over the Charles River. This time, Eliot claimed, he offered to pay them, adding that if they should do all this labor in love, I should take it well, and they cheerfully declined pay. 12. Sachems watched with dismay. Uncas, the Mohegan sachem, traveled to Hartford to ask the commissioners not to force his people to accept Christian teaching. The sachems of the country are generally set against us and counterwork the Lord by keeping They're men from praying to God, Eliot admitted. They plainly see that religion will make a great change among them and cut them off from their former tyranny. As he saw it, the sachems held their people in an absolute servitude much as King Charles had in England. They demanded tribute and threatened violence until they received it. When a subject defied them, they hired an assassin to kill him. People did not work hard to accumulate property, knowing their sachems could easily take it. This was hardly a fair assessment, but praying Indians did prove more likely to defy their sachems. If a man be wise, and his sachem weak, must he yet obey him? One asked. We are commanded to honor the sachem, but is the sachem commanded to love us? Christian Indians paid far less tribute than before, Eliot realized, and instead of seeking his favor with gifts, as formerly, they will admonish him of his sin, telling him that is not the right way to get money, but he must labor. 13 Since Eliot believed monarchy was anti-Christian, he applauded this development. Cutchamkin resolved to challenge Eliot. In front of his people, he declared that he and all the sachems in the country opposed Nadic's establishment. It had the desired effect. Indians were filled with fear, their countenances grew pale, and most of them slunk away, Eliot recalled. Knowing he had to respond, he told Cutchamkin it was God's work I was about, and he was with me, and I feared not him nor all the sachems in the country, and I was resolved to go on, do what they can, and they nor he should hinder that which I had begun. On hearing this, he claimed, Cutchamkin's spirit shrunk and fell before me. Praying Indians regarded the confrontation as a decisive test of will. Eliot insisted he did not intend to humiliate the sachem, but the Lord carried me beyond my thoughts and want. But Cutchamkin was not finished. He complained that praying Indians no longer paid tribute. Eliot replied that he taught them to pay tribute to those in authority as commanded in Scripture. Upon investigation, he concluded that Cutchamkin received substantial payments and was simply bitter that he could no longer collect tribute without his subjects' consent. Eliot also argued that Indians were justified in withholding tribute when sachems did not govern well by justice and as the Word of God taught. He preached a sermon on Matthew 4 in Cutchamkin's presence, describing how the devil tempted Jesus by offering him all the kingdoms of the world if Jesus would worship him. I did apply it wholly to his case, showing him the devil was now tempting him as he tempted Christ, Eliot reported. Satan's lie was that Cutchamkin would lose everything if he served Christ when, in fact, the opposite was true. Cutchamkin received the sermon surprisingly well, but other formerly sympathetic sachems distanced themselves. Eliot was not surprised, for he believed the devil would do everything he could to prevent these poor creatures from seeking God. Fearing Satan would instigate an attack against Natick, he proposed that it be fortified and asked his supporters for guns, ammunition, and swords. 14. Epidemics remained the gravest threat the Indians faced. Smallpox swept through Nanantum during the winter of 1650 to 1651. Among those stricken was Wampos, who had repented for beating his wife and now expressed hope that his sons would be trained to teach their countrymen. To his family and friends, he declared, I now shall die, but Jesus Christ calleth you that live to go to Natick, that there the Lord might rule over you, that you might make a church and have the ordinances of God among you, believe in his word, and do as he commanded you. Eliot thought Wampos did more good by his death than he could have done by his life. Many Nanantum Indians relocated to Natick that spring. Many Neponset Indians did not, hoping they would receive their own town at Punkapoag. Those at Natick laid out streets, measured and divided lots, planted orchards, and constructed a palisade. Work on a meeting house was delayed because their carpenter died from smallpox and they lacked tools. 15 At last, the first New England Company shipment arrived, containing nails, hatchets, axes, hoes, spades, saws, augers, chisels, knives, hammers, adzes, and gimlets. Indians got to work chopping down trees and squaring and sawing timber into boards. They constructed the meeting house with 2 floors, a large room for meetings downstairs and a large chamber with a smaller room enclosed upstairs. The small room had a bed where Eliot could sleep when visiting. There was also a wardrobe for hanging skins, pelts, and other merchandise. They built a chimney, making ground cells and wall plates, and mortising and letting in the studs into them artificially. 16. The Indians continued living in wigwams, which were easy to build, warmer than English houses, and portable. It was one of many ways they maintained Algonquian customs. While many attended Eliot's teaching sessions, their reasons varied. Some feared that if they did not become praying Indians they would lose their land. Others came for social reasons or to preserve ties with kin. Most felt conflicted, afraid of what it would cost them and aware that many Indians strongly opposed it. But enough were enthusiastic to make it work. Disease and colonization had devastated their communities, and Christianity offered a fresh foundation on which to rebuild, with material English support. 17. Eliot's next goal was to establish a government in which the Lord above shall reign over them and govern them in all things by the word of his mouth. He followed the great reformer John Calvin in arguing that God's preferred form of government was found in Exodus 18, where Moses chose godly men to serve as rulers of 100, of 50, and of 10 men, to govern in accord with God's commands. Exodus did not say it, but Eliot thought these leaders should be elected. Like England, Natick would give up monarchy for republican government by the godly, according to scripture. But it was telling that Natick elected the Massachusetts sachem Cutchamkin, whom Eliot considered constant in his profession, though doubtful in respect of the thoroughness of his heart, as its chief ruler. Here too, traditional Algonquian norms endured. The plan was for Natick to enter a covenant like the ones that governed English Puritan towns, but before that could happen, a series of disasters convinced Eliot that God was calling Natick to repent. First, a vessel bringing supplies shipwrecked, its cargo much spoiled. Then Cutchamkin traveled to Warwick, where he purchased alcohol and some of his men got drunk. The sachem was required to repent publicly, demonstrating that even sachems were accountable. He confessed that Satan had tempted him, begged forgiveness, and prayed that God's Spirit might transform him. Natick enacted its covenant on September 24, 1651. We and our forefathers have a long time been lost in our sins, but now the mercy of the Lord beginneth to find us out again. Therefore, the grace of Christ helping us, we do give ourselves and our children to be his people. They vowed to submit to Christ, not only in our religion and affairs of the church, but also in all our works and affairs in this world. O Jehovah, teach us wisdom to find out thy wisdom in thy scriptures. Let the grace of Christ help us, because Christ is the wisdom of God. Send thy Spirit into our hearts, and let it teach us. Lord, take us to be thy people, and let us take thee to be our God. 18. Eliot was so confident about Natick's government that he wrote a manuscript titled The Christian Commonwealth, or, The Civil Policy of the Rising Kingdom of Jesus Christ, addressing it to Christ's servants who manage the wars of the Lord against Antichrist in Great Britain. Having defeated Antichrist, he argued, they needed to establish the peaceable kingdom of Christ, in which Jesus was the only right heir of the crown of England. Their task was to discern from Scripture the form of government by which Christ meaneth to rule all the nations on earth. This, he believed, was the system established at Natick. It simply needed to be expanded for a larger population. 19. Many colonists questioned whether the praying Indians' faith was genuine. The United Colonies commissioners lectured Eliot not to be too generous with gifts, lest Indians only follow Christ for loaves and outward advantage, remaining enemies to the yoke and government. They complained that praying Indians consorted with pagan Indians and violated the Sabbath. 20. John Endicott, who as Massachusetts' first governor had been instructed to make Indian conversion a primary goal and was now governor again, decided to investigate for himself. He arrived in October with 20 men, including Boston minister John Wilson. He marveled at the footbridge and meeting house but was even more inspired by the service he witnessed. 100 natives, most wearing English clothing, gathered inside the palisade. Men and women sat separately, some under shelters. Elliot and some Indians were under a large canopy of mats upon poles. A middle-aged Indian led in prayer. Then he sat on a stool and taught in Algonquian for about 45 minutes, impressing the visitors with his great devotion, gravity, decency, readiness, and affection. His text was Jesus's parable in which a man sold his possessions to purchase a field containing buried treasure. The treasure represented God's kingdom, he explained. Jesus was calling them to part with all their sins, and to part with all their old customs, and to part with their friends and lands, or anything which hindereth them from coming to that place where they may gather a church and enjoy all these pearls. Eliot then preached in Algonquian for an hour. After time for questions, they concluded by singing Algonquian psalms set to English tunes. Every one of us much refreshed in our spirits in what we saw, Wilson reported. Endicott was thrilled. I could hardly refrain tears for very joy to see their diligent attention to the word first taught by one of the Indians, he wrote. They put many English Christians to shame. Truly I account it one of the best journeys I made these many years. 21. A few days later, the General Court granted Natick 2,000 acres within Dedham's bounds, on the condition that its people lay down all claims in that town elsewhere and set no traps in unenclosed land. 22 It is no small humbling to me that the Lord hath made my poor labors to find such acceptance in the hearts of states, Eliot gratefully wrote Massachusetts' London agent, Edward Winslow. 23. Elsewhere, too, missionary work progressed. Thomas Mayhew Jr. continued to win converts among the Wampanoags of Martha's Vineyard by discrediting powwows. When a powwow threatened to kill every Indian who attended Christian meetings, the Wampanoag teacher Hyakums called his bluff. He dared the powwows to do their utmost they could against him, and when they did their worst by their witchcrafts to kill him, he would without fear set himself against them. Their failure made him living proof that God protected Christian Indians. 2 powwows accepted Christianity, confessing they had served the devil, the enemy both of God and man. A third converted after admitting that his attempts to heal the sick were not working. One night, an Indian shot a broad-headed arrow at the Christian sachem Tuininga from 6 paces away, piercing his eyebrow and cutting his nose from top to bottom. The sachem survived, praising God for his great deliverance, and Indians took note. Mayhew considered him an exemplary witness, who bears in his brow the marks of the Lord Jesus. Tuininga's conversion pitted him against the high Wampanoag sachem Usamakan. When Usamakan asked what gifts the English had given to attract them to Christianity, praying Indians replied, "We serve not God for clothing, nor for any outward thing." The truth was, they felt relatively little pressure from colonists, for few were on the island, and unlike Eliot, Mayhew made little effort to alter their way of life, though he required them to observe some basic Christian moral imperatives. Christianity's apparent power had persuaded them of its truth. Soon some 200 were meeting, in 2 groups, twice every Sunday. 24. Across the Sound, the minister William Leverich was winning converts at the base of Cape Cod. Wampanoags built a wigwam outside Sandwich where they could stay when they came for services, even though their kin threatened to expel them from their community. Another minister was preparing to work with the Quinnipiacs north of Long Island Sound, and John Winthrop Jr. sought one to evangelize the Pequots. A sachem invited colonists to settle in the Quinnebog Valley and teach his people. Natick had received such requests from several Nipmuc towns and began sending Indian teachers to teach them to pray unto God. 25. During the spring of 1652, dysentery swept through Natick. Moniqua's son, its schoolteacher, fell ill, and his wife and child died. A man named Nishikow watched as his young child cried in extreme pain, "God and Jesus Christ, God and Jesus Christ, help me." The child died, as did Nishikow's wife. When Nishikow asked why God punished him so, Eliot suggested it was because he refused to do God's work as an elected ruler. Robin Speen lost 3 children and reeled from the blows. "I fear God is still angry because great are my sins, and I fear lest my children be not gone to heaven," he later confessed. Once the disease passed, more Indians arrived, including some Nipmucs. Eliot paid them to work, though he had trouble keeping them occupied. They built more than 1,000 rods of fencing and were continually mowing, making hay, and building barns for cows and goats. "We have sundry buildings in hand," Eliot wrote, "but want of skill and experience make them slower in dispatch than the English be." While they learned skills necessary to adapt to the colonial world, Eliot pursued his own purpose, to civilize the wild people, thereby to prepare them for religion. He requested strong linen cloth, canvas, and other good hempen cloth, and lock rams, noting that on hot days Indians preferred to work, if in any garment, only a linen garment, if they can get it. "They had tremendous ingenuity and ingeniosity," he wrote later, "only it is drowned in their wild and rude manner of living." During a trip to the Pennacook town of Pawtucket, whose sachem Passakanaway again requested a regular teacher, Eliot was dismayed to see that English traders were selling strong liquors in such plenty as to cause drunkenness, which he considered Satan's dealing. "I greatly wish that such as travel and set up houses of trading among them might be such as had an heart also to teach them," he lamented. When God's time is come, he hoped, he will bow men's minds, who may do it. He visited the Quinebaug Valley with Governor Endicott's son and intended to go farther, but heavy rains made the rivers impassable. "Even so," he reported, "in 50 miles of riding all the Indians we met with and came among had some savor of the gospel and had at some times come and heard the word, and our coming unto them was very gladly accepted." Satan discouraged many from settling at Natick, he believed, but this merely left potential converts scattered among more communities. Thus by that means which Satan hoped to have broken our work, the same is a means to multiply it. But it was telling that the region's most powerful sachems resisted Christianity. At John Winthrop Jr.'s suggestion, Eliot sent praying Indians with a coat as a gift to Ninigret, the Narragansett leader. Narragansetts told them they were willing to pray but doubted their sachems would do so because they were so proud. True enough, Eliot reported, Ninigret did little less than despise the offer, though he took the present 26. "There be two great sachems in the country that are open and professed enemies against praying to God," he wrote later, "the tyrannical Uncas and the raging Ninigret." He hoped for their downfall, for whenever the Lord removeth them, there will be a door open for the preaching of the gospel in those parts. 27 Praying Indians allegedly threatened Ninigret that if the Narragansetts would not pray, they should be destroyed by war. Alarmed, Ninigret recruited Roger Williams to petition the English government that they might not be forced from their religion, and for not changing their religion, be invaded by war. 28. The next step at Natick was establishing a church. It was no easy task, for Puritans believed church members must be able to articulate Christian teaching and narrate God's work in their lives. This bar proved too high for many colonists, let alone Indians, who had to overcome considerable linguistic and cultural barriers. In 1652, Eliot had some Indians profess their faith and provided a summary to his fellow clergy. They were sufficiently impressed that they gathered in person to hear the Indians on October 13. Eliot and his interpreter translated the Indians' words as faithfully as they could, but it was a painstaking process, and he admitted that the translations were imperfect. The first speaker, Wamposa's brother Totherswamp, admitted that when the English first told him about God, he was not interested. Later, however, some of his family members were dying, so he decided to pray. He became convinced he was a sinner who deserved hell. "I cannot deliver myself, but I give my soul and my flesh to Christ, and I trust my soul with him, for he is my Redeemer, and I desire to call upon him while I live," he said. Pastor Allen of Dedham asked if he had repented in his heart. "I am ashamed of all my sins," Totherswamp replied. "My heart is broken for them and melteth in me. I am angry with myself for my sins, and I pray to Christ to take away my sins, and I desire that they may be pardoned." The next candidate was Wabun, former sachem of Nanantum and now a ruler of 50. He too confessed to being angry when he first heard Christian teaching. Then came the devastating epidemic, to which colonists seemed impervious. I thought I shall quickly die, and I feared lest I should die before I prayed to God. But praying was difficult. I do not know how to confess, and little do I know of Christ. I fear I shall not believe a great while, and very slowly. I do not know what grace is in my heart. There is but little good in me. But this I know, that Christ hath kept all God's commandments for us, and that Christ doth know all our hearts, and now I desire to repent of all my sins. By the end, he was in tears. This day I do not so much desire good words, as thoroughly to open my heart. I confess I can do nothing, but deserve damnation. Only Christ can help me and do for me. I have nothing to say for myself that is good. I judge that I am a sinner, and cannot repent, but Christ hath deserved pardon for us. The ministers found Wobben's testimony insufficient, so Eliot explained that Wobben was not gifted in expressing himself this way but was patient, constant, and prudent and had drawn many Indians to the faith. Pastor Wilson thought the Indians were nervous, having never spoken before so great and grave an assembly. It did not help that Eliot repeatedly interrupted them for clarification as he translated point 29. Nettis, a Nipmuc the English knew as William of Sudbury, had been outraged when colonists told him he served the devil. But gradually he accepted their judgment, especially when he learned that the Sachems Wobben and Cutchamkin had become praying Indians. When he told Sudbury pastor Edmund Brown that he would pray as long as he lived, Brown challenged him to prove it by cutting his hair. Nettis did so and stuck with it. I cannot get pardon of my sins, for my sins are great in thought, word, and deed, and no man can cast off his own sins, but that is the work of Christ only to work it in us, he said. A man cannot make a right prayer but when Christ assisteth him. Then we shall do all things well. I believe that Christ is God and the Son of God, because when he died he rose again, and he died for our sins. And I believe he is in heaven and ever prayeth for us and sendeth his gospel unto us. This was promising, but suddenly Nettis undermined his own testimony. I am angry with myself, he said, because I do not believe the word of God and gospel of Jesus Christ. 30. Next came Moniqua's son, the schoolteacher. He had thought about running away when Christianity came to Kohanat, he acknowledged, but he loved his home, so he pretended. He went to Natick, even though my heart disliked that place, only for his wife and child to die of the bloody flux, filling him with anger. Anger turned to fear, and fear provoked openness to Christianity. Although he resisted teachings that were contrary to Algonquian culture, such as the Apostle Paul's statement it is a shame for a man to wear long hair, after much agonizing, he cut it off. Like many Puritans, he struggled through cycles of faith, unbelief, sin, and repentance. Satan hath power in me, he confessed, but I cry to God, oh, give me faith and pardon my sin, because Christ alone can deliver me from hell. He understood the basics of Puritan covenant theology. The first covenant is broke by sin, and we deserve hell, he explained, but Christ keepeth for us the new covenant, and therefore I betrust my soul with Christ. But he too seemed uncertain, constantly repeating, I desire to believe in Christ. As his testimony dragged on, colonists awaiting Eliot's translation grew restless. Some walked out, others whispered, and a great confusion was in the house. Finally, Eliot cut Moniqua's son off. One more Indian spoke before the ministers ended the session. They were unwilling to spend the night in wigwams and wanted to get going. Establishing a church would have to wait. 31 Dorchester minister Richard Mather defended this decision, arguing it would take time to build a church out of such rubbish as amongst Indians, especially since they lacked anyone capable of serving as pastor or elder. They could join English congregations, but it was another thing entirely to organize an Indian church invested with all church power. 32. Eliot was disappointed but persuaded himself that the delay was for the best. Truth be told, he felt relieved, given the heady responsibility of entrusting a church to Indians. "I cannot express what a load it took off my heart," he later confessed. He published 15 testimonies in the tract Tears of Repentance, adding written testimonies from Robin Speen and Nishikau. Taken together, the testimonies show that many praying Indians had sincerely internalized Puritan ideas about sin and guilt. They interpreted the epidemics as judgment for their sins, and their confessions of hypocrisy, doubt, lust, and lack of love reflected genuine fear of a God who would judge their most inward thoughts. But they were deeply conflicted. More even than most Puritans, they questioned whether their faith was genuine and whether God would forgive them. As Nishikau put it, "I know I deserve to go to hell because all these sins I have committed. If I truly believe, then he will pardon. But true faith I cannot work. O Jesus Christ, help me and give it me." 33. For all their ambivalence, Eliot considered their testimonies an important sign of Christ's advancing kingdom. A year earlier, Oliver Cromwell, now England's Lord Protector, had asked Boston minister John Cotton, "What is the Lord a-doing? What prophecies are now fulfilling?" Eliot consulted regularly with Cotton before Cotton died in 1652, and in Tears of Repentance he offered his own answer to Cromwell's question. Christ had empowered Cromwell to overthrow Antichrist by the Wars of the Lamb and establish his kingdom in England, and Indian testimonies revealed the kingdom of Christ rising up in these western parts of the world. Clearly the time was coming when God's kingdom would fill all the earth. 34. Puritan leaders viewed Natick as a blueprint for incorporating praying Indians into an English Christian commonwealth. In October 1652, therefore, Massachusetts issued instructions clarifying the status of Indian land. Citing scripture, the General Court affirmed that as people made in God's image, Indians had as much right to the earth as Englishmen. Any lands they held by possession or improvement, including fishing places, were theirs by just right, from which they could not be dispossessed without their consent. Indians driven from such lands should receive relief in any of the courts of justice among the English, as the English have. But to encourage them to be civilized and accept Christianity, the court declared that Indians who desired to settle civilly and orderly in English towns would have allotment amongst the English. And it offered any competent number of the Indians brought on to civility who desired it, such as those at Natick, a land grant for a plantation, as the English have. The court also confirmed English rights to unused land granted by the court or settled by invitation of the Indians. 35. The policy envisioned the settlement and integration of Indians under English law, with the same rights as Englishmen, freeing unoccupied land for colonial settlement. But it defined ownership, improvement, and civility in English terms and subjected disputes to English courts. In practice, colonists were required to purchase even unused land from Indians who claimed it, and courts consistently upheld native right when it was overtly violated. But pressure on Indians to sell was often substantial. The opportunity to protect land with a legal title via a land grant was a powerful incentive to form praying towns. It was not long before several communities did so. In May 1653, Massachusetts authorized a Pennacook praying town at Wamasett, where the Concord River entered the Merrimack. Eventually, it would receive 2,500 acres bordering the new English town of Chelmsford. 36 By October, following the United Colonies' offer of tools for Indians who formed praying towns, the Cohonnet and Neponset Indians had established a praying town south of Dorchester at Punkapoag, the traditional seat of the Massachusetts Sachems of the Blood. Josias Wampatuck, who became the leading Massachusetts sachem when Cutchamkin died, vowed before the magistrates that he would pray to God all the days of his life. Eventually, Punkapoag was granted up to 6,000 acres. While not particularly fertile, this included a stretch of the Neponset River, excellent fishing ponds, and a cedar swamp rich in timber. 37. The following May Massachusetts authorized 3 more praying towns. Hassanamsit, a Nipmuc town on the Blackstone River, would receive 8,000 acres. It lay midway on the Connecticut Path, an Indian trail connecting the Connecticut River with Massachusetts Bay. 38 Ocomacomiset was a Nipmuc town 8 miles west of Sudbury. It received 6,000 acres, including some of the region's best farmland and most considerable meadow, well wooded and watered. Sudbury, which had been eyeing the land for itself, would contest Ocomm-Macomizit's grant in court. Nashoba, between Ocomm-Macomizit and Wamasett, was led by Adawans, the Pennacook sachem who had wanted to form a praying town in 1647. It was granted 8,000 acres well stored with meadows and woods and good ponds for fish. 39. The United Colonies Commissioners feared Eliot was being too aggressive in recruiting praying Indians, alienating their sachems. We desire you would be slow in withdrawing Indian professors from paying accustomed tribute and performing other lawful services to their sagamores till you have seriously considered and advised with the magistrates and elders of Massachusetts, lest the passage and spreading of the gospel be hindered, they warned. 40. Massachusetts did not hesitate to get involved. When the praying Nashaway sachem Shoanon died in 1654, it worried about who might replace him. Like many Algonquian communities, the Nashaways were divided over their response to colonization, some supporting a leader named Shoshanim, whom the general court viewed as a debauched, drunken fellow, and no friend to the English, others supporting a Christian Nashaway named Matthew, who was very hopeful to learn the things of Christ. The court dispatched Eliot to influence the decision by persuasion or counsel, not by compulsion, and Matthew was chosen. But Massachusetts had not heard the last of Shoshanim. 41. John Eliot launched his second attempt to establish a church at Natick when he asked the clergy to gather on June 13, 1654, to interview Indian converts. They would meet in Roxbury, making it easy for ministers to attend, and Eliot invited many interpreters. Churches prayed for the event during fast day services, but before it took place, Natick suffered another scandal. Totherswamp, a Natick ruler who had testified to the ministers 2 years earlier, had sent his 11-year-old son to purchase corn and fish at Watertown. On the way, the boy encountered 3 inebriated Natick men, including Eliot's interpreter. They persuaded the boy to try some alcohol and got him drunk. "Now we will see whether your father will punish us for drunkenness," they laughed, "seeing you are drunk with us." Eliot thought about cancelling the interviews, just 10 days away. "The tidings sunk my spirit extremely," he confessed. "I did judge it to be the greatest frown of God that ever I met withal in the work." At Natick, he met the distraught Totherswamp. Puritan discipline was harsh by Algonquian standards, and the tearful father felt forced to choose between obeying Christ by punishing the boy and loving his son by showing mercy. Moved to tears himself, Eliot said the boy's sin was not as severe as those who had gotten him drunk, but Totherswamp replied that he should not have ignored his father's counsel and fallen into bad company. Natick's court sentenced the men to 20 lashes and time in the stocks. The boy spent a short time in the stocks, and Totherswamp whipped him in front of his classmates. Eliot decided the ordeal was beneficial, for it demonstrated how serious Natick was about discipline. On examination day, Eliot opened the floor to anyone who wanted to ask the Indians a question. 42 What good things do you see in the English? A colonist asked. I see true love that our great sachems have not, and that maketh me think that God is the true God, an Indian replied. Why do you believe the Bible is the Word of God? I believe it to be the Word of God, because when we learn it, it hate our hearts to be wise and humble. Another asked about humanity's fall. When Adam sinned, what befell him? He lost the image of God. What is the image of God, which he lost? Wisdom, holiness, and righteousness. To whom is man now like? He is like unto Satan. Another asked what Christ had done for human beings. He hath died for us, an Indian replied. What did he earn for us by this death? Pardon of all our sins, because he paid a ransom, the favor of God, and eternal life. The exam lasted much of the day, and this time the ministers encouraged Eliot to go ahead and establish a church. Praying Indians had wanted this for years, yet suddenly Eliot hesitated. He worried that they had not given sufficient proof and experience of their steadfastness. What if they abused their authority and defiled Christ's name among their barbarous friends and countrymen? He decided to wait and focus on training ministers and elders. Point 43. The Natick Indians had done everything the Puritans asked of them, abandoning their homes, submitting to Massachusetts, and transforming their way of life, but it was not enough. Eliot believed Christ had liberated them from Satan and brought them into his kingdom, but he did not trust them enough to release them from English control. The pace of missionary work accelerated as the New England Company established an annual budget of £600 for missionary work. The process was not always smooth. Donors expressed concerns about how their money was being spent. Colonists cast aspersions on missionary work by their malicious, profane, careless, and envious tongues and pens. Massachusetts agent Hugh Peter told his successor Edward Winslow he heard the work was but a plain cheat and that there was no such thing as gospel conversion amongst the Indians. There were constant disputes between Eliot, the commissioners, and the company. Eliot regularly complained to supporters in England about insufficient funds and fretted that the commissioners failed to support him. The company suspected the commissioners of misappropriating supplies, including guns and ammunition that were supposed to be auctioned for funds but were instead divided among the colonies. Point 44. Company funds paid the salaries of Eliot, Thomas Mayhew Jr., and other missionaries. The commissioners spent £200 educating Connecticut interpreter Thomas Stanton's son for missionary work, though it proved a complete waste. They paid the salaries of Indian teachers and magistrates and procured tools, clothing, and other supplies for praying towns. They supported a school for boys and girls at Natick and grammar schools at Cambridge and Roxbury where about 20 Indians, including a woman, studied. They even built an Indian college at Harvard, where a few Indians had already studied in pursuit of its stated mission to educate English and Indian youth. But only a few Indians would occupy it, and it was also used to house Cambridge's printing press. While many of those efforts proved disappointing, the commissioners accomplished more by funding Eliot's pioneering efforts to translate the Bible and other literature into Wapanake, or Massachusetts, which had no written form. A skilled Indian team assisted him, including longtime assistant Job Sutton, John Sassamon, a man of eminent parts and wit who briefly studied at Harvard, and James Printer, who may have studied at Harvard and later worked for the Cambridge Press. The press published Eliot's Massachusetts Catechism and a primer in 1654. The next year it released translations of Genesis and Matthew. The Psalms followed in 1658 and another catechism in 1659. In 1660 the press began printing 1,500 New Testaments, and at Governor Endicott's urging, it followed with the Old Testament. Popular Puritan books came later, including Richard Baxter's Call to the Unconverted and Lewis Bailey's Practice of Piety. 45 By 1660, about 100 praying Indians in Massachusetts could read these works. Surviving copies contain their handwritten notes and marginal comments. The effort was highly significant, not only for the long-term survival of the Massachusetts language but because it enabled the maturation of an indigenous Algonquian Christianity, which no longer depended on an English Bible or English teachers. 46. The missionary movement repeatedly endured setbacks. Plymouth missionary William Leverich abandoned the Nausets to work on Long Island, although his work was eventually taken up by others. Eliot suffered from sciatica in 1656 to 1657, leaving him bedridden and unable to travel for months. "I do bless the Lord, he hath in some measure recovered me and enabled me to attend my work," he finally wrote in late 1657, though not without pain. "I can pretty well endure my travel, but if I travel either in wet or cold it doth shake me much and is ready to lay me quite up again." Later that year, Thomas Mayhew Jr., New England's most successful missionary, was killed in a shipwreck. "The Lord hath given us the amazing blow, to take away my brother Mayhew," Eliot lamented. The elder Mayhew would take up the work on Martha's Vineyard, but he was not a minister and could hardly fill his son's shoes. 47. Around the same time, Massachusetts sachem Josiah Wampatuck apostatized from the faith. Wampatuck had considerable knowledge in the Christian religion and had donated the land at Natick, but now he abandoned the praying town of Punkapoag and settled with Massachusetts Indians who rejected Christianity. 48 The Connecticut Podunks also proved wary of Christianity when Eliot preached to them in 1657, complaining that the English had got away their lands and were now seeking to make servants of them. As it turned out, they had heard that Sudbury colonists were building a settlement on land granted to the praying town Occomacomeset. These actings of the English do make the profane Indians laugh at the praying Indians and at praying to God, Eliot warned. 49. Eliot wanted Massachusetts to take a more active role in praying towns, so in 1656 he petitioned the colony to appoint agents to help establish governments and procure teachers. Surprisingly, he recommended Humphrey Atherton, who had nearly provoked war with the Narragansetts in 1650. Atherton had since become a magistrate, and Eliot was grateful to him and other Dorchester inhabitants for providing land for Punkapoag at a time when our poor Indians are much molested in most places. Massachusetts appointed Atherton as Indian superintendent in 1658, instructing him to take care that all Indians live according to our laws as far as they are capable. He was to appoint Indian commissioners to adjudicate civil and criminal cases and officers to enforce their decisions. The Indians would remain largely autonomous, but Atherton would join them as a county court for major cases. 50. These were discouraging times for Natick. "We are called to fasting this day," the Massachusetts John Speen announced during a service on November 15, 1658, "because of the great rain and great floods and unseasonable weather, whereby the Lord spoileth our labors. Our corn is much spoiled with the wet, so that the Lord doth threaten us with want of food. Also our hay is much spoiled, so that God threateneth to starve and kill our cattle. Also, we have great sickness among us, so that many are dead. The burying place of this town hath many graves, and so it is in all our towns among the praying Indians. And what maketh him angry? We may be sure it is our sins, for we are great sinners." Wabun, Natick's leader, declared that spiritual diseases, such as laziness, Sabbath breaking, and passion, were more serious than physical illnesses. He urged them to seek Christ, the physician of souls. Pyambuban invoked hope from Jesus's beatitude, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven." It was good news for Indians, Pyambuban declared, "for we are the most poor, feeble, despicable people in the world." 51. The clergy decided that until Natick had its own church, its inhabitants could join Eliot's congregation in Roxbury. 8 professed their faith there on April 15, 1659. Roxbury took the unprecedented step of inviting representatives of 10 churches to attend a final examination on July 5.52. On both occasions, Natick's Indians described their struggles to accept and understand a faith delivered by people who dominated them in so many ways. They made the faith their own, invoking poignant scripture passages to make sense of their experiences. They emphasized their need for the Lord's Supper and baptism to strengthen their faith. 1. Anthony had run away when he heard his brothers Wampos and Totherswamp had become praying Indians, but he eventually converted because he could not bear to alienate them. He apprenticed himself to a Roxbury smith, yet his master refused to teach him certain skills, lest Indians learn to make locks and guns, and he angrily resolved to cast off praying. Again, his family persuaded him to stay. When family members fell sick, he prayed that God would heal them, only to see them die. Then my heart said, "Sure, it's a vain thing to pray to God, for I prayed, yet my friends die," he admitted. He remained in Natick, but only to earn money by helping build the meeting house. One day he was in a soppit directing the placement of a freshly sawn plank when it slipped, slamming into his head and fracturing his skull. He was taken up half dead, but Eliot found a surgeon to attend to him at New England Company expense. That proved a turning point. Anthony recalled, "That winter God broke my head. I knew but little. I was almost dead. Then my heart said, now I know God is angry with me for my sins, and hath therefore smote me. Then I prayed hard, when I was almost dead. I remembered my sins much, and considered them much. Now he wholeheartedly embraced faith in Christ. 53. A teacher named Ponampam described the pivotal role epidemics had played in his conversion. When he was 8, he recalled, his father rebuked him for playing, warning that we shall all die shortly. Ponampam thought he got this idea from hearing John Wilson preach that in Noah's day God drowned all the world for the sins of the people. He tried to forget about it, but that winter, smallpox killed almost all our kindred, including his father. His mother took him to Kohanat, where he grew up, married 2 wives, and had children. He considered fleeing when the missionaries arrived, but Eliot's sermon on Malachi 1:11, which prophesied that the Gentiles would worship God, convinced him that Christianity would follow him wherever he went. So he took up the life of a praying Indian, only to face a new crisis when asked to become a teacher. I feared, and durst not for fear of the sachems, yet they urged me, and I did, he recalled. Satan tempted him to flee to where there was land enough, and riches abundance, much as the devil tempted Christ in Matthew 4. But after his mother and 2 children died, he fully committed to Christianity. 54. Many Indians testified to Wabun's influence in their conversion stories, but Wabun admitted that he had initially scorned the new religion. He recalled being furious when colonists told him he loved the devil. "You know the devil." "I do not know the devil," he retorted. Later, however, he attended the ministers' teaching because they gave him good food, and he began wondering whether they were telling the truth. "Sometimes I thought if we did not pray, the English might kill us. Other times," he concluded, "the English love us, and therefore it is like that is true which they say of God, and I desire to live forever where they do." Though he struggled daily with contrary and misbelieving thoughts, he emerged as a stalwart of the praying community. John Speen, whose family had owned some of the land that became Natick, expressed similar motivations. "I saw the English took much ground, and I thought if I prayed, the English would not take away my ground." Whatever their initial motivations, both men now embraced Christianity out of conviction. Another who spoke was the Nipmuc sachem Utasakampanam, later known as Captain Tom, whose leadership would prove critical in future years. When Pastor Brown of Sudbury first urged him to become a Christian, he recalled, "I did not like it, nor to hear of praying to God." Eventually, however, under Wabun's influence, he came to Nanantum to hear Eliot. Eliot's warning that God would judge those who failed to repent and believe in Christ terrified him, especially when his wife and children died, followed by a second wife. "Then my heart said, Surely God is angry with me, who doth thus afflict me." Fear finally drove him to faith. "I now confess my sins before God, and I beg mercy from God in Jesus Christ." When the last Indian had spoken, the ministers interviewed them about grace, ordinances, sacraments, baptism, and the Lord's Supper, about repentance and faith, all which they readily answered. The ministers then approved them for membership. 55. A year later, in 1660, an Algonquian church was finally established at Natick. 56. Natick's ordeal was hardly over. A short time after the General Court issued Natick's land grant, the people of Dedham challenged its use of land south of the Charles River, claiming that in oral agreements it had specifically excluded that land from the grant. Eliot countered that the South Bank was included in the agreements and always belonged to Natick's people. Dedham hoped to settle out of court, but Eliot and Natick considered it a question of justice and refused. 57. As Eliot explained, "Massachusetts' general practice hath been to purchase of the natives what we enjoy, and not only so, but it is frequent also with them to invite the English unto fit places for towns because of the benefit they receive by our neighborhood. It was only under these terms that colonists had any right to native land." 58. Thus Massachusetts always acknowledged that where the Indians have a right, we do religiously take care that it be lawfully alienated, but this had not happened at Natick. Dedham claimed it had received the land from Chickatawbut, a Massachusetts sachem, but Natick countered that it belonged to another Massachusetts sachem, Josias Wampatuck, who with his people had, in a solemn fast, given up their right in these lands unto God, here to begin a town and gather a church. If Dedham prevailed, Eliot warned, Indians would abandon Natick. Now if Natick also be overthrown, let wise men look upon the consequences in respect of God and man, he warned. Indians everywhere were watching. 59. English mediators urged the parties to compromise, forbearing and forgiving one another, as commanded in Colossians 3:12, 13. They criticized Eliot for encouraging Indians to settle south of the river without clear legal title and for supporting their rejection of Dedham's reasonable motions. On the other hand, they conceded how grievous it will be to those poor natives to be put from the lands which they have so long possessed. They therefore urged Dedham, for Christ's sake, lovingly to grant unto the Indians the lands now possessed by them in exchange for a compensatory grant elsewhere, not because of the right of any Indian title but for the gracious gospel principles of self-denial, love, peace, and desire to further Christ's work among the Indians. 60. Dedham refused. Soon they were determined to reclaim Natick's land on both sides of the river. In 1661 they sued Natick's leaders, including Wabun and John Speen. The Suffolk County Court issued 3 rulings in Dedham's favor. But, much to Dedham's dismay, the Court of Assistance overturned the rulings. 61 In May 1662 the General Court issued a final ruling. It acknowledged that Dedham's legal right cannot in justice be denied but asserted that the Indians had a more basic native right to the land on which they lived, strengthened by the fact that they had developed it, which cannot, in strict justice, be utterly extinct. Thus, in accord with Massachusetts law, they could not dispossess of such lands as they are at present possessed. Dedham would receive compensatory land elsewhere. 62. It was a significant vindication for Natick and praying Indians everywhere. Over the previous 12 years, as Christianity spread to more Algonquian communities, Natick had come to embody the Puritans' grandest hopes for America's first people. While it maintained many aspects of native culture, it also embraced elements of English civilization and law. It had an independent congregation of faithful, increasingly educated Indians committed to an Algonquian form of Puritan Christianity. But the journey had been fraught with frustration, misunderstanding, and conflict. Natick would strive to preserve its Algonquian community within the colonial system, but non-praying Indians were alarmed, Dedham was resentful, and many colonists doubted praying Indians' sincerity and coveted their land. Such tensions boded ill for the future. 10. The Pocumtuck War. 1652 to 1661. New England in 1652 was a place of relative optimism. The Narragansetts and Mohegans were at peace, and missionary efforts heralded a future in which English and Algonquians might live side by side as Christians. Over the next decade, however, competition over trade, tributaries, and land pushed Algonquians into a series of destructive wars. At first, Puritan concerns about justice prevented the United Colonies from intervening, but as the violence escalated, they decided to impose their will. It became all too easy to confuse the cause of justice and peace with the colonial desire for power, dominion, and land. The first hint of trouble emerged when England prohibited Dutch merchant ships from entering English ports. A naval war soon broke out between the two colonial powers. The United Colonies were already engaged in territorial disputes with New Netherland and resented Dutch traders for selling guns and ammunition to Indians. Tensions increased when the English intercepted a letter from the Dutch West India Company to New Netherland's governor Peter Stuyvesant. While it ordered him to keep the peace, the letter counseled him to make use of the Indians if New England attacked New Netherland. 1. English suspicion centered on Ninigrid. That winter, the Narragansett leader fell ill and sought help from John Winthrop Jr., whose services as a healer were known throughout New England. 2 Winthrop directed him to a French doctor in New Netherland, so Ninigrid traveled there bearing wampum for the doctor and Governor Stuyvesant. I stood a great part of a winter day knocking at the governor's door, Ninigrid later claimed, but he would neither open it nor suffer others to open it to let me in. Ninigret visited the doctor and various sachems across the Hudson River before returning home. When he sent men back with wampum and gifts, Mohegans captured them. Uncas, the Mohegan sachem, claimed that two of them freely confessed that Ninigret and other sachems were conspiring with the Dutch. Outraged, Ninigret asked Winthrop to intervene on his behalf. He had proven his goodwill by paying the tribute the colonies demanded. Why would he suddenly turn treacherous? 3. By then the region was erupting with alarms of a conspiracy. A native woman warned the colonists of Wethersfield, Connecticut, that the Dutch and Indians were conspiring to cut them off, observing that they had foolishly ignored her similar warning during the Pequot War. One report had Stuyvesant selling guns and ammunition to Uncas. Another had the Shawomet sachem Pomam conspiring with Ninigret, despite Pomam's estrangement from the Narragansetts. It was said that Ninigret was procuring guns, ammunition, and wildfire from the Dutch, which, being shot with their arrows, will kindle and burn anything. Indians warned that warriors would strike on land while a Dutch fleet attacked from the sea. Sachems from Long Island and Manhattan claimed the Dutch offered them guns and ammunition and encouraged them to attack English settlements. Such stories were hardly new. Many colonists were quick to believe the worst about Indians, and there was no shortage of Indians who delighted in scaring colonists or using false information to discredit their native rivals. Moreover, linguistic differences easily bred confusion and exaggeration. But this time, the war between the English and the Dutch made the stories seem credible. 4. Worried colonists lashed out at praying Indians, though missionary John Eliot found their fears utterly groundless. The government was skeptical but yielded to the pressure and dispatched soldiers to disarm Natick. The soldiers interrupted a Sunday church service and demanded the Indians' guns. Natick leaders Cutchamkin and Nishikow were outraged. Had God not said, "Keep the Sabbath day holy"? Shocked at English hypocrisy, Nishikow concluded, "God is not, the Sabbath is not, it is not the Lord's day, for were it so, the soldiers would not have come." In despair, he turned to drink and landed in court for drunkenness. 5. Massachusetts Governor John Endicott called an emergency session of the United Colonies in April 1653. Meanwhile, he dispatched envoys to the Narragansetts. "We have never injured any of you, but have been ready at all times to do you justice according to our best understanding," the emissaries claimed. "We have been and are very slow to give credit to what we hear or to engage in a war against you, till evident grounds appear." Still, they had to make sure, so they asked the sachems to send representatives to Boston. Even if the Narragansetts had conspired with the Dutch, they promised, it was not too late to back out. 6. The sachems defended themselves. "Do you think that we are mad and that we have forgot our writing that we had in the bay, which doth bind us to the English, our friends?" Hesychus asked. "Shall we throw away that writing, and ourselves too? Why would they support the Dutch, who were far away, against the English, who were nearby? Have we not reason in us? They would keep their covenant firmly to our dying day," he pledged. "And when we are dying and going out of the world, we will leave it in special charge to ours to carry it well to the English and their children." Ninigret denied hearing any talk of a conspiracy in New Netherland, nor did he know any wrong the English hath done him to justify one. "What do the English think, that I think they be asleep and suffer me to do them wrong? Do they think we are mad, to sell our lives and the lives of our wives and children and all our kindred, and to have our country destroyed for a few guns, powder, shot, and swords? What will they do us good when we are dead?" 7. Narragansett representatives traveled to Boston, where the commissioners, including Endicott and Plymouth's William Bradford, convened on April 19. The Narragansetts accused Uncas of spreading malicious reports and demanded that he be punished for abusing Ninigret's men. The commissioners promised to investigate the matter but complained that Ninigret had not been paying tribute for his Pequot captives. It did not help when a Narragansett man boasted to colonists that the Dutch had informed him they planned to cut off the English on Long Island 8. The commissioners drafted a long statement of grievances that they planned to send to New Netherland. That the Indians should be hostile was not surprising, they wrote, but they expected better from a Protestant colony. New England sought what was best for the Indians, but the Dutch poisoned Indians against them. Evidence for a conspiracy was overwhelming, including many concurrent strong and pressing testimonies, which they proceeded to summarize. They warned that they would do whatever was necessary to defend the honor and safety of the United Colonies. 9. The statement was so belligerent that Massachusetts' commissioners balked. Did the evidence warrant such a response, and did it befit a Christian people? They sent the document to the clergy for advice. The ministers found the evidence of a conspiracy to be very strong, and such as we cannot deny, but while some thought it sufficient proof to justify war, others were skeptical. They urged the magistrates to consider whether a people professing to walk in the spirit of the gospel of peace owed the Dutch governor an opportunity to defend himself. 10 17 years earlier, Governor Endicott had led the opening strike of the Pequot War, and perhaps that experience sobered him. I greatly doubt a clear ground for a war, because it's not certain there hath been such engaging of the Indians, he declared, and fear the testimonies of the Indians may be defective for want of due interpreters. I therefore cannot advise to a war. 11. Acceding to Massachusetts' desires, in May the commissioners dispatched 3 agents and interpreter Thomas Stanton to meet the Dutch governor and investigate the reports. 2 weeks later, they called the United Colonies to raise 500 soldiers. But the investigation proved a farce. The agents failed to meet with Governor Stuyvesant and rejected his demand that they cooperate with Dutch officials and follow Dutch principles of law. Instead, they accumulated sworn testimony from Indians, Dutch, and English alleging that Stuyvesant and Ninigret were conspiring against New England. Many accusations came from English colonists eager to end Dutch rule over western Long Island. The restless Indian fighter John Underhill was a ringleader, enthusiastically urging the commissioners to vindicate the common cause of England against the Dutch, for the cause is God's and ours. 12. The agents returned to Boston on May 21 and delivered their report. But Massachusetts remained skeptical. When a joint committee of magistrates and commissioners worked through the evidence, it produced conflicting reports, one for war and another against. Again, the colony turned to its ministers. On May 27, after earnest prayer and extensive debate, the clergy delivered their assessment of what the Lord calleth to do. There was not sufficient clear ground of war at present, they argued. Evidence for a plot was substantial, and they were inclined to believe it, but upon serious and conscientious examination, it was not fully conclusive. Therefore we humbly conceive it to be most agreeable to the gospel of peace which we profess, and safest for these colonies, to forbear the use of the sword till the Lord by his providence and by the wisdom of his servants set over us, shall further clear up his mind. God would not forsake them because tenderness of conscience made them slow to shed blood. 13. Unfortunately for Massachusetts, its commissioners were outvoted 6-2. New Haven, Connecticut, and Plymouth advocated war. But Massachusetts refused to submit, protesting that it was a scandal in religion that a general court of Christians should be obliged to act and engage upon the faith of 6 delegates, against their conscience, a bondage hardly to be borne by the most subjective people. 14. Given that Massachusetts was by far the largest colony, the commissioners were unwilling to act without it and postponed the matter to their September meeting. Not all ministers were pleased. Edward Norris of Salem worried that inaction would make the Indians and infidels intolerable insolent, leading them to blaspheme and despise both our God and ourselves. Then God's judgment would fall upon the country, and innocent people would die. 15. They have concluded, no war, complained Hartford minister Samuel Stone, a former Pequot War chaplain. I wish we may not love our skins too well but be ready to adventure in time of need. 16. All that summer, Narragansetts heard rumors that the English were recruiting the Mohegans and Long Island's Montauks and Shinnecoecks to invade Narragansett country. Amid widespread fear and mistrust, a man who claimed to be acting on orders from the Narragansett leader Ninigret attempted to assassinate a Shinnecock sachem. With Connecticut's permission, the Montaukes and Shinnecocks executed him and burned his body. Roger Williams later claimed that Massachusetts Governor John Endicott gave Ninigret implicit consent to right himself. In a retaliatory raid, Ninigret killed some Indians and captured at least 14 women, including the daughter of Wyandanch, the Montauk sachem. Wyandanch had paid the colonies tribute since the Pequot War and confirmed a treaty of friendship in 1644, although the colonies had not promised him protection. So when the Montaukes appealed for help, the commissioners dispatched envoys summoning Ninigret to Boston. John Winthrop Jr. warned Ninigret that Wyandanch was his friend, so if Ninigret was Winthrop's friend, he would release Wyandanch's people. 17. The interpreter Thomas Stanton, who had recently established a trading post at Pawcatuck, set out for Ninigret's fort. He was quickly accosted by warriors shouting that they cared not for the English, nor did they fear them. Never one to tolerate such behavior from Indians, Stanton struck a warrior in the head with his rapier, dared them to retaliate, and insisted on proceeding. The irritated men brought him to Ninigret, but they expressed themselves very tumultuously, and would hardly suffer any speech between them. Stanton joined the commissioners' envoys in another attempt to reach Ninigret on September 16, 1653. This time as many as 50 warriors confronted them, and more kept arriving as they rode, running along the path and jeering at them. When they found Ninigret, he was holding a pistol, accompanied by more armed men. They sat on the ground, and Stanton relayed the commissioners' message over the warriors' shouts and interruptions. Ninigret denied the commissioners' right to challenge his actions. Why did they always slight his authority? Indians respected him, yet the English did not. Did they not know the Montaukes had murdered his man? Did he not have the right to protect his people? He refused to go to Boston. If the English say that we have broken covenant, he charged, they lie. The commissioners bristled upon hearing of Ninigret's proud, peremptory, and offensive answers and his warriors' rude and hostile affronts, which they interpreted as part of a legacy of Narragansett treachery going back to Miantonomo. Most argued that they had to hold Ninigret accountable for murdering the innocent Montaukes, for if they failed to defend their allies, no Indians would trust their promises, and Ninigret would be emboldened. Declaring themselves called by God to make war, they ordered the mobilization of 250 soldiers. But Massachusetts demurred yet again. Commissioner Simon Bradstreet denied that the colonies were obligated to protect the Long Island Indians. This was simply another Indian quarrel, the grounds whereof they cannot well understand, he argued, and justice required English neutrality. Massachusetts' Executive Council declared that it did not see sufficient grounds, either from any obligation of the English towards the Long Islanders, or from the usage the messengers received from the Indians. The other commissioners believed that Massachusetts simply wanted to avoid the cost of war and accused it of having broken their covenant, effectively wrecking the Confederation. But Bradstreet denied that Massachusetts was obligated to act in any offensive war according to the determination of the commissioners further than the same is just and according to God, and he urged them to respect their Christian judgments and consciences. When they faced God's judgment, he added, no one would regret that we have neither shed blood causelessly, nor drawn others to do it upon grounds not clear to them. The other commissioners retorted that God would judge them for failing to vindicate the blood of innocents who depend on us for safety and probably suffer for their faithfulness to the English. Plymouth later accused Massachusetts of allowing their enemies to reproach the name of God and his ways. 18. But Massachusetts would not be moved. For the second time in a year, Puritans invoked Christian principles of justice to prevent the colonies from going to war. By 1654 the Narragansett-Montauk War was escalating into a regional conflict. Uncas reportedly offered the Montaukes Mohegan support in exchange for 700 fathoms of wampum. 19 Ninigret, the Narragansett leader, released his Montauk captives in an attempt at peace, according to Roger Williams, but the Montaukes treacherously killed 30 of Ninigret's men, including his nephew. 20 So Ninigret resumed his raids against Long Island, now with support from the Connecticut Valley Pecumtucks and other upland Indians. When the Quinnebognipics plundered one of Uncas's towns, the furious Mohegan threatened retaliation unless Massachusetts rendered satisfaction. His Connecticut patron John Mason charged that if the colonies refused to restrain Ninigret and his allies, I shall then fear that we have not lost the hearts of men, but almost of Christians. 21. The commissioners summoned the belligerents to Hartford in September. The Pecumtucks sued for peace, claiming they had not realized the war was offensive to the English. But Ninigret denied the commissioners' right to interfere. If your governor's son were slain, and several other men, would you ask counsel of another nation how and when to right yourselves? He demanded. I do but right my own quarrel which the Long Islanders began with me. Of course, the colonies did not believe he had the authority to right his own quarrel, for various treaties prohibited him from waging war without their consent. By refusing to honor such treaties, he had proved himself a treacherous rebel. Even Massachusetts Commissioner Simon Bradstreet now believed colonial forbearance and lenity had increased Ninigret's insolency and our danger. They decided to send Major Simon Willard, now a Massachusetts magistrate, with 60 soldiers to force Ninigret to not only cease his attacks but surrender his Pequots, for whom he had not been paying tribute, and pay the tribute he owed. Captain Mason would gather another 310 soldiers at Pawcatuck, and in the event that Ninigret refused, Willard was to make fair war without exercising cruelty and not to put to death any you have taken captives. 22. Even Massachusetts supported the decision, no doubt in part because England and the Netherlands had agreed to peace that spring, but also because escalating conflict was devastating the trade in wampum and furs. The Massachusetts government made the moral case for war in a declaration to be read in the colony's churches. It acknowledged the Montaukes as allies who were deserving of English protection and accused Ninigret of unprovoked aggression and of having rejected a peaceful resolution. It called churches to observe October 12 as a day of solemn humiliation, asking the Lord to go out with our forces, preserve peace in our borders, and give good success to our endeavors. 23. Roger Williams, whose Rhode Island was excluded from the United Colonies, remained unconvinced. I have been more or less interested and used in all the great transactions of war or peace between the English and the natives, he declared in a lengthy protest letter, and have not spared purse, nor pains, nor hazards, that the whole land, English and natives, might sleep in peace securely. How was Massachusetts honoring Christ's command to seek peace with all people? They claimed that Ninigret was the aggressor, but all warring nations labor to maintain their wars to be defensive. He urged them to consider whether it be not only possible, but very easy for the English to live and die in peace with all the natives of this country. In sharp contrast to the Pequots, Mohegans, and Montaukes, he observed, the Narragansetts had never stained their hands with any English blood. Their worst offenses were mere matters of money or petty revengings against Indian rivals. Hundreds of Rhode Islanders experienced their tendency to peace and love with the English nation, safely trading and enjoying hospitality in their towns. How was it faithful to Jesus's teachings to take hold of some seeming occasions for their destruction? War threatened everything colonists held dear, Williams warned. All it would take was one English defeat, and Indians across New England might rise up against them. England and other nations ring with the glorious conversion of the Indians of New England, but that would change quickly if they learned of unnecessary wars and cruel destructions of the Indians. Had colonists forgotten the founding generation's evangelistic vision? How much more noble were it, and glorious to the name of God and your own, if they brought the Narragansetts from barbarism to civility, and then to Christianity. It was hardly worth hazarding this for the Montaukes, a few inconsiderable pagans and beasts wallowing in idleness, stealing, lying, whoring, treachery, witchcrafts, blasphemies, and idolatries, Williams argued. 24. Williams's letter did not reach Boston in time, though he shared it with Major Willard. 25 As Willard advanced into Narragansett country, Ninigrid withdrew his people into a swamp and demanded to know what crime he had committed that they came so against him roundabout. Willard sent allied Pequots to solicit their kin to abandon Ninigrid, and although some responded belligerently, 109 surrendered over the following days. With Mason's army menacing from Pawcatuck, Ninigrid finally agreed to negotiate. Protesting bitterly that he had every right to fight for his people, he signed a document promising to surrender his Pequots, but he refused to pay tribute for them, let alone additional reparations. When Willard's men threatened to mount Ninigrid's head on a spike if he launched further attacks, Ninigrid remained silent. Willard was mindful of his instructions to avoid war if possible. He decided he had accomplished enough and returned to Boston. 26. The following year, to prevent Ninigrid from reasserting control over the Pequots, the United Colonies issued a stunning reversal of long-standing policy. They recognized the Pequots as a distinct people subject to English rule and free from Narragansett or Mohegan control. The Pequot sachems would serve as governors subject to colonial oversight, enforcing Christian laws against blasphemy, Sabbath breaking, witchcraft, adultery, and drunkenness. The 1638 Treaty of Hartford had banned the Pequot name. Now the Pequots were protected English subjects. To soften the blow against Uncas, the commissioners stipulated that the Mohegans and Pequots were to assist and defend each other in all just cases. But there was no softening the blow against Ninigrid. 27. Major Willard's expedition failed to stop the drift toward a regional Algonquian war. A chorus of voices protested Ninigrid's murderous attacks on Long Island, and the Montaukes warned that they might have to yield up themselves and their country to the Narragansetts. The commissioners blamed Willard for failing to impose their full demands. Ninigrid, through the fear that then possessed him, would surely have yielded. They sent the Montaukes powder and shot and dispatched an armed vessel to prevent Narragansetts from crossing Long Island Sound. 28 By 1656 Uncas's Mohegans were fighting the Connecticut Valley Podunks, who had ties with the Narragansetts. Connecticut's exasperated Governor John Webster begged them to make peace but made it clear that Connecticut would not intervene as long as they steered clear of English property. 29 Uncas began baiting the Narragansett sachem Mixino by jeering his dead ancestors. The frustrated Narragansetts protested to the United Colonies. Ninigrid submitted a long list of grievances, but his primary complaint was that the Montaukes treacherously attacked his men after negotiating peace. The commissioners were hardly inclined to believe him, especially since the Montaukes denied agreeing to peace. They were more sympathetic to Mixino's complaint. We know that Uncas, out of his pride and folly, is apt to speak that many times which he ought not, they admitted. We shall let him know that we will not in any measure countenance any such carriage and behavior in him towards you or any other of our friends. But despite their patronizing description of the Narragansetts as long friends to us, they refused to allow retaliation. 30. When Mohegans drove the Podunks from their villages, the Podunks appealed to the Narragansetts and Pecumtucks for aid. 31 Several Narragansett and Pecumtuck sachems requested permission from Massachusetts to attack Uncas in May 1657, but Massachusetts towed the commissioners' line. The colony acknowledged their friendship and praised them for asking. It denied having done them any wrong or injury and promised everlasting love and friendship. But it rejected the petition. While Uncas may be in fault, the magistrates conceded, they did not fully understand the ground of the conflict, not having heard both parties together. The dispute had to be adjudicated by the United Colonies. 32. The Pecumtucks and Narragansetts invaded Mohegan country anyway. We are at this time in a disturbed way in respect of the Indian wars managed roundabout, nay, at our very doors, Captain Mason anxiously wrote Winthrop from Connecticut. Indians continually lie skulking near our towns. They even killed a pregnant native woman near an English house. I look at it as a matter unreasonable, as also very unsafe, to suffer Indians to manage and maintain a seat of war at and in our very bowels, he continued. In my apprehension, we act like men either asleep or afraid. Certainly there is a very great confusion among us, and if the Lord help not, We may soon feel the smart of it. Narragansetts threatened Uncas's home at Shantok, across the river from a trading post recently opened by Jonathan Brewster, and soon ran into colonial interference. Colonists alerted the Mohegans every time enemy warriors approached. Connecticut even authorized Brewster to garrison Shantok with 20 men. This forced the frustrated Narragansetts, unwilling to fight colonists, to withdraw. 33. Connecticut's intervention angered the commissioners. Many considered Uncas the aggressor, and they had just promised the Narragansetts they would protect no man in his proud and sinful miscarriages. Furthermore, the presence of English soldiers at Shantok risked dragging the colonies into the war. They ordered the colony to remove Brewster's men, but they could not agree on how to restrain the warring parties. When Uncas failed to appear in Boston as summoned, Connecticut's commissioners defended his absence. All they would do was order him to allow the podunks back to their villages. When the commissioners voted to send Ninigret a threatening rebuke, on the other hand, Massachusetts Commissioners Bradstreet and Daniel Denison protested that such blatant favoritism was unreasonable, made the colonies contemptible to the Narragansetts, and risked a dangerous and unnecessary war upon Indian quarrels, the grounds whereof we can hardly ever satisfactorily understand. But the majority insisted that God and the peace of the country called them to hold Ninigret accountable. If it were not for Massachusetts' waffling, they added, Ninigret would have submitted long ago. 34. With Connecticut favoring Uncas and Massachusetts sympathizing with the Narragansetts, the commissioners were unable to orchestrate a coherent policy, let alone bring the sachems to the negotiating table. Their struggle was complicated by significant leadership transitions as the founding generation of colonists passed from the scene. William Bradford, who had long dominated Plymouth politics, died in 1657. Rising in prominence was John Winthrop, Jr., whose services were solicited by Providence, Hartford, New Haven, and even New Amsterdam. Winthrop had relocated to New Haven, but on May 21, 1657, Connecticut elected him governor. He hesitated, and for 6 months Connecticut was reduced to begging him to take up the office while war raged all around. Not until December did he arrive in Hartford. 35. Another emerging figure was John Pynchon, who inherited his father's Springfield-based fur trading enterprise in 1652 and emerged as the dominant trader, lender, entrepreneur, landowner, militia officer, and magistrate in the upper Connecticut Valley. Trading tools, clothing, food, and wampum with Valley Indians in exchange for furs, he exported 9,000 beaver pelts for a profit of nearly £7,000 between 1652 and 1658 and shipped more than 1,000 bushels of wheat to Boston annually. In 1653 he purchased land from the Norwottucks and financed the new town of Northampton. Over time he employed more than half the English population in the valley and rented land, housing, or livestock to more than a third. He owned Springfield's store and mill and an enormous amount of land. 36. His enterprise required good relations with the Valley Indians, but war was crushing profits. At one point, the Mohegans and Pecumtucks appeared to make peace, but Uncas failed to deliver promised wampum, and Pynchon vented to Winthrop that Uncas and his patron John Mason had antagonized the Pecumtucks with inflammatory rhetoric. 37 When the Pecumtucks and Narragansetts resumed their siege of Shantok in 1658, Uncas sent men bearing wampum to Pecumtuck, accompanied by Connecticut representatives. But the enraged Pecumtuck sachem, Onapequin, threw an axe, horn, and the wampum at a Connecticut representative, swung a gun at another, and told his warriors to kill their horses. 38. Meanwhile, Mohegans launched retaliatory raids against the Quinnebognipics and other Narragansett allies. The missionary John Eliot claimed they killed 8 unarmed poor people and seized 24 women and children, including praying Indians, and did not only abuse the women by filthiness, but sold away some or all of those captives. The poor bereaved Indians wait to see what you please to do, he implored Massachusetts. 39 Uncas, however, complained that the commissioners were abandoning him for the crow and wolves to feed upon and insisted that the people Eliot claimed were so innocent had attacked his people. It was said the commissioners were like gods, he declared. If so, they should show themselves so that the sky may be cleared and Indians might conclude that they are so indeed. 40. The violence drew ever closer to colonists. Pocumtucks allegedly stole corn from a Wethersfield farm and seized an Indian man and 2 children who had lived alongside colonists for decades. During a skirmish, stray bullets whistled through Farmington, west of Hartford. Connecticut retaliated by expelling local Indians from their land. 41 In March 1659, Jonathan Brewster's wife was working in a field with 3 Indian servants when a dozen Narragansetts emerged from the bushes. A terrified Mohegan servant ran to Mrs. Brewster and held fast about her, but the Narragansetts violently took him from her and shot him by her side, to her great affrightment. Pocumtucks killed a trusted Mohegan servant at another farm. 42. That summer Pocumtucks sieging Shantok were informed that 20 Mohegans were at Brewster's trading post. When shots were fired from that side of the river, they crossed, entered Brewster's house, and plundered trade goods and corn, though they did not find any Mohegans. Captain Mason vented that colonial passivity had emboldened the Pocumtucks beyond belief. The commissioners again summoned the warring sachems, but Uncas ignored the appeal, and the Pocumtucks replied that no treaty obligated them to obey. They insisted they had charged their men to do no wrong to any English or their cattle and offered satisfaction for abuses. The commissioners in turn escalated their accusations and threatened war. They were harshest toward the Narragansetts, ordering them to pay 95 fathoms of wampum for killing Brewster's Mohegan servant. The Pocumtucks protested the colonists' double standard. Indians often suffered abuses from colonists, they pointed out, but they did not blame all the English because they knew such behavior was not countenanced by the governors. Similarly, the actions of young and foolish Pocumtucks should not break the league betwixt us and the English, seeing we do not countenance our men for so doing. They had returned Brewster's goods and rebuked their men, having no desire to fight the English, but neither would they make peace with Uncas, for though he promiseth much, yet he will perform nothing. We have experience of his falseness. 43. The final straw came in early 1660, when Narragansetts committed an act that would have grave consequences for their people. In the middle of the night, warriors opened fire on a house near Shantok where John Mason lay sleeping, riddling it with bullets. Colonists claimed to hear them boast of having killed the Connecticut magistrate, though he survived unscathed. All candidness and clemency toward these beastly-minded and mannered creatures seems rather to embolden them, Connecticut's outraged government charged. If the commissioners did not take control, Connecticut would do what God requires toward the uncircumcised heathen on its own. As Connecticut saw it, years of appeasement had softened colonists and emboldened Indians, many of whom were too young to remember the massacre at Mystic. We entreat you to consider how incongruous and cross it would have been 20 years ago to an English spirit, to bear such things as now we are forced to bear, thundered the magistrates. It is high time to renew upon the memory of these pagans the obliterate memorials of the English. 44. Plymouth Commissioner Josiah Winslow, son of the late Edward Winslow, agreed. Then in his early 30s, Winslow was one of the first colonial leaders to have been born in America. We deeply resent the insolencies and affronts done to any of yours, he told Connecticut Governor John Winthrop Jr. I perceive that such is the lowness and baseness of their spirits, that our clemency and gentleness is but abused and contemned by them, and doubtless it will be very dishonorable to the English to let such miscarriages pass without full satisfaction, such as may make them fearful to offend for the future. While the colonies should not be prodigal of blood and expense in an unnecessary war, he admitted, neither should they be timorously sparing when God or our own honor and safety calls for it. 45. The Narragansett sachems blamed the attack on renegade warriors, explaining they did neither consent to nor allow of such practices. They offered to meet with the commissioners, but the commissioners refused, claiming they had plentiful experience of the sachems' frequent breach of promise and neglect of the commissioners' orders, and especially of the insolency of Ninigrid. Even Massachusetts' commissioners abandoned their support for neutrality. The commissioners sent the sachems an ultimatum, surrender those responsible for the attack or pay 500 fathoms of wampum in restitution. No foot dragging would be tolerated. If they failed to pay within 4 months, Connecticut was authorized to invade Narragansett country and seize their persons, goods, and lands, and force them to make full satisfaction. 46. If there was one thing colonists had learned, it was that sachems were never willing to compromise their sovereignty by surrendering their men to colonial justice. Nor could they collect so much wampum in so little time. But that was the point. The Narragansett sachems were forced to draw upon the resource the commissioners really wanted, land. On September 29, threatened with invasion, the sachems signed a political mortgage promising to grant our whole country to the United Colonies should they fail to pay the 595 fathoms they owed within 4 months. 47. Pressure on Indians to sell their land had risen dramatically during the 1650s. The English population was booming, thanks to a high birth rate and low mortality, increasing the demand for acreage. At the same time, native populations, drastically reduced by disease, needed less farmland than before. Many were eager for English tools, clothing, and other trade goods and lacked other resources to sell. They were losing access to furs, and the inflation of wampum was ruining its value as currency. They could purchase goods on credit, but land was typically required as collateral, and inability to pay debts led to further sales. The Narragansetts faced additional pressure because the fields west of Narragansett Bay were among the most fertile in the region. They were ideal for cattle grazing, and cattle had become one of New England's most lucrative exports. Thousands of animals were shipped to the West Indies every year, especially from Rhode Island. Corporations formed by wealthy entrepreneurs mobilized to procure these lands for settlement. 48. Like other Algonquians, the Narragansetts did not interpret land sales as unconditional property transfers. As they saw it, they offered colonists the right to settle and farm while reserving rights to hunt, fish, and receive tribute. That colonists were typically slow to settle encouraged this belief. When they sold most of their best land over a period of 4 years, therefore, the Narragansetts did not believe they were giving up their land forever. In 1657 the sachem Pesicus's brother Cojonaquant sold land around Petaquamscut to Rhode Island speculators. The following year, Pesicus and other sachems sold 12 miles square to what became the Petaquamscut Company, founded by several Rhode Islanders and a Boston merchant. The influential Ninigret consented to these transactions. In 1660 Rhode Islanders purchased land running from the Pawcatuck River to within several miles of Ninigret's hometown of Niantic, eventually founding the town of Westerly. 49. The United Colonies, which denied Rhode Island's jurisdiction over Narragansett country, coveted the same land. Massachusetts colonists had been settling along the Pawcatuck River, and Massachusetts recognized the community on the west bank as Southertown in 1658.50, but the most aggressive acquisitions came from the Atherton Company. Led by Humphrey Atherton, Massachusetts' praying town superintendent, who had led several diplomatic and military expeditions to Narragansett country, the company's shareholders included a who's who of colonial leadership, including Commissioners Winthrop, Winslow, Bradstreet, and Denison. Atherton tried to recruit Roger Williams, but Williams objected that Atherton's enterprise was illegal because it lacked Rhode Island's authorization. Taking a page out of Williams's book, Atherton tried to earn the Narragansetts' trust by advocating on their behalf to the United Colonies. Meanwhile, he acquired 2 tracts totaling 6,000 acres from Cojonaquant, who deeded them as a gift conveying his great love and affection for Englishmen. One of the tracts was north of Williams's old trading post, Cocomscussock, now owned by Atherton Company partner Richard Smith. The other overlapped the Petaquamscut purchase further south. Critics accused Atherton of making Cojonaquant drunk to get him to sign the deal. But the Narragansett sachems Pesicus and Scutup confirmed the purchase in a procedure witnessed by John Eliot's praying Indian assistant, John Sassamon. Atherton set about dividing the land, nearly 700 acres per shareholder. Rhode Island denounced the enterprise as illegal, but the commissioners, who were Atherton's partners, ignored these protests. 51. It was in this context that the commissioners imposed their massive fine on the Narragansetts. Atherton immediately perceived an opportunity to gain the region for his shareholders. He claimed he found the sachems in a very sad condition, not knowing how to discharge their engagement to the commissioners, and that they entreated him for help. So he offered to pay their debt if they mortgaged Narragansett country to him. If they failed to pay him back within 6 months, their land would default to the Atherton Company. He promised to protect them from invasion and possibly from Rhode Island, several of whose land purchases they contested. They probably believed he would protect their land, much as Connecticut's John Mason did for Uncas and the Mohegans. Desperate, the sachems Ninigret, Pesicus, and Scutup signed Atherton's mortgage on October 13, 1660. The company acknowledged that the Narragansetts put a great deal of trust in Atherton and expect kindness from him, and its shareholders promised not to take the land from them for 5 or 6 years, to allow them privileges of royalties, and to provide planting ground for them and their successors forever. 52. How exactly events unfolded remains obscure, but the result was decisive. The Narragansetts later claimed they sent to know where they would have the money paid, before the time in the mortgage was expired, but were told the company could not receive it now, because Mr. Winthrop was in England. But Winthrop did not leave for England until July, and payment was due in April. By August the company was claiming possession of Narragansett country and urging Connecticut to establish jurisdiction over it. Atherton did not live to see this. He fell off his horse on Boston Common, suffered severe head trauma, and died on September 16.53. Some historians have characterized the Atherton mortgage as a blatant case of fraud, but this was not how Puritans like Winthrop, Bradstreet, Winslow, and Denison viewed it. They believed they were imposing justice by fining the Narragansetts, that they were promoting the natives' ultimate welfare by acquiring dominion over them, and that there was nothing wrong with turning a profit in the meantime. It was not by abandoning their principles of justice that they exploited the Narragansetts. It was by applying them. Mohegans and Wampanoags also faced growing pressure to alienate their land and submit to English dominion. Between 1658 and 1661 Uncas sold several Mohegan tracts between Namiag and Shantok. John Mason and other Connecticut settlers founded Norwich just north of Shantok. Uncas's relations with New London were testy, but his alliance with Mason meant he had it better than most. He deeded all his land to Mason in 1659, and Mason deferred authority over sales back to Uncas, recognizing Uncas's native right to the land. Connecticut acknowledged the arrangement, and Mason benefited, for Uncas later granted him half the proceeds from sales. 54. Osamakans Wampanoags lacked such a patron, and multiple colonies competed over their land. During the 1650s, a Rhode Islander purchased land on Pocasset Neck from the Pocasset's female sachem Weetamoo. When Plymouth protested, Osamakan replied that Weetamoo was free to do as she wished with her own land. Frustrated, Plymouth purchased the neck from a lesser sachem with no authority to sell it. A few years later, when Weetamoo married Osamakan's son Wamsuta, Plymouth colonist Josiah Winslow and some partners persuaded Wamsuta to mortgage some of Weetamoo's land to pay a debt. As the years passed, Wampanoag sachems sold more and more land. A new settlement emerged at Dartmouth in 1652, Bridgewater was recognized as a township in 1656, and settlers purchased land at Nemusket in 1661 to 1662, eventually founding Middleborough. 55. As Plymouth's English population grew, colonists and Wampanoags increasingly lived side by side. Tensions rose over contested boundaries, English cattle trampling native crops, various crimes, and Puritan missionary work. The town of Rehoboth built a 5-mile fence across the base of Mount Hope Peninsula, where the Pacanicats lived, but it proved ineffective in stopping cattle. Whatever the dispute, Plymouth insisted that its courts do the adjudicating. Osamakan tried to leverage land sales to his benefit, allegedly asking Plymouth never to attempt to draw any of his people to the Christian religion as a condition for a deal, but without success. He died in 1660, leaving his son Wamsuta as the Pakanakat sachem and the leading Wampanoag sachem. Wamsuta decided to change his name in accord with Algonquian custom and asked Plymouth to give him an English name. They offered the name Alexander. They also renamed his brother, Metacom, who would now go by Philip. 56. Alexander was in Plymouth when the commissioners asked him to testify regarding one of the final clashes of the Mohegan-Pecumtuck War. On March 12, 1661, Uncas's son led a Mohegan raid against the Nipmucs at Quaboag, killing 3 people and capturing 6. The Nipmuc sachem Wasamakin, who had submitted to Massachusetts in 1644, and the Quaboag sachem Quaconquest appealed to the missionary John Eliot for help, complaining that the Mohegans acted with impunity because Uncas's patron John Mason protected them. Massachusetts had every reason to be concerned, for 20 English families had recently established a new settlement, financed by the Springfield-based trader John Pynchon, near Quaboag. But when Massachusetts Governor John Endicott sent messengers to confront Uncas, he insolently laughed them to scorn. 57 Massachusetts dispatched Major Willard with several soldiers to Quaboag in June. 58 Finally, Massachusetts deferred the matter to the United Colonies, and Mason apparently persuaded Uncas to cooperate. Uncas insisted that the people his men killed were Pecumtucks but released the captives, and Alexander testified that the Quaboogs were allied with the Pecumtucks against Uncas. The commissioners let Uncas off lightly. 59. As sachem, Alexander sold Wampanoag land at breakneck pace, alarming his own people. A group of Martha's Vineyard Wampanoags even reversed their opposition to Christianity, hoping conversion would help them protect their land. When Alexander sold Pecasset and Sakonnet land to a Rhode Islander in 1662, the female Pecasset and Sakonnet sachems, Weetamua and Awashonks, protested that he had no authority to do so. Fearing Rhode Island's encroachment, Plymouth confronted Alexander about estranging land and not selling it to our colony and made sure the sachems were not removed from it. 60. Exactly what happened next is murky. According to accounts written a decade and a half later, Plymouth learned that Alexander was plotting or privy to plots against the English and ordered Josiah Winslow to bring him to Plymouth. It was Josiah's father, Edward, who, nearly 30 years earlier, had won the dying Osamakans' everlasting friendship by nursing him to health. Now Josiah, accompanied by William Bradford Jr., son of Plymouth's other founding father, and 10 soldiers set out to apprehend Osamakan's son. According to one account, Winslow surprised the Wampanoags, seized their guns, and warned Alexander that if he stirred or refused to go, he was a dead man. According to another, perhaps more reliable account, they found Alexander eating breakfast, and he freely and readily, without the least hesitancy, consented to go. Once in Plymouth, Alexander assuaged the court's concerns. Afterward he went to Winslow's house, only to fall seriously ill. But Winslow proved unable to do for Alexander what his father had done for Osamakan. Wampanoags brought Alexander home, and within days he was dead. Pakanakats suspected foul play. When Philip succeeded his brother as Pakanakat sachem and the leading Wampanoag sachem, Indians from all parts came to congratulate him, leading to great feasting and rejoicing at Mount Hope, his home. Once again, Plymouth suspected a plot. 61 Philip was summoned to Plymouth, where he expressed his earnest desire to maintain the friendship Plymouth had long enjoyed with his father and brother. He promised to remain subject to the King of England and not to wage war or dispose of any lands without Plymouth's permission. 62. Philip's submissive posture was typical of the dynamic emerging throughout New England following the Mohegan-Pecumtuck War. The United Colonies were asserting dominion over Indians like never before, convinced that justice and peace demanded they rule the barbarians with a heavy hand. Even great sachems like Ninigret and Uncas were becoming dependent. As they sold more and more land and their people lived ever closer to the English, the potential for conflict increased. And the Puritans, mindful of their growing strength and confident about the blessings they were offering, were less and less likely to back down. 11. God, King, and Land. 1660 to 1666. The Puritan cause suffered a devastating blow on May 25, 1660, when Charles Stuart returned to England to reclaim the throne as Charles II. England's Puritan regime had been in a state of crisis since the death of Lord Protector Oliver Cromwell in 1658, and Parliament finally invited Charles to re-establish the monarchy. Bishops returned to the Church of England. The Act of Oblivion and Indemnity nullified all laws enacted by the Puritan Commonwealth. Puritan leaders were removed from power, and those involved in Charles I's execution were hunted as traitors. Some fled to New England. Others, including former Salem minister Hugh Peter and former Massachusetts Governor Henry Vane, were executed. The King's Council for Foreign Plantations placed New England under heavy scrutiny. Charters, treaties, and legal judgments were invalidated, including the act incorporating the New England Company, which had raised nearly £16,000 for missionary work. Meanwhile, a plethora of conflicting petitions, appeals, and complaints flowed from New England to London. Colonies sought charters to confirm their contested claims. Critics lobbied the Crown to curb Massachusetts' autonomy or revoke its charter. Everything seemed up for grabs, leaving the future of the Puritan colonial enterprise in doubt. 1. Massachusetts reminded Charles that his father had issued its charter in hopes of saving Indian souls. Its 60-year-old governor, John Endicott, informed Parliament that Massachusetts was converting more Indians than any other English colony. To appease the king, the General Court banned the missionary John Eliot's recently published anti-monarchical tract, The Christian Commonwealth. Eliot, yielding, conceded that monarchy was defensible from Scripture. 2. Charles confirmed the Massachusetts Charter in 1662 but ordered the colony to expand access to church membership and allow all upstanding freeholders of competent estates to vote and hold office. These demands arrived as New England's churches were already vigorously debating whether to relax baptism requirements. Many younger colonists were not becoming full church members because membership requirements were so demanding, meaning their children were not getting baptized. Fearing that a generation would grow up outside the church, the clergy proposed that baptized parents who affirmed the church's teaching, accepted its covenant, and submitted to its government could have their children baptized. The proposal provoked a maelstrom of controversy, yet the king's demands were much more radical. The colonial government was determined to resist them. 3. The king also addressed Massachusetts' policy toward Quakers, adherents of a radical sect that had recently emerged in England. Quakers believed that God revealed himself directly to men and women. They also rejected social hierarchy and the established church and were notorious for their abrasive public demonstrations, which landed many in jail. As dozens of proselytizing Quakers arrived in New England during the 1650s, most settling in Rhode Island or on Plymouth's frontier, the United Colonies expelled them, whipping and mutilating repeat offenders. Massachusetts went farthest, executing 4 who defied sentences of banishment. The king had no problem with imprisoning Quakers, but he ordered executions and mutilations to stop. Massachusetts complied. 4. Connecticut perceived royal rule as an opportunity. The colony's claims had always been dubious because they rested on its purchase of the 1632 Warwick patent, of which no one had a copy. Governor Winthrop agreed to travel to London to seek a charter confirming Connecticut's boldest ambitions, jurisdiction over New Haven, Narragansett Country, and part of New Netherland. 5. He drafted a glowing address to the king, emphasizing that Connecticut was founded for very pious and public ends, the propagation of the blessed gospel of the Lord Jesus amongst the heathen, and for the honor and further extent of the British monarchy. He argued that its land had been purchased fairly from sachems with their people's consent or occupied by right of conquest in the justly fought Pequot War. 6. Winthrop's Athard and Company associates urged him to make sure Narragansett Country was assigned to Connecticut. The validity of their holdings depended on it, but they also claimed pious motives. Rhode Island had no established church, its government was chaotic, and, they argued, the vileness of opinions and corruptness of manners it tolerated were a dishonor to the English and a scandal to poor heathen natives, whose civilizing is so acceptable, whose Christianizing will be so glorious to our renowned sovereign. Under Connecticut, by contrast, Narragansett country could be settled by a sober and considerable people, knit together in the beautiful order of a well-managed government. Nor, they insisted, did Rhode Islanders have valid title to the land. They had by fraud, pretending a deed, and by force, seized on possessions to which they had no right, though the Indians constantly refused to sell the land unto them. Indeed, the Atherton associates claimed, had not we restrained, the incensed heathen had ruined their houses and burnt their hay as a sharp correction to their violent intrusion. 7. Winthrop strengthened Connecticut's case by proposing a plan to civilize and evangelize the Narragansetts and Pequots. These Indians were more civil and active and industrious than others, he argued. Many wholly adhere to the English and are apt to fall into English employment. He suggested that a reauthorized New England company pay them to produce hemp, flax, pitch, tar, wheat, prairie grass, and other commodities. Their wages would enable them to purchase necessaries as may make their lives more comfortable, establishing a market for English goods. For example, thousands would willingly wear English apparel if they knew how to purchase it. They would also be more likely to hearken to the gospel. After an initial 5-year loan of £5,000, the enterprise would be self-sustaining and even help fund the company. 8. But would Charles reauthorize an organization founded by Puritans? The United Colonies petitioned him to do so, dedicating John Eliot's Massachusetts New Testament to him. They had come to America to spread the gospel to the poor barbarous heathen, they wrote, and Charles's father declared this his principal aim in Massachusetts' patent. Thanks to the company's work, many wild Indians were embracing Christianity, some could read and write, and a few were attending Harvard. Surely the king should act for the sake of the poor Indians, who only receive the benefit. 9. Winthrop arrived in London with ample money and an influential network of contacts. On February 7, 1662, Parliament incorporated the Company for Propagation of the Gospel to finance educating, clothing, and civilizing the poor natives. Soon after, the Council for Plantations granted Winthrop a charter recognizing Connecticut's territory as extending west from the Narragansett River, commonly called Narragansett Bay, and including New Haven. 10. Upon learning of these developments, the commissioners praised the king heartily. Thanks to his compassion, Indians made in God's image, among whom Satan hath had his throne, could now become the lords. Connecticut's charter, furthermore, would prevent Rhode Island from corrupting the heathen and hindering the gospel, to the great dishonor of God and reproach of the English nation. 11. Narragansett country had become a vortex of intercolonial conflict. Colonists from Massachusetts and Connecticut urged the United Colonies to stop Rhode Islanders from occupying land purchased by the Petaquamscut Company along the Pawcatuck River. The Narragansett sachems Ninigret, Pesicus, and Scutup protested Rhode Islanders forcibly taking their land by building and bringing cattle and even shooting at them, and requested a fair trial before the commissioners or some other indifferent judges. If the Rhode Islanders refused such arbitration, the sachems wanted permission to drive their cattle away or take any course whereby we dispossess them. The commissioners were hardly indifferent. On their behalf, Plymouth Governor Thomas Prence notified Rhode Island that former Pequot lands along the Pawcatuck River were the undoubted right of those English colonies that conquered that bloody nation. If Rhode Island did not keep your people from injuring the heathen or others, he threatened, it may draw upon yourselves and us uncomfortable consequences. 12. Hostilities intensified in 1662. Rhode Island ordered colonists to surrender their land east of the Pawcatuck. The commissioners rejected their authority to do so. The Atherton Company, now led by Edward Hutchinson, an extensive landholder and son of the once exiled Anne Hutchinson, moved to strengthen its claims. Hutchinson and some partners met Ninigret and Scutup at Petaquamscut where, in the presence of 200 to 300 Indians, Scutup transferred ownership of the area by symbolically offering them turf and twig. They sent documentation to the king, complaining that turbulent-spirited fanatics from Rhode Island had disturbed lawful settlers by cutting down their houses in the night. They enclosed a copy of the Sachem's protest against Rhode Island. 13. Hutchinson warned Governor Winthrop that the Narragansetts might be playing both sides. Rumor had it that they had sent agents to the king to complain against the English, and in special against ourselves, for taking away their lands. Perhaps they intended to submit to the king's protection, as in 1644. He did not believe it, but it was best to be prepared. 14. In fact, the rumor was true. Neither would Rhode Island be bullied out of Narragansett country. Connecticut received a rude awakening when Rhode Island Representative John Clark persuaded the Crown to reconsider Connecticut's charter since it injuriously swallowed up half our colony. Hutchinson urged Winthrop to defend Connecticut's claims tooth and nail, but Winthrop was loath to ruin relationships with Rhode Islanders like Roger Williams. They are friends that I always did and do respect and love, and had not the least intent of wronging them, he told Hutchinson. 15 Arbitrators helped him and Clark reach a compromise on April 7, 1663. In favor of Rhode Island, they agreed that the Pawcatuck River would be its western boundary. In favor of Connecticut, they agreed that settlers on Atherton land around Richard Smith's trading post at Cocomscussock could choose to which of these colonies they will belong. 16. Winthrop sailed for home, having been away for 2 years. The Atherton proprietors met at Cocomscussock on July 3, Winthrop's sons Fitzjohn and Wade among them, and voted unanimously to join Connecticut. Connecticut quickly recognized the settlement, named Wickford after Mrs. Winthrop's birthplace. 17. Back in England, however, the Crown betrayed its confusion in a series of contradictory rulings. An Atherton Company agent persuaded it to declare that the company's laudable endeavors to establish a colony on justly acquired land were being unjustly molested by Rhode Island and call the United Colonies to protect its right and title. 18. A few weeks later, the Crown granted Rhode Island a charter that nullified the Winthrop-Clark Agreement, received the Narragansetts under the King's protection, and placed Narragansett country in Rhode Island. It also gave Rhode Island jurisdiction over Wampanoag land claimed by Plymouth 3 miles northeast and east of Narragansett Bay. Even more infuriating to Puritan sensibilities, it declared that Rhode Island was settled with religious intentions, including evangelizing poor ignorant Indian natives, and that it procured its land by purchase and consent of the said natives, to their full content. It also forbade the United Colonies to invade or molest the Narragansetts, they having subjected themselves unto us, and being by us taken into our special protection. 19. While London promulgated conflicting decisions, the colonies attempted to impose their will on each other. Connecticut asserted jurisdiction over New Haven, Long Island, and Southertown. New Haven had little choice but to accept annexation, which was completed in 1665. Massachusetts eventually ceded Southertown, renamed Stonington in 1666.20. Rhode Island attempted to enforce its jurisdiction east of the Pawcatuck, where settlers tried to drive off competitors by harassment, vandalism, and the occasional kidnapping. It arrested several Atherton men at Wickford. Roger Williams knew such contention over land made mockery of Christianity in the eyes of the Narragansetts and wrote Winthrop in hopes of finding a way forward. Long gone was the model of love Winthrop's father had practiced, he lamented. I fear that Godland will be as great a God with us English as God Gold was with the Spaniards. Winthrop proposed negotiations, but diplomacy proved futile as long as Connecticut refused to recognize Rhode Island's jurisdiction over Narragansett country. 21. The endless contention persuaded the king that he needed representatives on the ground in New England. He dispatched 4 commissioners: Colonel Richard Nichols, Sir Robert Carr, Colonel George Cartwright, and Samuel Maverick with full power and authority to investigate colonial affairs and adjudicate all complaints and appeals. The choice of Maverick, a Massachusetts expatriate, bitter critic of New England Puritanism, and advocate of direct royal rule, did not bode well for Massachusetts. The king informed Massachusetts of his intent to investigate the Narragansetts' complaint about breach of faith and acts of violence and injustice. He lectured that such injustice brought Christianity into prejudice and reproach with the Gentiles and inhabitants of those countries who know not God, the reduction of whom, to the true knowledge and fear of God, is the most worthy and glorious end of all those plantations. The king had decided to occupy New Netherland, so the royal commissioners arrived with some 500 soldiers in 4 frigates. Governor Winthrop helped persuade his friend Governor Stuyvesant to accept the generous terms offered by the crown, and New Netherland surrendered on August 29. Reconstituted as a proprietary colony and renamed New York, its borders were extended to include Long Island, Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard, and part of Maine. Colonel Nichols remained in New Amsterdam as governor, while the other royal commissioners proceeded to Plymouth, then Rhode Island. Winthrop braved snow, ice, and cold to meet them at Petaquamscut on March 16.22. Edward Hutchinson, the Atherton Company's executive, presented a deposition supporting his claim that the Atherton Company was the Narragansetts' protector. It was signed by the Narragansett sachem Scutup and his sister, their counselors, and the Christian Indian John Sassamon. Scutup, together with the rest of the Narragansett sachems, sold and made over all our lands in the Narragansett, Niantic, and Cohasset countries unto Major General Atherton and his friends, it declared. Scutup affirmed that the company have been always friends to me and asked that they will continue to be friends to my sister after me, and to all the Indians under me. The signatories then declared, "We all do so well approve of the government and manners of the English in the United Colonies that we voluntarily and of our own accord do desire to be governed by the English laws and governors, and desire to be no longer under the Indian government." 23. It sounded impressive, but Scutup was a junior sachem who had no right to speak for Ninigret or Pesicus. These senior sachems presented a copy of the Narragansett's 1644 submission to Charles I, reaffirming their submission to the king's protection. The royal commissioners needed little convincing. They declared Narragansett country the king's province and authorized Rhode Island to govern it on his behalf. They gave the sachems 2 scarlet, silver-laced coats, a sword, and a belt as gifts from the king. The sachems gave 2 caps of pig and 2 clubs inlaid with pig for the king and a feather mantle and a porcupine bag for the queen. They promised 2 wolf skins annually as symbolic tribute. The sachems then offered a long petition summarizing their mistreatment by the United Colonies. 24 They complained about Atherton's purchases from Cojonaquant, asserting that Cojonaquant was simple and lacked authority to make such transactions. Furthermore, he was seduced, being made drunk and kept so for some days, and carried to Boston, where this sale was made, about 6,000 acres of the best in that province, for about £25. Winthrop professed surprise at this, protesting that Atherton had used his name without his consent and without his knowledge. The sachems also complained about the mortgage. The Indians never knew what selling of land or mortgaging meant till the English taught them, the royal commissioners concluded. Yet it was proved before the commission that the Indians sent to know where they would have the money paid before the time in the mortgage was expired. An answer was returned, they could not receive it now, because Mr. Winthrop was in England, yet after that seized upon the country as forfeited. 25. The royal commissioners voided the Atherton transactions on March 20. They instructed the Narragansetts to repay 1,035 fathoms of wampum they had received from the company and ordered colonists to remove themselves from the disputed lands by September. 26 They extended the order to settlers east of the Pawcatuck River, observing that while the United Colonies claimed that land by right of conquest, the Narragansett had conquered it first and sold it to the Rhode Islanders. The royal commissioners also tackled the long-standing dispute between Pomham's and the town of Warwick, founded by Samuel Gorton and his followers. Pomham still refused to give up Warwick Neck, maintaining that the Narragansett sachem Myantonimo had possessed no authority to sell Shawimet land in 1643. Roger Williams insisted that Myantonimo had the right and that the wild Shawimes could be removed from the neck with little more trouble and damage than the wild beasts of the wilderness. Shawimet is a very den of wickedness, where they not only practice the horrid barbarisms of all kind of whoredoms, idolatries, and conjurations, he claimed, but living without all exercise of actual authority and getting store of liquors, it attracted the wildest and most licentious natives and practices of the whole country. He claimed the conflict cost Warwick £60 to £100 annually and blamed Massachusetts, which the Shawimeys invoked as their patron. A Massachusetts magistrate, by contrast, described the Shawimeys as an active, laborious, and ingenious people who performed excellent labor for colonists. 27 But the Royal Commissioners were biased against Puritan Massachusetts and ordered Pommam to leave Warwick Neck in exchange for a mere £20 worth of wampum, even though wampum was rapidly losing value and had been demonetized as legal currency. 28. Massachusetts, fearful that the king would curtail its autonomy, treaded carefully. Shortly before he died on March 15, Governor Endicott protested that the king had given his commissioners arbitrary and unrestrained power and implored him to preserve Massachusetts' liberty of self-government, lest the good work of converting the natives obstructed and the colony ruined. At the same time, Massachusetts repealed its law limiting voting rights to church members. 29 But the Royal Commissioners' ruling on Narragansett country provoked an immediate appeal. Pawcatuck landowners argued that they occupied their land by consent of the Indians who lived there and had spent years improving it, not doubting the justness of the title, being both conquered and long possessed. Forwarding their appeal, Massachusetts denounced their expulsion as a violation of the basic rights of Englishmen going back to the Magna Carta. It rehashed old arguments about the justice of the Pequot War and insisted that, for the sake of security, Pequot country had to be settled by colonists. By nullifying the United Colonies' authority, it added, the Royal Commissioners were undermining an institution that had maintained peace for nearly 2 decades. Already savage natives were growing insolent as fear of Massachusetts turned into contempt. With the Narragansetts freed from the United Colonies' bridle, what else could be expected but trouble from them? 30. Much to the settlers' relief, Chief Royal Commissioner Nichols agreed that the time frame for removal was too short. He permitted them to remain pending an appeal to the king, and while he left Narragansett country subject to Rhode Island, his stay fed hope that this too might be reversed. As it turned out, the king was distracted, and the Royal Commissioners' decisions proved unenforceable. The Atherton and Pawcatuck settlers retained their land. Narragansetts retaliated by burning hay, killing horses, and driving off Atherton settlers. They accosted travelers, throwing many stones at them and beating their horses with clubs and staves. Massachusetts berated the Narragansett sachems Ninigret and Pesicus for behavior not only contrary to humanity, but to the covenants made with us. 31. Nor would Pommam give up Warwick Neck, even when Royal Commissioner Carr offered double the original payment. Carr tried to bypass Pommam by dealing with his son, but when a constable attempted to evict the Shawimeys, 40 warriors prevented him. Pommam appealed to John Eliot, who was always willing to mediate for potential converts. It is His Majesty's pleasure to command us to deal well with the poor Indians, Eliot lectured Carr. Pommam and his people have suffered much hard and ill dealings by some English, and there hath been both force and fraud used towards them to drive them or deceive them out of their lands. Carr dismissed Eliot's intervention as yet another example of Puritan insubordination. 32. 62-year-old Roger Williams, whose hair had recently whitened, learned that Pommam was recruiting great numbers of Indians to defend his land. Williams offered to mediate. Since Pommam was the ancient possessor of Warwick Neck, Williams now questioned whether it be just to dispossess him. If there was violence, he feared, Ninigret and Pesicus might intervene, triggering a regional war. Barbarians are barbarians, he warned Carr. They are a melancholy people and judge themselves oppressed and wronged. You may knock out their brains and yet not make them peaceably to surrender. Yet with patience and gentle means will rise and draw and do good service. 33. Williams proved unable to negotiate a solution. One day Pommam's bitterness would drive him into just the sort of anti-English alliance Williams dreaded. As the dust settled from the Royal Commissioner's visit, Puritan leaders chafed at the Narragansett's newfound autonomy and sought opportunities to reassert control. During the winter of 1668 to 1669, Connecticut was alarmed to learn that longtime foes Ninigret and Uncas, sachems of the Narragansetts and Mohegans, respectively, along with many other Algonquians, were attending a dance hosted by Pequot leader Robin Cassasinnamon at Noank, where the Pequots had received a 500-acre reservation. The hot-headed Thomas Stanton, the Pequot's supervisory agent, found it terribly unnerving considering Ninigret and Uncas durst not look each upon other this 20 years but at the muzzle of a gun or at the pile of an arrow. 34 Deciding that nothing good could come of it, he brazenly marched soldiers into Noank and demanded Cassasinnamon hand over Ninigret, blustering that he would not leave without him even if he had to die in that place. Narragansett warriors rallied to their sachem's defense, and Cassasinnamon knew he had to act fast. I then saw Ninigret's men, almost 100 of them, have clubs in their hands, and the Englishmen laid their hands upon their swords ready to draw, he later reported. Should there be violence, Ninigret's men might have fried Englishmen's houses and a great deal of hurt might have come of it. Cassasinnamon cried out, demanding of Stanton what would satisfy him. A great deal of wampum, Stanton replied. Wampum was like the grass, Cassasinnamon admonished. When it was gone, it would come again, but if men be once killed, they will live no more. He offered £20 worth at the Indian exchange rate. Thankfully, Stanton accepted, and the crisis was averted, though Stanton eventually insisted on £40 worth. I hope you will consider my great love I have to the English and to the saving of men's lives, a relieved Cassasinnamon informed Connecticut. 35. But it was not over. The following spring, Long Island colonists reported that Montauk's were warning about an extensive Indian conspiracy for the destruction of the English. Supposedly the Montauk's were part of it, having sent Ninigret 200 to 300 fathoms of wampum. The Pequots were too. They expected guns and ammunition from Rhode Island, and even the French had offered to help them to destroy the English, and then they should have their land again and all would be as in former times before the English came. Indians were moving incredible sums of wampum, warned Connecticut's John Mason. They were probably only waiting for Mohawk support, and while the Mohawks remained friendly, Mason urged the colonies to kill such birds in the Ag. 36. Reports emerged of militant rhetoric from Pequots who had been driven from their land at Caughatuck, near the Pawcatuck River, by Stanton and other Connecticut settlers. A woman claimed the Indians were conspiring to kill all the English as soon as green Indian corn was ripe enough to make their bread. A man boasted that if there was a war, the Indians would run down out of the woods and would first knock them of the head with their tomahawks, because they hated them for living on Caughatuck land. It was probably just talk, but what if it was not? The truth is, they are very high of late and slight all authority of the English, Stanton claimed. Ninigret's messengers were running to and fro with great speed, inviting all manner of Indians to the greatest dance that ever was, and many were promising warriors and wampum. That is their last shift, he predicted. If they do anything it will be within these few days, and if God prevent them not, our town is like to undergo the first of their cruelties. 37. Mason had often warned of such dangers, but this time he was sure the threat was real. If I am not stark blind in Indian matters, he postulated, it's not far from as great a hazard as ever New England yet saw. It was imperative that Ninigret be seized and examined and the Narragansetts and Pequots compelled to surrender their arms. He even ordered the Mohegans to surrender some muskets. Connecticut ordered Captain Wade Winthrop, the governor's 27-year-old son, to summon Ninigret before them for examination. But Rhode Islanders intercepted Winthrop at the Pawcatuck River on July 19, declaring that Rhode Island protested against any such illegal or unlawful proceedings. Ninigret would answer before the government under whom His Majesty have put him, Rhode Island. 38. Having been alerted of a potential Indian conspiracy by a skeptical New York Governor Francis Lovelace, Rhode Island issued a warrant for Ninigret's arrest. But it treated him gently, lodging him in Newport at colony expense. Appearing before the council on July 28, Ninigret expressed amazement at their credulity. 4 years earlier, the king had acknowledged the Narragansetts as loyal subjects. The royal commissioner's exhortation to be faithful to all His Majesty's subjects was rooted in his heart, Ninigret declared, and he intended to honor it as long as he lived. A French alliance was manifestly ridiculous, and he had quarrels with the Mohawks. Colonists should not believe the rumors, for they came from a disgruntled Montauk, who was upset that his people had resumed paying Ninigret tribute. To each of the magistrates' questions, Ninigret offered a plausible response. Wampanoags had come to Niantic to bark cedar trees and to make bark houses, which his men had not good skill in, he explained. Another came to teach a dance. He did not understand how this could be taken for a plot. When asked why he was holding such a great dance, he replied, "It is known to you it is no unusual thing for us so to do, but that it is often used from the time after the weeding of our corn till such time as we do eat of it." It was a kind of invocation that they might have a plentiful harvest. 39. The council dismissed Ninigret and reported his fair and reasonable answers to New York and Connecticut. 4 Montauks corroborated Ninigret's testimony. Governor Lovelace congratulated Rhode Island for the care you have shown in settling the minds of some overcredulous persons amongst us. Fear-mongering simply animated the heathens who, taking courage from our fear, might be apt to break forth into extravagances not to be redressed without a war and all the miseries attending it. 40. Rhode Island had protected Ninigret from another disastrous confrontation with the United Colonies, but it did not protect the Narragansetts from the Atherton Company. In 1668, after the sachem Scutup died, his mother Caapin, her councillor Potuck, and the sachem Cojonaquant's son Quinapin confirmed the company's title to land around Petaquamscut. 4 years later, in an obvious attempt to secure the company's allegiance and preempt Connecticut's claim to the region, Rhode Island declared the Atherton transactions valid, as if they had never violated Rhode Island law or been overturned by the royal commissioners. It did so, the government explained, to protect the Atherton settlers from barbarous Indians so ready to war. 41. Royal intervention alarmed Puritans, but it proved fleeting, and colonial expansion proceeded apace. New England now had some 80 towns with a population rapidly surpassing 50,000, dwarfing the Algonquian total of about 15,000. With the local fur trade collapsing and the English trading directly with the Mohawks through New York, many Algonquians found it necessary to work for colonists for wages, even as their sachems sold more and more land. Some decided the best hope of prosperity came from submitting to the English and accepting Christianity. Others bitterly resented English domination and the destruction of their way of life. 42. 12. Praying towns. 1665 to 1675. On a September afternoon in 1665, residents of Cambridge, Massachusetts, were stunned to see 5 Mohawks arrive at the home of the Taylor family. Each had a firelock gun, a pistol, an helved hatchet, a long knife hanging about their necks, and a pack, or knapsack, well furnished with powder and bullets. They did not resist arrest and were brought before the General Court in Boston a couple of days later. 1. Their presence was terrifying, especially for local Indians. For several years, the Mohawks had been fighting a coalition of Algonquians on New England's northern frontier. They had driven the upper Connecticut Valley Secaucus from their fort at Squakeag, and when a Mohawk sachem and his entourage were treacherously murdered at Pecumtuck, they destroyed that town too, killing Uncas's rival sachem Onapequin. 2 Mohawks also attacked the Penacooks of the Merrimack Valley, and it was during one such raid that 5 warriors ventured as far as Cambridge. They had no desire to do the least wrong to the English, the Mohawks informed the court, but to avenge themselves of the Indians, their enemies. The magistrates retorted that they were more like wolves than men, to travel and wander so far from home, merely to kill and destroy men, women, and children, and it was base and ignoble to do this in a secret, skulking manner, lying in ambushment, thickets, and swamps. Men of courage, valor, and nobleness of spirit. would fight with their enemies openly and in a plain field. Local Indians poured into Boston, urging the court to kill the Mohawks. "These Mohawks are unto us as wolves are to your sheep," they explained. "They secretly seize upon us and our children, wherever they meet us, and destroy us." The magistrates discussed how to handle the situation as became wise and Christian men. They were anxious to avoid war with the Mohawks, but they were also obligated to protect their Indian subjects. 3 considerations informed their decision. First, it was neither honorable nor suitable to the Christian profession to begin a war with a people that had not killed or slain any Englishmen. Second, it was immoral to join an Indian conflict, the cause whereof we knew not, or which party were the aggressors. Third, to execute men who had surrendered and not done us any wrong would be a great injustice. They sent the Mohawks home with coats and a letter asking their sachem not to attack Indians under Massachusetts' protection or within 40 miles of an English town. 3 A few days later, the United Colonies appropriated £5 worth of powder and shot for the praying Indians. 4 Massachusetts authorized more a year later. 5 Spearheading Massachusetts' involvement was the devout Captain Daniel Gookin, a magistrate since 1652 and superintendent of the praying towns since 1661. Born in 1612, Gookin had lived in Virginia and Maryland before his Puritan beliefs led him to Massachusetts. He owned extensive lands in all 3 colonies. He briefly returned to England during the 1650s, where Cromwell tasked him with recruiting colonists for Jamaica, but the restoration of the monarchy drove him back to Massachusetts. He was close with the missionary John Eliot and passionate about missionary work. 6 Arming Indians was controversial, but Gookin and his fellow magistrates were committed to protecting Christian Indians. Eager to benefit from such protection, more Algonquian communities began accepting Christianity, while a troop of Indian teachers trained by Eliot prepared to instruct them. The result was a rapid increase in the number of praying towns. Mohawk war parties terrorized Penacooks and Nipmucs. They ambushed Indians traveling along forest paths. They shot men fishing or collecting eel pots in the Merrimack. Praying Indians like those of Nashoba abandoned their cornfields and wigwams for the safety of a fort recently built at the Penacook praying town of Wamasett, where they labored in the employ of local colonists for wages. Captain Gookin sent soldiers to garrison Wamasett. But he forbade Wanalancet, the Penacook sachem at Pawtucket Falls, from sheltering his people at Wamasett unless they became praying Indians. So Wanalancet built his own fort. Gookin considered Wanalancet loving and friendly and suspected that he rejected Christianity due to pressure from his family and leading men. Colonists had jailed his brother for 2 years for debt, and Wanalancet had to sell a valued tract of land to secure his release. His bitterness must have been substantial. 7 In 1669 members of the Abenaki tribe from Maine began recruiting Penacook and Massachusetts men to invade Mohawk country. Gookin and John Eliot dissuaded most praying Indians from participating, but Wamasett sachem, Numphau, whose brother had been killed by Mohawks, decided to go. So did the apostate Massachusetts sachem Josias Wampatuck, who had given up Christianity out of concern that his subjects would forsake him. As many as 700 warriors marched 200 miles to Caughnawaga, where they attacked a Mohawk fort on August 18, only to be repulsed. They sieged it some days before illness and lack of food and ammunition forced them to return home. 20 or 30 miles down the trail, Mohawks ambushed them, killing Wampatuck and 50 of their chief men. The survivors returned with lamentation and mourning, only to discover that Wamasett was for the most part scattered, and their corn spoiled. Eliot and Gookin interpreted the catastrophe as God's judgment on the Pawtucket Penacooks for rejecting Christianity. They considered it a boon for the faith. Indians take notice of, Eliot told Robert Boyle of the New England Company. Algonquians grew ever more dependent on English protection. The following year, Mohawks attacked some Wamasets north of the Merrimack, killing some and scalping a teenage girl, fracturing her skull. An English woman from Woburn extracted skull fragments and nursed her back to health. The Pawtuckets finally yielded to the pressure and became praying Indians. Wanalancet, their sachem, did not become a Christian but agreed to observe the Sabbath and attend teaching, so Eliot sent him an Indian teacher named Peter Jethro. 8. Mohawks were not the only ones driving Indians into Massachusetts' arms. In August 1667, at least 125 Narragansett warriors raided Quantisset, a Nipmuc town of 100 inhabitants. They did not kill anyone, but they tore mats from wigwams and plundered guns, powder and shot, swine, wampum, deer skins, coats, kettles, food, and other items worth about 130 pounds. They had been sent by Ninigrat's sister, the female Narragansett sachem Kayapin, who was determined to demonstrate her power over her erstwhile tributaries following the deaths of her husband Mixino and son Scutup. When the Quantissets appealed to Eliot for help, he told them God was punishing them for standing off so long from praying to God.